Some stories are written to entertain, others are written as warnings. Welcome. This is a third-person retelling of 1984 by George Orwell, a story inspired by the totalitarian regimes of the 1930s and 40s, Stalin's purges, and the propaganda machines of World War II. First published in 1949, it has since sold over 30 million copies worldwide. Its author, George Orwell, is widely known for works like Animal Farm, and remains one of the most credible political voices in modern literature. The story later reached an even wider audience when it was adapted for the big screen in 1984. And at the end, I'll share fascinating facts about the book, its adaptations, behind-the-scenes details, and a few fun discoveries most readers never notice. By the end of this story, you may find yourself questioning the very nature of truth, memory, and freedom. Quick note: the visuals you see are created by today's technology. They might not be perfectly accurate to every scene, but they will help you visualize the world, so please bear with my request. The story begins. A hard, bright cold gripped the April morning as the clock struck 13, a wrong number that the ear barely registered anymore. Winston Smith, chin tucked into his chest against the vicious wind, slipped through Victory Mansion's glass doors. He wasn't fast enough. A gritty swirl of dust followed him inside. The hallway hit him first, as smell boiled cabbage, old rag mats. Then the poster. Too large for indoors, it showed an enormous face, a 45-year-old man with a heavy black mustache and rugged features. Winston headed for the stairs. The lift was useless even on a good day, and now the current was cut during daylight hours as part of the economy drive for Hate Week. 7 flights up. At 39, with a varicose ulcer above his right ankle, he climbed slowly, resting often. On every landing, opposite the lift shaft, that face watched him, those eyes painted to follow whoever moved. The caption underneath "Big Brother is watching you." Inside his flat, a fruity voice recited pig iron production figures. The voice came from an oblong metal plaque on the right-hand wall, like a dull mirror. Winston flicked a switch. The voice lowered but remained understandable. The telescreen could be dimmed but never fully shut off. He moved to the window, a small, frail figure in blue overalls, the party uniform that only emphasized his thinness. Fair hair, a naturally ruddy face, skin roughened by coarse soap, blunt razors, and the winter just ended. Outside, even through the closed pane, the world looked cold. Wind spun dust and torn paper into spirals in the street. Sun and harsh blue sky drained color from everything except the posters plastered everywhere. That black mustached face stared down from every commanding corner, including the house front opposite. "Big Brother is watching you." The dark eyes seemed to look deep into his own. Down at street level, a torn poster flapped, alternately covering and uncovering one word: "sock." In the distance, a helicopter skimmed between roofs, hovered like a bluebottle, then darted away the police patrol, snooping into windows. But the patrols didn't matter. Only the thought police mattered. Behind him, the telescreen kept babbling about pig iron and the overfulfillment of the 9th three-year plan. The device received and transmitted at the same time. Any sound Winston made above a very low whisper would be picked up. As long as he stayed in its field of vision, he could be seen. No way to know if he was being watched at any given moment. How often the thought police plugged into any individual wire was guesswork. They might watch everybody all the time, but at minimum, they could plug in whenever they wanted. He had to live. Did live. From habit become instinct, assuming every sound was overheard, and, except in darkness, every movement scrutinized. He kept his back to the telescreen. Safer though even a back can be revealing. A kilometer away, the Ministry of Truth, his workplace, towered vast and white above the grimy landscape. He thought with vague distaste. This was London, chief city of Airstrip 1, third most populous province of Oceania. He tried to squeeze out a childhood memory that might tell him whether London had always been like this. Those rotting 19th-century houses, shored up with timber, windows patched with cardboard, roofs with corrugated iron, garden walls sagging. The bomb sites where plaster dust swirled, and willow herbs straggled over rubble, the places where bombs had cleared larger patches and sprouted sordid colonies of wooden dwellings like chicken houses. He couldn't remember. Nothing remained of his childhood but a series of bright-lit tableaux against no background, mostly unintelligible. The Ministry of Truth mini-true in newspeak was startlingly different. An enormous pyramid of glittering white concrete, terrace after terrace, 300 meters high. From where he stood, he could just read the three-party slogans picked out in elegant lettering on its white face. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. The building supposedly contained 3,000 rooms above ground and corresponding ramifications below. Scattered across London, 3 other buildings of similar size and appearance. From Victory Mansion's roof, you could see all 4 simultaneously. They housed the 4 ministries dividing the entire government: the Ministry of Truth News, Entertainment, Education, Fine Arts, the Ministry of Peace War, the Ministry of Love, Law and Order, and the Ministry of Plenty Economic Affairs. In newspeak, mini-true, mini-pax, mini-love, mini-plenty. The Ministry of Love was the truly frightening one. No windows at all. Winston had never been inside it, nor within half a kilometer. Impossible to enter except on official business, through a maze of barbed wire steel doors, hidden machine gun nests. Even the streets leading to its outer barriers were roamed by gorilla-faced guards in black uniforms, armed with jointed truncheons. He turned abruptly, setting his face into the quiet optimism advisable when facing the telescreen. He crossed into the tiny kitchen. Leaving the ministry at this hour had cost him his canteen lunch, and he knew there was no food except a hunk of dark bread that had to be saved for tomorrow's breakfast. From the shelf he took a bottle of colorless liquid with a plain white label, Victory Gin. It gave off a sickly, oily smell like Chinese rice spirit. He poured nearly a teacupful, braced himself, and gulped it down like medicine. Instantly his face turned scarlet. Water ran from his eyes. The stuff burned like nitric acid, and swallowing it felt like being hit on the back of the head with a rubber club. Then the burning in his belly died down, and the world looked more cheerful. He took a cigarette from a crumpled packet marked Victory Cigarettes. He held it upright incautiously, and the tobacco fell out onto the floor. The next cigarette he handled more successfully. He went back to the living room and sat at a small table to the left of the telescreen. From the drawer, he took a pen holder, a bottle of ink, and a thick, quarto-sized blank book with a red back and a marbled cover. The living room's telescreen was in an unusual position, not in the end wall where it could command the whole room, but in the longer wall opposite the window. To one side was a shallow alcove, probably meant for bookshelves when the flats were built. By sitting there and keeping well back, Winston could stay outside the telescreen's field of vision. He could still be heard, of course, but not seen. The room's strange layout had partly suggested what he was now about to do, but the book from the drawer had also suggested it. It was a peculiarly beautiful book. Smooth, creamy paper, slightly yellowed with age, of a kind not manufactured for at least 40 years. He guessed the book was much older than that. He had seen it in the window of a frowsy junk shop in a slummy quarter, which quarter he no longer remembered, and had been struck by an overwhelming desire to possess it. Party members weren't supposed to enter ordinary shops dealing on the free market, but the rule wasn't strictly kept shoelaces, and razor blades couldn't be got any other way. He had glanced up and down the street, slipped inside, and bought the book for $2.50. At the time he wasn't conscious of wanting it for any particular purpose. He had carried it guiltily home in his briefcase. Even blank, it was a compromising possession. What he was about to do was open a diary. Not illegal, nothing was illegal anymore, since there were no laws, but if detected, almost certainly punishable by death, or at least 25 years in a forced labor camp. He fitted a nib into the pen holder and sucked it to remove grease. An archaic instrument, seldom used even for signatures. He had procured one furtively and with difficulty, simply because the beautiful creamy paper deserved a real nib, not an ink pencil. He wasn't used to handwriting. Apart from very short notes, everyone dictated into a speak-write impossible for his present purpose. He dipped the pen into the ink, then faltered a second. A tremor went through his bowels. Marking the paper was the decisive act. In small, clumsy letters he wrote April 4th, 1984. He sat back. Complete helplessness descended on him. To begin with, he didn't know for certain that this was 1984. It must be around that date. He was fairly sure he was 39, born in 1944 or 1945, but nowadays, you could never pin down a date within a year or two. For whom it suddenly occurred to him to wonder, was he writing this diary? For the future? For the unborn? His mind hovered around the doubtful date on the page, then fetched up with a bump against the newspeak word doublethink. For the first time, the magnitude of what he had undertaken came home to him. How could you communicate with the future? It was by nature impossible. Either the future would resemble the present, in which case it wouldn't listen to him, or it would be different, and his predicament would be meaningless. He sat there for a while, staring stupidly at the blank page. The telescreen blared into strident military music. Curiously, he hadn't just lost the ability to express himself, he'd forgotten what he'd originally meant to say. For weeks, he'd been preparing for this moment, never imagining that anything beyond courage would be required. The writing itself should have been easy. All he had to do was transfer to paper the restless internal monologue that had run through his head for years. But now even that monologue had dried up. His varicose ulcer began itching unbearably. He didn't dare scratch that always made it inflamed. The seconds ticked past. He was conscious of nothing except the blank page, the itching above his ankle, the blaring music, and a slight drunkenness from the gin. Then panic took over. He began writing, barely aware of what he was setting down. His small, childish handwriting straggled across the page, dropping capital letters, and even periods along the way. He wrote about going to the movies the night before. All war films. One showed a ship full of refugees being bombed somewhere in the Mediterranean. The audience had been amused by a fat man trying to swim away while a helicopter chased him first, wallowing like a porpoise, then visible through the helicopter's gun sights, then full of holes as the sea around him turned pink, and he sank suddenly, as if the holes had let the water in. The audience shouted with laughter when he sank. Then a lifeboat full of children, a helicopter hovering over it. A middle-aged woman, possibly Jewish, sat in the bow holding a little boy of about 3. The boy screamed and hit his face against her chest, as if trying to burrow into her. She wrapped her arms around him, comforting him even though she was blue with fright herself, covering him as if her arms could stop the bullets. Then the helicopter dropped a 20-kilo bomb. Terrific flash. The boat splintered to matchwood. A wonderful shot of a child's arm rising up and up into the air. A camera in the helicopter's nose must have followed it. Lots of applause from the party seats, but a woman down in the prole section started kicking up a fuss, shouting that they shouldn't show that in front of kids. The police turned her out. Nothing probably happened to her. Nobody cares what the proles say. Typical prole reaction. He stopped writing, partly from cramp. He didn't know why he'd poured out that stream of rubbish. But the curious thing was that while writing, a totally different memory had clarified in his mind to the point where he almost felt ready to write that down instead. He now realized it was because of this other incident that he'd suddenly decided to come home and begin the diary today. It had happened that morning at the ministry, if something so nebulous could be said to happen. Nearly 1100. In the records department where he worked, they were dragging chairs from the cubicles and grouping them in the center of the hall opposite the big telescreen, preparing for the 2 minutes hate. Winston was taking his place in one of the middle rows when 2 people he knew by sight, but had never spoken to, came unexpectedly into the room. One was a girl he often passed in the corridors. He didn't know her name but knew she worked in the fiction department. He'd sometimes seen her with oily hands carrying a spanner or some mechanical job on one of the novel writing machines. She was bold-looking, about 27, with thick dark hair, a freckled face, and swift, athletic movements. A narrow scarlet sash emblem of the Junior Anti-Sex League was wound several times around the waist of her overalls, tight enough to bring out the shapeliness of her hips. Winston had disliked her from the first moment he saw her. He knew why. It was the atmosphere of hockey fields, cold baths, community hikes, and general clean-mindedness that she carried with her. He disliked nearly all women, especially young and pretty ones. Women, above all the young ones, were the most bigoted party adherents, the swallowers of slogans, the amateur spies and sniffers out of unorthodoxy. But this girl seemed more dangerous than most. Once, when they'd passed in the corridor, she'd given him a quick sidelong glance that seemed to pierce right into him, filling him with black terror. The idea had crossed his mind that she might be a thought police agent. That was very unlikely. Still, he felt a peculiar uneasiness, fear mixed with hostility whenever she was near. The other person was a man named O'Brien, a member of the inner party with some post so important and remote that Winston had only a dim idea of its nature. A momentary hush passed over the group around the chairs as they saw the black overalls of an inner party member approaching. O'Brien was large and burly, with a thick neck and a coarse, humorous, brutal face. Despite his formidable appearance, he had a certain charm of manner. He had a trick of resettling his spectacles on his nose that was curiously disarming in some indefinable way, curiously civilized. A gesture that might have recalled an 18th-century nobleman offering his snuff-box. Winston had seen O'Brien perhaps a dozen times in almost as many years. He felt deeply drawn to him not just because of the contrast between O'Brien's urbane manner and his prize-fighter's physique, but much more because of a secretly held belief, or not even a belief, merely a hope that O'Brien's political orthodoxy wasn't perfect. Something in his face suggested it irresistibly. Or perhaps it wasn't even unorthodoxy written there, but simply intelligence. At any rate, he had the appearance of someone you could talk to, if somehow you could cheat the telescreen and get him alone. Winston had never made the smallest effort to verify this guess. There was no way to do so. At this moment, O'Brien glanced at his wristwatch, saw it was nearly 1100, and evidently decided to stay in the records department until the 2 minutes hate was over. He took a chair in the same row as Winston, a couple of places away. The small, sandy-haired woman from the next cubicle sat between them. The dark-haired girl sat immediately behind. The next moment, a hideous, grinding speech, like a monstrous machine running without oil, burst from the big telescreen at the end of the room, a noise that set teeth on edge and bristled the hair at the back of the neck. The hate had started. As usual, the face of Emmanuel Goldstein, the enemy of the people, flashed onto the screen. Hisses scattered through the audience. The little sandy-haired woman squeaked with mingled fear and disgust. Goldstein was the renegade, the backslider who once long ago, nobody quite remembered how long, had been one of the party's leading figures, almost on a level with Big Brother himself. Then he'd engaged in counter-revolutionary activities, been condemned to death, mysteriously escaped, and disappeared. The 2 minutes hate program varied daily, but Goldstein was always the principal figure. He was the primal traitor, the earliest defiler of the party's purity. All subsequent crimes against the party, all treacheries, acts of sabotage, heresies, deviations sprang directly from his teaching. Somewhere he was still alive, hatching his conspiracies. Perhaps somewhere beyond the sea, under the protection of foreign paymasters. Perhaps even so, it was occasionally rumored in some hiding place within Oceania itself. His diaphragm tightened. Seeing Goldstein's face always hit him with a painful mix of emotions. A lean Jewish face with a fuzzy white halo of hair and a small goatee, clever, yet somehow despicable. A kind of senile silliness in the long, thin nose with spectacles perched near the end. It looked like a sheep's face, and the voice had that same quality. Goldstein was delivering his usual venomous attack on party doctrine, so exaggerated and perverse that a child should have seen through it, yet just plausible enough to make him fear that less level-headed people might be taken in. He was abusing Big Brother, denouncing party dictatorship, demanding immediate peace with Eurasia, advocating freedom of speech, press, assembly, and thought, crying hysterically that the revolution had been betrayed, all in rapid polysyllabic speech that parodied the party's orators, even using newspeak words more than any party member would normally use in real life. And behind his head on the telescreen marched endless columns of the Eurasian army, row after row of solid-looking men with expressionless Asiatic faces, swimming up to the screen's surface and vanishing, replaced by identical others. The dull, rhythmic tramp of soldiers' boots formed the background to Goldstein's bleating voice. Before 30 seconds had passed, uncontrollable exclamations of rage burst from half the people in the room. That smug sheep face and the terrifying power of the Eurasian army behind it were too much to bear. Besides, the sight or even thought of Goldstein produced automatic fear and anger. He was a more constant object of hatred than either Eurasia or Eastasia, since when Oceania was at war with one, it was generally at peace with the other. But the strange thing was that although everyone hated and despised him, although every day, 1,000 times a day on platforms, telescreens, newspapers, books, his theories were refuted, smashed, ridiculed, exposed as pitiful rubbish, his influence never seemed to diminish. Fresh dupes were always waiting to be seduced. Not a day passed without the thought police unmasking spies and saboteurs acting under his direction. He commanded a vast, shadowy army, an underground network of conspirators dedicated to overthrowing the state. The Brotherhood, it was supposed to be called. There were whispered stories of a terrible book, a compendium of all heresies, which he had authored, and which circulated clandestinely. No title. People referred to it, if at all, simply as the book. But one knew of such things only through vague rumors. Neither the Brotherhood nor the book was something any ordinary party member would mention if there was a way to avoid it. In its second minute, the hate rose to a frenzy. People leaped up and down in their places, shouting at the tops of their voices to drown the maddening bleating voice from the screen. The little sandy-haired woman had turned bright pink, her mouth opening and shutting like a landed fish. Even O'Brien's heavy face was flushed. He sat very straight, his powerful chest swelling and quivering, as if standing up to an assaulting wave. The dark-haired girl behind Winston had begun crying out, "Swine! Swine! Swine!" And suddenly, she picked up a heavy newspeak dictionary and flung it at the screen. It struck Goldstein's nose and bounced off. The voice continued inexorably. In a lucid moment, Winston found himself shouting with the others and kicking his heel violently against his chair's rung. The horrible thing about the 2 minutes hate wasn't that one was obliged to act a part, but that it was impossible to avoid joining in. Within 30 seconds, pretense was always unnecessary. A hideous ecstasy of fear and vindictiveness, a desire to kill, torture, smash faces with a sledgehammer, seemed to flow through the whole group like an electric current, turning one even against one's will into a grimacing, screaming lunatic. Yet the rage was abstract, undirected, switchable from one object to another like a blow lamp's flame. So at one moment, his hatred wasn't directed at Goldstein at all, but at Big Brother, the party, and the thought police. At such moments, his heart went out to the lonely, derided heretic on the screen, sole guardian of truth and sanity in a world of lies. Yet the very next instant he was at one with the people around him, and everything said about Goldstein seemed true. At those moments, his secret loathing of Big Brother changed into adoration, and Big Brother towered up as an invincible, fearless protector standing like a rock against Asian hordes, while Goldstein, despite his isolation, helplessness, and the doubt hanging over his very existence, seemed like a sinister enchanter capable by his voice alone of wrecking civilization. At moments, it was even possible to switch hatred by a voluntary act. Suddenly, with the violent effort of wrenching one's head from a pillow in a nightmare, Winston succeeded in transferring his hatred from the face on the screen to the dark-haired girl behind him. Vivid, beautiful hallucinations flashed through his mind. He would flog her to death with a rubber truncheon, tie her naked to a stake, and shoot her full of arrows like Saint Sebastian, ravish her, and cut her throat at the moment of climax. Better than before, he realized why he hated her. Because she was young, pretty, sexless. Because he wanted to go to bed with her, and never would, because around her sweet supple waist, which seemed to ask to be encircled there, was only the odious scarlet sash, an aggressive symbol of chastity. The hate rose to its climax. Goldstein's voice became an actual sheep's bleat, and for an instant his face changed into a sheep's. Then the sheep face melted into the figure of a Eurasian soldier, advancing huge and terrible, submachine gun roaring, seeming to spring out of the screen's surface, so that some people in the front row actually flinched backward in their seats. But in the same moment, drawing a deep sigh of relief from everyone, the hostile figure melted into Big Brother's face. Black-haired, black-mustached, full of power and mysterious calm, so vast it almost filled the screen. Nobody heard what Big Brother said, just a few words of encouragement, the kind uttered in battle's din, indistinguishable individually, but restoring confidence by the fact of being spoken. Then, Big Brother's face faded away, replaced by the three slogans in bold capitals: war is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. But the face seemed to persist for several seconds on the screen, as if the impact on everyone's eyeballs was too vivid to wear off immediately. The little sandy-haired woman had flung herself forward over the back of the chair in front of her. With a tremulous murmur that sounded like, "My savior," she extended her arms toward the screen, then buried her face in her hands. She was uttering a prayer. At this moment, the entire group broke into a deep, slow, rhythmical chant, "Bibi, Bibi, Bibi," over and over, very slowly, a long pause between the first B and the second, a heavy, murmurous, curiously savage sound, behind which one seemed to hear the stamp of naked feet and the throbbing of tom-toms. They kept it up for perhaps 30 seconds, a refrain often heard in moments of overwhelming emotion. Partly a hymn to Big Brother's wisdom and majesty, but even more an act of self-hypnosis, a deliberate drowning of consciousness by rhythmic noise. Winston's entrails seemed to grow cold. In the 2 minutes' hate he couldn't help sharing the general delirium, but this subhuman chanting always filled him with horror. Of course, he chanted with the rest impossible to do otherwise. To dissemble your feelings, control your face, do what everyone else did, instinctive reaction. But there was a space of a couple of seconds during which the expression in his eyes might conceivably have betrayed him, and it was exactly at this moment that the significant thing happened, if indeed it did happen. For just a moment, he caught O'Brien's eye. O'Brien had stood up, spectacles off, in the middle of his characteristic gesture of resettling them on his nose. But in that fraction of a second when their eyes met, Winston knew, yes, he knew that O'Brien was thinking exactly the same thing. An unmistakable message passed between them, as if their minds had opened and thoughts flowed eye to eye. O'Brien seemed to say he was with him, that he knew precisely what Winston felt, the contempt, hatred, disgust, and told him not to worry, that he was on his side. Then the flash of intelligence vanished, and O'Brien's face became as inscrutable as everyone else's. That was all. Already he wasn't sure it had happened. Such incidents never had any sequel. All they did was keep alive in him the belief or hope that others beside himself were the party's enemies. Perhaps the rumors of vast underground conspiracies were true. Perhaps the Brotherhood really existed. Despite endless arrests, confessions, and executions, it was impossible to be sure the Brotherhood wasn't just a myth. Some days he believed in it, some days not. No evidence, only fleeting glimpses that might mean anything, or nothing overheard conversation. Scraps, faint scribbles on lavatory walls, once even a small hand movement between two strangers that looked like a recognition signal. All guesswork. Very likely he'd imagined everything. He'd gone back to his cubicle without looking at O'Brien again. The idea of following up their momentary contact hardly crossed his mind. Inconceivably dangerous, even if he'd known how. For a second, 2 seconds, they'd exchanged an equivocal glance. End of story. But even that was memorable, in the locked loneliness in which one had to live. He roused himself, sat up straighter, and let out a belch. The gin was rising from his stomach. His eyes refocused on the page. While sitting helplessly lost in thought, he had also been writing automatically, and it was no longer cramped, awkward handwriting. His pen had slid voluptuously over the smooth paper, printing in large, neat capitals down with Big Brother, over and over, filling half a page. A twinge of panic hit him. Absurd writing those words was no more dangerous than opening the diary in the first place. But for a moment, he was tempted to tear out the spoiled pages and abandon the whole enterprise. He didn't, because he knew it was useless. Whether he wrote it or refrained made no difference. Whether he continued the diary or not made no difference. The thought police would get him either way. He had committed, would still have committed, even if he'd never set pen to paper, the essential crime containing all others. Thought crime, they called it. Thought crime couldn't be concealed forever. You might dodge successfully for a while, even years, but sooner or later they were bound to get you. It was always at night. The arrests invariably happened at night. The sudden jerk from sleep, rough hands shaking your shoulder, lights glaring in your eyes, the ring of hard faces around the bed. In most cases, no trial, no report of the arrest. People simply disappeared, always at night. Your name removed from registers, every record of everything you'd ever done wiped out, your former existence denied and then forgotten. You were abolished, annihilated. Vaporized was the usual word. For a moment, a kind of hysteria seized him. He began writing in a hurried, untidy scrawl. They'll shoot him, he didn't care. In the back of the neck, he didn't care, down with Big Brother. They always shoot you in the back of the neck, he didn't care, down with Big Brother. He sat back, slightly ashamed, and laid down the pen. The next moment he started violently. A knock at the door. All ready? He sat as still as a mouse, hoping whoever it was might go away after a single attempt. No, the knocking repeated. The worst thing would be to delay. His heart thumped like a drum, but his face from long habit was probably expressionless. He got up and moved heavily toward the door. As he put his hand on the knob, he saw that he'd left the diary open on the table, down with Big Brother written all over it, letters almost big enough to be legible across the room. Inconceivably stupid, but even in his panic he realized he hadn't wanted to smudge the creamy paper by shutting the book while the ink was still wet. He drew a breath and opened the door. A warm wave of relief flowed through him. A colorless, crushed-looking woman with wispy hair and a lined face stood outside. In a dreary, whining voice, she explained she'd thought she heard him come in and asked if he could come across and look at their kitchen sink. It had gotten blocked up. Mrs. Parsons, wife of a neighbor on the same floor. The word Mrs. was somewhat discountenanced by the party you were supposed to call everyone comrade, but with some women one used it instinctively. She was about 30 but looked much older. One got the impression there was dust in the creases of her face. Winston followed her down the passage. These amateur repair jobs were an almost daily irritation. Victory mansions were old flats, built around 1930, falling to pieces. Plaster flaked from ceilings and walls. Pipes burst every hard frost. The roof leaked whenever it snowed. The heating system usually ran at half steam when not shut down altogether for economy. Repairs beyond what you could do yourself had to be sanctioned by remote committees that could hold up even mending a window pane for 2 years. She vaguely remarked that of course it was only because Tom wasn't home. The Parsons flat was bigger than Winston's, dingy in a different way. Everything looked battered and trampled, as if a large, violent animal had just visited. Games impedimenta lay all over the floor. Hockey sticks, boxing gloves, a burst football, a pair of sweaty shorts turned inside out. On the table, dirty dishes and dog-eared exercise books. On the walls, scarlet banners of the Youth League and the Spies, and a full-sized Big Brother poster. The usual boiled cabbage smell common to the whole building was shot through with a sharper reek of sweat which, one knew at the first sniff, though hard to say how, was the sweat of someone not present. In another room, someone with a comb and toilet paper tried to keep time with the military music still issuing from the telescreen. She cast a half-apprehensive glance at the door and said it was the children, they hadn't been out today. She had a habit of breaking off sentences in the middle. The kitchen sink was full nearly to the brim with filthy greenish water that smelled even worse of cabbage. Winston knelt and examined the pipe's angle joint. He hated using his hands, and hated bending down. It always risked making him cough. Mrs. Parsons looked on helplessly, remarking that if Tom were home he'd fix it in a moment, that he loved anything like that and was ever so good with his hands. Parsons was Winston's fellow employee at the Ministry of Truth, a fattish but active man of paralyzing stupidity, a mass of imbecile enthusiasms, one of those completely unquestioning, devoted drudges on whom, more even than the thought police, the party's stability depended. At 35, he had just been unwillingly evicted from the Youth League, and before that had managed to stay on in the spies for a year beyond the statutory age. At the ministry, he held some subordinate post requiring no intelligence, but was a leading figure on the sports committee, and all other committees organizing community hikes, spontaneous demonstrations, savings campaigns, and voluntary activities generally. Between puffs of his pipe, he would quietly pride himself on having appeared at the community center every evening for the past 4 years. An overpowering smell of sweat, an unconscious testimony to the strenuousness of his life, followed him everywhere, and even remained behind after he'd gone. He asked if she had a spanner, fiddling with the nut on the angle joint. Mrs. Parsons went invertebrate immediately. She didn't know. Perhaps the children. Boots trampled. Another blast on the comb as the children charged into the living room. She brought the spanner. Winston let out the water and disgustedly removed the clog of human hair blocking the pipe. He cleaned his fingers as best he could in cold tap water and went back to the other room. A savage voice yelled at him to put his hands up. A handsome, tough-looking boy of 9 had popped up from behind the table, menacing him with a toy automatic pistol. His smaller sister, about 2 years younger, mimicked him with a fragment of wood. Both wore the spy's uniform: blue shorts, gray shirts, red neckerchiefs. Winston raised his hands above his head, but with an uneasy feeling the boy's demeanor was so vicious that it wasn't entirely a game. The boy yelled that Winston was a traitor, a thought criminal, a Eurasian spy. He'd shoot him, vaporize him, send him to the salt mines. Suddenly they were both leaping around him, shouting, "Traitor!" and "thought criminal!" the little girl copying her brother in every movement. It was slightly frightening, like tiger cubs gamboling that would soon grow into man-eaters. A calculating ferocity in the boy's eye, a clear desire to hit or kick Winston, and awareness of being nearly big enough to do so. Good thing it wasn't a real pistol he was holding, Winston thought. Mrs. Parsons' eyes flitted nervously from Winston to the children and back. In the living room's better light, he noticed with interest that there actually was dust in the creases of her face. She said they got so noisy. They were disappointed because they couldn't go see the hanging, that was what it was. She was too busy to take them, and Tom wouldn't be back from work in time. The boy roared why they couldn't go. The little girl chanted, wanting to see the hanging, still capering around. Winston remembered some Eurasian prisoners guilty of war crimes were to be hanged in the park that evening. Happened about once a month, a popular spectacle. Children always clamored to be taken. He took his leave and made for the door, but he hadn't gone 6 steps down the passage when something hit the back of his neck with agonizing pain, like a red-hot wire jabbed into him. He spun around just in time to see Mrs. Parsons dragging her son back into the doorway while the boy pocketed a catapult. The boy bellowed, "Goldstein!" as the door closed. What most struck Winston was the look of helpless fright on the woman's grayish face. Back in the flat, he stepped quickly past the telescreen and sat down again, still rubbing his neck. The music had stopped. Instead, a clipped military voice read out with brutal relish a description of the new floating fortress's armaments, just anchored between Iceland and the Faroe Islands. With those children, he thought, that wretched woman must lead a life of terror. Another year or two, and they'd be watching her night and day for symptoms of unorthodoxy. Nearly all children nowadays were horrible. Worst of all, through organizations like the spies, they were systematically turned into ungovernable little savages. Yet this produced no tendency to rebel against party discipline. On the contrary, they adored the party and everything connected with it. The songs, processions, banners, hiking, dummy rifle drilling, slogan yelling, Worship of Big Brother all a glorious game to them. All their ferocity turned outward against enemies of the state, foreigners, traitors, saboteurs, thought criminals. It was almost normal for people over 30 to be frightened of their own children. And with good reason. Hardly a week passed without a Times paragraph describing how some eavesdropping little sneak, child hero was the phrase, had overheard a compromising remark and denounced his parents to the thought police. The sting of the catapult bullet had worn off. He picked up his pen half-heartedly, wondering if he could find more to write. Suddenly, he began thinking of O'Brien again. Years ago, 7 years, it must be, he had dreamed he was walking through a pitch-dark room. Someone sitting to one side had said as he passed, "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," said very quietly, almost casually, a statement, not a command. He had walked on without pausing. What was curious was that in the dream, the words hadn't made much impression. Only later, gradually, they had seemed to take on significance. He couldn't now remember whether he'd seen O'Brien for the first time before or after the dream, nor when he'd first identified the voice as O'Brien's. But the identification existed. O'Brien had spoken to him out of the dark. Winston had never been able to feel sure. Even after that morning's flash of eyes, it was still impossible to be sure whether O'Brien was friend or enemy. Nor did it even seem to matter greatly. A link of understanding existed between them, more important than affection or partisanship. "We shall meet in the place where there is no darkness," he had said. Winston didn't know what it meant, only that somehow it would come true. The telescreen voice paused. A clear, beautiful trumpet call floated into the stagnant air. Then the voice continued raspingly, demanding attention. A news flash from the Malabar Front. Indian forces had won a glorious victory. The action being reported might bring the war within measurable distance of its end. Here was the news flash. Bad news coming, Winston thought. Sure enough, following a gory description of a Eurasian army's annihilation, stupendous figures of killed and prisoners, came the announcement that as from next week, the chocolate ration would be reduced from 30 grams to 20. He belched again. The gin was wearing off, leaving a deflated feeling. The telescreen, perhaps to celebrate the victory, perhaps to drown the memory of lost chocolate, crashed into Oceania. "'Tis for thee." One was supposed to stand to attention. In his present position, he was invisible. Oceania, "'tis for thee" gave way to lighter music. Winston walked to the window, keeping his back to the telescreen. The day was still cold and clear. Far away, a rocket bomb exploded with a dull, reverberating roar. About 20 or 30 a week were falling on London at present. Down in the street, wind flapped the torn poster to and fro. The word Ingsoc fitfully appeared and vanished. Ingsoc. The sacred principles of Ingsoc. Newspeak, doublethink, the mutability of the past. He felt as though he were wandering lost in the forests of the sea bottom, a monster in a monstrous world. He was alone. The past was dead. The future unimaginable. What certainty did he have that a single living human creature was on his side? And what way to know that the party's dominion would not endure forever? Like an answer, the 3 slogans on the Ministry of Truth's white face came back at him. War is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. He took a 25-cent piece from his pocket. There, too, in tiny clear lettering, the same slogans were inscribed. On the other face, Big Brother's head. Even from the coin, the eyes pursued you. On coins, stamps, book covers, banners, posters, cigarette packets, everywhere. Always the eyes watching, the voice enveloping. Asleep or awake, working or eating, indoors or out, in the bath or in bed, no escape. Nothing was your own except the few cubic centimeters inside your skull. The sun had shifted. The myriad windows of the Ministry of Truth, with the light no longer shining on them, looked grim as a fortress's loopholes. His heart quailed before the enormous pyramidal shape. Too strong, it couldn't be stormed. 1,000 rocket bombs wouldn't batter it down. He wondered again for whom he was writing the diary. For the future, for the past, for an age that might be imaginary. Before him lay not death but annihilation. The diary would be reduced to ashes, himself to vapor. Only the thought police would read what he'd written before wiping it out of existence and memory. How could you appeal to the future when not a trace of you, not even an anonymous word on a piece of paper, could physically survive? The telescreen struck 14. He had to leave in 10 minutes, back to work by 14:30. Curiously, the chiming of the hour put new heart into him. A lonely ghost uttering a truth nobody would ever hear. But so long as he uttered it, in some obscure way the continuity wasn't broken. Not by making yourself heard, but by staying sane. That was how you carried on the human heritage. He went back to the table, dipped his pen, and wrote a greeting to the future, or the past. To a time when thought is free, when men are different and don't live alone, to a time when truth exists, and what is done cannot be undone. From the age of uniformity, from the age of solitude, from the age of Big Brother, from the age of doublethink greetings. He reflected that he was already dead. It seemed to him that only now, having begun to formulate his thoughts, had he taken the decisive step. The consequences of every act are included in the act itself. He wrote, "Thought crime does not entail death. Thought crime is death." Having recognized himself as a dead man, it became important to stay alive as long as possible. 2 fingers of his right hand were ink-stained. Exactly the kind of detail that might betray you. Some nosing zealot in the ministry, probably a woman, someone like the little sandy-haired woman or the dark-haired girl from the fiction department, might start wondering why he'd been writing during lunch, why he'd used an old-fashioned pen, what he'd been writing, then drop a hint in the appropriate quarter. He went to the bathroom and carefully scrubbed the ink away with gritty dark brown soap that rasped the skin like sandpaper, well adapted for this purpose. He put the diary away in the drawer. Quite useless to think of hiding it, but he could at least find out whether its existence had been discovered. A hair laid across the page. Ends was too obvious. With his fingertip, he picked up an identifiable grain of whitish dust and deposited it on the corner of the cover, where it would be shaken off if the book was moved. The dream begins with him, hovering over a memory of his mother. He places himself at 10 or 11, the age when she vanished from his life. In his mind's eye, she is tall and silent, slow-moving, with magnificent fair hair. His father exists as a vaguer impression, dark, thin, dressed in neat dark clothes, the soles of his shoes remarkably thin. Both parents, he understands, must have been swallowed in one of the first great purges of the 50s. In the dream's geography, his mother sits far below him, holding his infant sister, a tiny, silent, watchful thing he barely recalls. They are descending, trapped in a sunken place like the bottom of a well or a deep grave that continues to sink. He sees them in the saloon of a ship going down, looking up through darkening water. Air remains around them. They can still see him, and he them, but they keep dropping into green depths that will soon hide them forever. He stays in the light and air while they are sucked to death, and they are down there because he is up here. He knows it. They know it. And he reads the knowledge on their faces. No reproach lives there, only the recognition that they must die so he can live, an unavoidable order of things. He cannot recover what actually happened, but the dream insists that his mother and sister were sacrificed for his survival. This is one of those dreams that extends his waking intellectual life, offering facts that feel new and valuable even after he opens his eyes. What strikes him now is that his mother's death, nearly 3 decades ago, belonged to a kind of tragedy no longer possible. Tragedy, he realizes, requires privacy, love, friendship, family members standing by one another without needing a reason. Her memory tears at him because she died loving him while he was too young and selfish to return that love, and because she sacrificed herself to a private, unalterable loyalty. Such things cannot happen today. Now, there is only fear, hatred, and pain, no dignity of emotion, no deep or complex sorrows. He sees all of this reflected in the large eyes of his mother and sister, looking up through green water hundreds of fathoms down, still sinking. The scene shifts. He stands on short, springy turf under a summer evening's slanted gold light. The landscape, a recurring dream image he calls the Golden Country, is an old rabbit-bitten pasture crossed by a wandering foot track, scattered with molehills. Across the field, ragged hedge elms sway faintly, their leaves stir in dense masses like women's hair. Somewhere nearby but out of sight runs a clear, slow stream where dace swim in pools below willow trees. The dark-haired girl walks toward him across the field. In what seems a single motion, she tears off her clothes and flings them aside with disdain. Her white, smooth body arouses no desire in him. He barely looks at it. Instead, he is overwhelmed by admiration for the gesture itself, its grace and carelessness, which appears to annihilate a whole culture, a whole system of thought. A single splendid arm movement could sweep Big Brother, the party, and the thought police into nothingness. That too belongs to the ancient time. He wakes with the word Shakespeare on his lips. The telescreen blasts a 30-second, ear-splitting whistle on a single note. 7:15. Getting up time for office workers. He wrenches himself out of bed. Naked outer party members receive only 3,000 clothing coupons a year, and pajamas cost 600. He grabs a dingy singlet and a pair of shorts from a chair. The physical jerks start in 3 minutes. A violent coughing fit doubles him over, as it nearly always does after waking, emptying his lungs so completely that he can only breathe again by lying back and taking deep gasps. The effort has swollen his veins, and the varicose ulcer begins to itch. A piercing female voice yaps for the 30 to 40 group, ordering them to take their places. He springs to attention before the telescreen, where a youngish woman, scrawny but muscular, in tunic and gym shoes, has already appeared. She raps out commands for arms bending and stretching, calling for rhythm and energy. The cough's pain has not quite driven out the dream's impression. The exercise's rhythm restores it. As he mechanically shoots his arms back and forth, wearing the grim, enjoyable expression proper for the jerks, he struggles to think backward into his early childhood. It is extraordinarily difficult. Beyond the late 50s, everything fades. Without external records, even his own life's outline loses sharpness. He remembers huge events that probably never happened, recalls incident details without recovering their atmosphere, and faces long blank periods he cannot fill. Everything was different. Then country names, map shapes. Airstrip 1 was not called that in those days, it was England or Britain, though London, he feels fairly certain, has always been London. He cannot definitely remember a time his country was not at war, but a fairly long peace interval must have existed in his childhood, because one early memory involves an air raid that seemed to take everyone by surprise, perhaps the time the atomic bomb fell on Colchester. He does not remember the raid itself, but he remembers his father's hand clutching his own as they hurried down a ringing spiral staircase deep into the earth, round and round until his legs gave out, whimpering, forcing them to stop and rest. His mother, slow and dreamy, followed far behind, carrying his baby sister or possibly just a bundle of blankets. He is uncertain whether his sister had been born yet. They eventually emerged into a noisy, crowded tube station. People sat everywhere on the stone-flagged floor, others packed tightly onto metal bunks stacked one above another. He and his parents found a spot on the floor. Nearby, an old man and woman sat side by side on a bunk. The old man wore a decent dark suit and a black cloth cap pushed back from very white hair. His face was scarlet, his blue eyes full of tears. He reeked of gin. It seemed to breathe out of his skin instead of sweat, and one could fancy the tears welling from his eyes were pure gin. Though slightly drunk, he also suffered genuine, unbearable grief. In his childish way, Winston grasped that something terrible beyond forgiveness, beyond remedy had just happened. He also felt he knew what it was. Someone the old man loved, perhaps a little granddaughter, had been killed. Every few minutes the old man repeated that they should not have trusted those people, that he had said so all along. But exactly which people they should not have trusted, Winston cannot now remember. From about that time, war had been literally continuous, though not always strictly the same war. For several months during his childhood, confused street fighting occurred in London itself, some of it vividly remembered. but tracing the whole period's history, saying who fought whom at any given moment, would be utterly impossible. No written record, and no spoken word ever mentions any alignment other than the current one. At this moment, in 1984, if it is 1984, Oceania is at war with Eurasia and allied with Eastasia. No public or private utterance ever admits the three powers were ever grouped differently, yet he knows well that only 4 years ago, Oceania was at war with Eastasia and allied with Eurasia. That piece of furtive knowledge exists only because his memory is not satisfactorily under control. Officially, the partner change never happened. Oceania is at war with Eurasia. Therefore, Oceania has always been at war with Eurasia. The enemy of the moment always represents absolute evil, making any past or future agreement impossible. As he forces his shoulders painfully backward, gyrating from the waist, hands on hips, an exercise supposedly good for back muscles, he reflects for the 10,000th time that the truly frightening thing is that it might all be true. If the party can thrust its hand into the past and declare an event never happened, that is more terrifying than mere torture and death. The party says Oceania was never allied with Eurasia. He, Winston Smith, knows Oceania was allied with Eurasia just 4 years ago. But where does that knowledge exist? Only in his own consciousness, which will soon be annihilated. If all others accept the party's lie, if all records tell the same tale, then the lie becomes history and truth. The party slogan? Whoever controls the past, controls the future. Whoever controls the present, controls the past. And yet the past, though alterable by nature, has never actually been altered. Whatever is true now has been true for all eternity. All that is needed is an endless series of victories over one's own memory. They call it reality control in newspeak. Doublethink. The instructress calls stand easy, a little more genially. He drops his arms and slowly refills his lungs. His mind slides into Doublethink's labyrinth, knowing and not knowing, conscious of complete truthfulness while telling carefully constructed lies, holding two canceling opinions simultaneously, believing both while knowing they contradict, using logic against logic, repudiating morality while claiming it, believing democracy impossible while the party is its guardian, forgetting whatever must be forgotten, drawing it back when needed, then forgetting again, and above all, applying the same process to the process itself. That is the ultimate subtlety, consciously inducing unconsciousness, then becoming unconscious of the hypnosis just performed. Even understanding the word doublethink requires doublethink. The instructress calls them to attention again, enthusiastically, asking who can touch their toes right over from the hips, marking the rhythm. He loathes the exercise. Shooting pains travel from his heels to his buttocks, often triggering another coughing fit. The half-pleasant quality drains from his thoughts. The past, he realizes, has not merely been altered, it has been destroyed. Without any record outside his own memory, how could anyone establish even the most obvious fact? He tries to recall the first year he heard Big Brother mentioned, the 60s, he thinks, but certainty is impossible. In party histories, Big Brother appears as the revolution's leader and guardian from its earliest days. His exploits have been pushed backward in time, extending into the fabulous world of the 40s and 30s when capitalists, in strange cylindrical hats, still rode through London in gleaming motor cars or glass-sided horse carriages. No one can know how much of this legend is true, and how much invented. Winston cannot even remember when the party itself came into existence. He does not believe he heard the wording sock before 1960, though its old-speak form English socialism might have circulated earlier. Everything melts into mist. Occasionally one can pinpoint a definite lie. The party did not invent airplanes, despite what history books claim. He remembers airplanes from earliest childhood, but nothing can be proven. There is never any evidence. Only once in his life did he hold unmistakable documentary proof of historical falsification, and on that occasion, the shrewish voice from the telescreen screams his name, 6079 Smith W., ordering him to bend lower. He can do better. He is not trying. Lower, please. A command to stand easy follows, and the whole squad watches the instructress. A sudden hot sweat breaks out over his entire body. His face remains completely inscrutable. Never show dismay. Never show resentment. A single flicker of the eyes could give him away. He stands watching as she raises her arms, bends over with remarkable neatness and efficiency, and tucks her fingers under her toes. She demonstrates again, announcing she is 39 with 4 children, her knees unbent. Anyone under 45, she adds, is perfectly capable of touching his toes. With a violent lunge, he succeeds for the first time in several years. She praises him. The day's work starts. He pulls the speak right toward him, blows dust from its mouthpiece, puts on his spectacles, and unrolls 4 small paper cylinders that have flopped out of the pneumatic tube to the right of his desk. In the cubicle's walls are 3 orifices. A small pneumatic tube for written messages to the right of the speak right, a larger one for newspapers to the left, and within easy reach, a large oblong slit protected by wire grating for waste paper disposal. Thousands of similar slits exist throughout the building, nicknamed memory holes. Lifting the flap of the nearest memory hole and dropping in any document due for destruction is automatic. The paper whirls away on warm air to enormous furnaces hidden in the building's recesses. He examines the 4 slips. Each contains 1 or 2 lines in abbreviated jargon, largely newspeak words used internally by the ministry. The messages call for rectifications. The first notes that Big Brother's speech of March 17, 1984, was misreported regarding Africa. The second involves output forecasts from December 19, 1983. The third concerns a misquotation about chocolate from February 14, 1984. The fourth, which he lays aside with faint satisfaction, is more intricate reporting. A Big Brother order is double plus ungood, involving unpersons, requiring full rewrite and advance filing. He dials back numbers on the telescreen and calls for the appropriate Times issues, which slide out of the pneumatic tube after a few minutes. The messages refer to articles needing alteration rectification in official phrasing. For instance, Big Brother's March 17th speech had predicted the South Indian Front would remain quiet, with a Eurasian offensive launched in North Africa. Instead, the Eurasian Higher Command launched its offensive in South India and left North Africa alone. So a paragraph of Big Brother's speech must be rewritten to make him predict what actually happened. Similarly, the December 19th issue had published output forecasts for the 4th quarter of 1983. Today's issue shows those forecasts were grossly wrong. His job is to rectify the original figures to match the later ones. The third message is a simple error in February. The Ministry of Plenty issued a categorical pledge that the chocolate ration would not be reduced during 1984. But he knows the ration is to be reduced from 30 grams to 20 at week's end, so the original promise must be replaced with a warning that reduction may be necessary sometime in April. As he deals with each message, he clips his speak-written corrections to the appropriate Times copy and pushes them into the pneumatic tube. Then, with a movement nearly unconscious, he crumples the original message and his own notes, dropping them into the memory hole for the flames. He does not know the unseen labyrinth's details, but he knows the general process. Once all necessary corrections for a particular number are assembled and collated, that number is reprinted, the original copy destroyed, and the corrected copy filed in its place. This continuous alteration applies not only to newspapers but to books, periodicals, pamphlets, posters, films, soundtracks, cartoons, photographs, every kind of literature or documentation with potential political or ideological significance. Day by day, almost minute by minute, the past is brought up to date. Every party prediction can thus be shown by documentary evidence to have been correct. No news item or opinion conflicting with the moment's needs remains on record. All history is a palimpsest, scraped clean and reinscribed as often as necessary. Once the deed is done, proving any falsification is impossible. The largest section of the records department, far larger than his own, consists of persons whose duty is to track down and collect all superseded copies for destruction. A Times issue that might have been rewritten a dozen times because of political alignment changes or Big Brother's mistaken prophecies still stands on the files with its original date, no other copy existing to contradict it. Books are recalled and rewritten again and again, reissued without admission of alteration. Even the written instructions he receives, which he invariably destroys after handling, never state or imply that forgery is committed. The reference is always to slips, errors, misprints, or misquotations needing correction in the interests of accuracy. As he readjusts the Ministry of Plenty's figures, he thinks it is not even forgery, merely the substitution of one piece of nonsense for another. Most material he handles has no connection to the real world, not even the connection contained in a direct lie. Statistics are fantasy in their original version as much as in their rectified version. Much of the time, he is expected to make them up from his head. The forecast estimated boot output at 145 million pairs. The actual output is given as 62 million. But rewriting the forecast, he marks the figure down to 57 million, allowing for the usual claim that the quota was overfulfilled. In any case, 62 million is no nearer truth than 57 or 145. Very likely no boots were produced at all. More likely, no one knows how many were produced, much less cares. All anyone knows is that every quarter astronomical numbers of boots are produced on paper, while perhaps half of Oceania's population goes barefoot. And so it is with every class of recorded fact. Everything fades into a shadow world where even a year's date has become uncertain. He glances across the hall. In the corresponding cubicle, a small, precise-looking, dark-chinned man named Tillotson works steadily away, a folded newspaper on his knee, his mouth very close to the speakwrite's mouthpiece, with the air of trying to keep what he is saying a secret between himself and the telescreen. He looks up, and his spectacles dart a hostile flash in Winston's direction. Winston hardly knows Tillotson, and has no idea what work he does. People in the records department do not readily talk about their jobs. In the long, windowless hall with its double row of cubicles, endless rustle of papers, and hum of voices murmuring into speakwrites, there are quite a dozen people he does not even know by name, though he daily sees them hurrying in corridors or gesturing during the 2 minutes hate. He knows that in the next cubicle, the little sandy-haired woman toils day in and day out tracking down and deleting from the press the names of people who have been vaporized and are therefore considered never to have existed, a fitting task, since her own husband was vaporized a couple of years earlier. A few cubicles away, a mild, ineffectual, dreamy creature named Ampleforth, with very hairy ears and a surprising talent for juggling rhymes and meters, produces garbled versions, definitive texts. They are called of poems that have become ideologically offensive, but must be retained in anthologies. This hall, with its 50 or so workers, is only one subsection, a single cell in the huge complexity of the records department. Beyond, above, below, are other swarms of workers engaged in unimaginable jobs, huge printing shops with sub-editors, typography experts, elaborately equipped studios for faking photographs, the teleprogram section with engineers, producers, actors chosen for their skill in imitating voices, armies of reference clerks, whose job is simply to draw up lists of books and periodicals, due for recall, vast repositories, where corrected documents are stored, hidden furnaces, where original copies are destroyed, and somewhere quite anonymous, the directing brains coordinate the whole effort and lay down the policy lines that make it necessary for this fragment of the past to be preserved, that one falsified, and the other rubbed out of existence. And the records department is itself only a single branch of the Ministry of Truth. The ministry's primary job is not to reconstruct the past, but to supply Oceania's citizens with newspapers, films, textbooks, telescreen programs, plays, novels, every conceivable kind of information, instruction, or entertainment, from a statue to a slogan, from a lyric poem to a biological treatise, from a child's spelling book to a newspeak dictionary. The ministry must not only supply the party's multifarious needs, but also repeat the whole operation at a lower level for the proletariat. A whole chain of separate departments deals with proletarian literature, music, drama, and general entertainment. They produce rubbishy newspapers containing almost nothing except sport, crime, and astrology, sensational 5-cent novelettes, films oozing with sex-sentimental songs composed entirely by mechanical means on a special kaleidoscope called a versificator. There is even a whole subsection pornosec, in newspeak, engaged in producing the lowest kind of pornography, sent out in sealed packets, which no party member other than those who work on it is permitted to look at. 3 messages slide out of the pneumatic tube while he works, but they are simple matters, and he disposes of them before the 2 minutes hate interrupts him. When the hate ends, he returns to his cubicle, takes the Newspeak dictionary from the shelf, pushes the speak right aside, cleans his spectacles, and settles down to his main job of the morning. His greatest pleasure in life is his work. Most of it is tedious routine, but included are jobs so difficult and intricate that he can lose himself in them, as in the depths of a mathematical problem, delicate pieces of forgery guided only by his knowledge of Ingsocc's principles and his estimate of what the party wants him to say. He is good at this. On occasion, he has even been entrusted with rectifying the Times' leading articles, which are written entirely in Newspeak. He unrolls the message he set aside earlier. In Old Speak, the message instructs him that the reporting of Big Brother's order for the day in the December 3, 1983 Times is extremely unsatisfactory and makes references to non-existent persons. He must rewrite it in full and submit his draft to higher authority before filing. He reads through the offending article. Big Brother's order for the day had been chiefly devoted to praising the work of an organization called FFCC, which supplied cigarettes and other comforts to sailors in the floating fortresses. A certain Comrade Withers, a prominent inter-party member, had been singled out for special mention and awarded the Order of Conspicuous Merit, second class. 3 months later, FFCC was suddenly dissolved with no reasons given. One can assume Withers and his associates are now in disgrace, but there has been no press or telescreen report. That is expected, since political offenders are rarely put on trial or even publicly denounced. The great purges involving thousands, with public trials of traitors and thought criminals who make abject confessions and are then executed, are special showpieces occurring no more than once every couple of years. More commonly, people who incur the party's displeasure simply disappear and are never heard from again. One never has the smallest clue what happened to them. In some cases, they might not even be dead. Perhaps 30 people personally known to him, not counting his parents, have disappeared at one time or another. He strokes his nose gently with a paperclip. Across the way, Tillotson still crouches secretively over his speak right. He raises his head again, the hostile spectacle flash. Winston wonders whether Tillotson is engaged on the same job. It is perfectly possible. So tricky a piece of work would never be entrusted to a single person. On the other hand, turning it over to a committee would openly admit that an act of fabrication is taking place. Very likely as many as a dozen people are now working away on rival versions of what Big Brother actually said. Presently some master brain in the inner party will select this version or that, re-edit it, set in motion the complex processes of cross-referencing required, and then the chosen lie will pass into permanent records and become truth. He does not know why Withers was disgraced. Perhaps corruption or incompetence. Perhaps Big Brother is merely getting rid of a too popular subordinate. Perhaps Withers, or someone close to him, was suspected of heretical tendencies. Or, perhaps most likely of all, the thing simply happened because purges and vaporizations are a necessary part of government's mechanics. The only real clue lies in the words refs unpersons, which indicate Withers is already dead. One cannot always assume this when people are arrested. Sometimes they are released and allowed to remain at liberty for a year or two before execution. Very occasionally, someone believed long dead makes a ghostly reappearance at a public trial, implicating hundreds by testimony before vanishing, this time forever. Withers, however, is already an unperson. He does not exist. He never existed. Winston decides it will not be enough simply to reverse the tendency of Big Brother's speech. It is better to make a deal with something totally unconnected to its original subject. He might turn the speech into the usual denunciation of traitors and thought criminals, but that is too obvious to invent a victory at the front, or some triumph of overproduction in the 9th three-year plan might complicate records too much. What is needed is a piece of pure fantasy. Suddenly, there springs into his mind, ready-made, the image of a certain Comrade Ogilvy, recently died in battle under heroic circumstances. There are occasions when Big Brother devotes his order for the day to commemorating some humble rank-and-file party member whose life and death he holds up as an example worthy to be followed. Today, he should commemorate Comrade Ogilvy. There is no such person as Comrade Ogilvy, but a few lines of print and a couple of faked photographs will soon bring him into existence. He thinks for a moment, then pulls the speak right toward him and begins dictating in Big Brother's familiar style, at once military and pedantic, with a trick of asking questions and then promptly answering them, easy to imitate. In the low-ceilinged underground canteen, the lunch queue inches forward. The room is already packed, deafeningly noisy. Steam from the counter grill pours out a sour metallic smell that never quite overcomes the fumes of Victory Gin. On the far side, a small bar, a mere hole in the wall, sells gin at 10 cents a large nip. A voice behind him announces, "He is just the man someone was looking for." He turns. It is his friend Syme from the research department, though friend might not be the right word. Nowadays you have comrades, not friends, but some comrades are pleasanter company than others. Syme is a philologist, a Newspeak specialist, part of the huge team compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak dictionary. He is tiny, smaller than Winston, with dark hair and large protuberant eyes that seem at once mournful and derisive, searching his face closely while speaking. Syme asks if Winston has any razor blades. Winston answers with guilty haste that he has none, that he has tried everywhere they no longer exist. Everyone keeps asking for razor blades. Actually, he has 2 unused ones he is hoarding. There has been a famine of them for months. At any given moment, some necessary item is unavailable in the party shop's buttons, darning wool, shoelaces, currently razor blades. You can only get them, if at all, by scrounging furtively on the free market. He adds untruthfully that he has been using the same blade for 6 weeks. The queue jerks forward again. As they halt, each takes a greasy metal tray from a pile at the counter's edge. Syme asks if he went to see the prisoners hanged yesterday. Winston answers indifferently that he was working. He supposes he will see it on the flicks. Syme calls that a very inadequate substitute. His mocking eyes rove over Winston's face, seeming to say they know him, see through him, know very well why he did not go. Intellectually, Syme is venomously orthodox, speaking with gloating satisfaction about helicopter raids on enemy villages, trials and confessions of thought criminals, executions in the Ministry of Love cellars. Talking to him is largely a matter of steering him away from such subjects and entangling him, if possible, in Newspeak technicalities, where he is authoritative and interesting. Winston turns his head slightly aside to avoid the scrutiny of those large dark eyes. Syme recalls it was a good hanging, remarking that tying their feet together spoils it. He likes to see them kicking. The detail that appeals to him above all is the end. The tongue sticking right out, a quite bright blue. A white apron prole with a ladle yells for the next person. They push their trays under the grill. Onto each is dumped the regulation lunch, a metal pannikin of pinkish-gray stew, a hunk of bread, a cube of cheese, a mug of milkless Victory coffee, and 1 saccharin tablet. Syme spots a table under a telescreen and suggests picking up a gin on the way. The gin comes in handleless china mugs. They thread through the crowded room and unpack their trays onto a metal-top table. In one corner, someone has left a pool of stew, a filthy liquid mess resembling vomit. Winston takes up his gin mug, pauses to collect his nerve, and gulps down the oily tasting stuff. After blinking tears from his eyes, he suddenly discovers he is hungry. He begins swallowing spoonfuls of the stew, which has cubes of spongy pinkish stuff, probably some meat preparation amid its general sloppiness. Neither speaks again until their pannikins are empty. From the table to his left, slightly behind his back, Someone is talking rapidly and continuously, a harsh gabble like a duck's quacking, piercing the general uproar. Winston raises his voice to ask how the dictionary is progressing. Syme says slowly, he is on the adjectives, and it is fascinating. He brightens immediately at the mention of newspeak, pushing his pannikin aside, taking up his bread in one delicate hand and his cheese in the other, leaning across the table to speak without shouting. He explains that the 11th edition is the definitive edition, getting the language into its final shape, the shape it will have when no one speaks anything else. When they finish, people like Winston will have to learn it all over again. Syme insists their chief job is not inventing new words, but destroying them scores, hundreds, every day. They are cutting the language to the bone. The 11th edition will contain no word that becomes obsolete before 2050. He bites hungrily into his bread, swallows a couple of mouthfuls, then continues with a pedant's passion. His thin, dark face becomes animated, his eyes losing their mocking expression, growing almost dreamy. He calls the destruction of words a beautiful thing. The great wastage is in verbs and adjectives, but hundreds of nouns can be eliminated as well. Not only synonyms, but antonyms. He asks what justification there is for a word that is simply the opposite of another, since a word contains its opposite in itself. Taking good as an example, he argues that if you have good, you have no need for bad. Ungood does just as well. Better, because it is an exact opposite. For a stronger version of good, a string of vague, useless words like excellent and splendid makes no sense. Plus good covers the meaning, or double plus good for something stronger still. Those forms are already used, but in Newspeak's final version there will be nothing else. In the end, the whole notion of goodness and badness will be covered by only 6 words in reality. Only one. He adds as an afterthought that it was originally Big Brother's idea. At the mention of Big Brother, a vapid eagerness flits across Winston's face. Nevertheless, Syme immediately detects a certain lack of enthusiasm. He says almost sadly that Winston does not have a real appreciation of Newspeak. Even when he writes it, he is still thinking in Old Speak. Syme has read some of those pieces. Winston occasionally writes in the times they are good enough, but they are translations. In his heart, Winston would prefer to stick to Old Speak with all its vagueness and useless shades of meaning. He does not grasp the beauty of the destruction of words. Does he know that Newspeak is the only language in the world whose vocabulary gets smaller every year? Of course Winston knows that. He smiles, hoping it looks sympathetic, not trusting himself to speak. Syme bites off another piece of dark bread, chews briefly, and continues, arguing that Newspeak's whole aim is to narrow thought's range. Eventually, thought crime will become literally impossible because no words will exist to express it. Every needed concept will be expressed by exactly one word, its meaning rigidly defined, all subsidiary meanings rubbed out and forgotten. In the 11th edition they are not far from that point, but the process will continue long after they are dead. Each year, fewer words, a smaller range of consciousness. Even now there is no excuse for thought crime. It is merely self-discipline, reality control. But eventually even that will be unnecessary. The revolution will be complete when language is perfect. Newspeak is Ingsoc, and Ingsoc is Newspeak, he adds with mystical satisfaction. He asks Winston if it has ever occurred to him that by 2050 at the latest, not a single human being will be alive who could understand a conversation like the one they are having now. Winston begins to say, except then stops. It was on the tip of his tongue to say, except the proles, but he checks himself, not fully certain the remark might not be unorthodox. Syme divines what he was about to say. He dismisses the proles as not human beings. By 2050 earlier, probably all real knowledge of Old Speak will have disappeared. The entire literature of the past will be destroyed. Chaucer, Shakespeare, Milton, Byron will exist only in Newspeak versions, not merely changed into something different, but changed into something contradictory of what they used to be. Even party literature will change. Even slogans will change. How could you have a slogan like "freedom is slavery" when the concept of freedom has been abolished? The whole climate of thought will be different. In fact, there will be no thought as they understand it now. Orthodoxy means not thinking, not needing to think. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. With sudden, deep conviction, Winston thinks that one of these days Syme will be vaporized. He is too intelligent. He sees too clearly and speaks too plainly. The party does not like such people. One day, he will disappear. It is written in his face. Winston finishes his bread and cheese, turning sideways in his chair to drink his coffee. At the table on his left, the man with the strident voice talks remorselessly. A young woman, perhaps his secretary, sitting with her back to Winston, listens and seems eagerly to agree with everything he says. From time to time, Winston catches a youthful, rather silly feminine voice uttering agreement, but the other voice never stops, even when the girl speaks. Winston knows the man by sight, some important post in the fiction department, about 30, with a muscular throat and large mobile mouth. His head is thrown back because of the angle. His spectacles catch the light and present 2 blank discs instead of eyes. What is slightly horrible is that from the stream of sound pouring out of his mouth, it is almost impossible to distinguish a single word. Once Winston catches a phrase, complete and final elimination of Goldsteinism, jerked out very rapidly, all in one piece, like a line of solid type. For the rest, it is just a noise, a quack quack, quacking. Yet though you cannot actually hear what he is saying, you cannot be in any doubt about its general nature. He might be denouncing Goldstein, demanding sterner measures against thought criminals and saboteurs, fulminating against the Eurasian Army's atrocities, praising Big Brother or the heroes on the Malabar front. It makes no difference. Whatever it is, every word is pure orthodoxy, puring sock. Watching the eyeless face with its jaw moving rapidly up and down, Winston has a curious feeling that this is not a real human being, but some kind of dummy. It is not the man's brain speaking. It is his larynx. The stuff coming out of him consists of words, but it is not speech in the true sense, a noise uttered in unconsciousness, like a duck's quacking. Syme falls silent for a moment, tracing patterns in the stew puddle with his spoon handle. The voice from the other table quacks rapidly on, easily audible despite the din. Syme mentions a newspeak word, duckspeak, to quack like a duck. One of those interesting words with 2 contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it is abuse. Applied to someone you agree with, it is praise. Unquestionably, Syme will be vaporized, Winston thinks again. He thinks it with a kind of sadness, though well knowing that Syme despises him and slightly dislikes him, and is fully capable of denouncing him as a thought criminal if he sees any reason. There is something subtly wrong with Syme, something lacking discretion, aloofness, a saving stupidity. You could not say he is unorthodox. He believes in Ingsock's principles, venerates Big Brother, rejoices in victories, hates heretics, not merely with sincerity, but with a restless zeal and up-to-dateness of information that the ordinary party member does not approach. Yet a faint air of disreputability always clings to him. He says things better unsaid, has read too many books, frequents the Chestnut Tree Cafe, haunt of painters and musicians. No law, not even unwritten, forbids that cafe, yet the place is somehow ill-omened. The old discredited party leaders used to gather there before final purges. Goldstein himself, it is said, was sometimes seen there, years and decades ago. Syme's fate is not difficult to foresee. And yet if Syme grasped, even for 3 seconds, the nature of Winston's secret opinions, he would betray him instantly to the thought police. So would anybody else. But Syme more than most. Zeal is not enough. Orthodoxy is unconsciousness. Syme looks up and announces Parsons is coming. Something in his tone adds, "That bloody fool." Parsons, Winston's fellow tenant at Victory Mansions, threads across the room, tubby, middle-sized, fair-haired, with a frog-like face. At 35, he is already putting on rolls of fat at neck and waistline, but his movements are brisk and boyish. His whole appearance is that of a little boy grown large. Despite the regulation overalls, it is almost impossible not to think of him as dressed in the blue shorts, gray shirt, and red neckerchief of the spies. In visualizing him, one always sees dimpled knees and sleeves rolled back from pudgy forearms. Parsons invariably reverts to shorts when a community hike or physical activity gives him an excuse. He greets them both with a cheery, "Hello, hello," and sits down, giving off an intense smell of sweat. Beads of moisture stand out all over his pink face. His powers of sweating are extraordinary. At the community center you can always tell when he has been playing table tennis by the dampness of the bat handle. Syme produces a strip of paper with a long column of words, studying it with an ink pencil between his fingers. Parsons nudges Winston, commenting on Syme working away during lunch hour. Kingness. He asks what Syme has there, expecting something too brainy for him. Then he tells Winston why he was chasing him a subscription Winston forgot to give him. A quarter of one's salary has to be earmarked for voluntary subscriptions, so numerous it is difficult to keep track. This one is for Hate Week, the House by House Fund. Parsons is treasurer for their block, making an all-out effort for a tremendous show. He declares it won't be his fault if Victory Mansions does not have the biggest flag display in the whole street. Winston promised $2. Winston finds and hands over 2 creased, filthy notes. Parsons enters them in a small notebook in the neat handwriting of the illiterate. He mentions that his little boy shot at Winston with a catapult yesterday. He gave the boy a good dressing down, threatening to take the catapult away if it happens again. Winston suggests the boy was a little upset at not going to the execution. Parsons agrees. It shows the right spirit. Both his children are mischievous little beggars, but keen all they think about are the spies and the war. He recounts what his little girl did last Saturday when her troop was on a hike. She got 2 other girls to slip off and spent the whole afternoon following a strange man. They kept on his tail for 2 hours through the woods, then handed him over to the patrols in Amersham. Parsons triumphantly explained she was sure he was some kind of enemy agent, possibly parachute dropped. What put her onto him first, she spotted he was wearing funny shoes, unlike any she had seen before, making it likely he was a foreigner. Pretty smart for a 7-year-old, he says. Winston asks what happened to the man. Parsons cannot say but makes a rifle-aiming motion and clicks his tongue for an explosion. Syme, without looking up, says, "Good." Winston dutifully agrees they cannot afford to take chances. Parsons adds that there is a war on. As if in confirmation, a trumpet call floats from the telescreen above their heads. This is not a military victory proclamation, but an announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. An eager youthful voice cries out for attention with glorious news: they have won the battle for production. Returns now completed for all classes of consumption goods show the standard of living has risen by no less than 20% over the past year. Across Oceania this morning, there were irrepressible spontaneous demonstrations as workers marched out of factories and offices, parading with banners voicing gratitude to Big Brother for the new happy life his wise leadership has bestowed. The voice begins reciting completed figures, starting with foodstuffs. The phrase, "our new happy life," recurs several times, a recent favorite of the Ministry of Plenty. Parsons, his attention caught by the trumpet call, sits listening with gaping solemnity and edified boredom. He cannot follow the figures but knows they are somehow cause for satisfaction. He has lugged out a huge filthy pipe already half full of charred tobacco. With a tobacco ration at 100 grams a week, filling a pipe completely is seldom possible. Winston smokes a Victory cigarette held carefully horizontal. The new ration does not start until tomorrow. He has only 4 cigarettes left. For the moment, he has shut his ears to remoter noises and listens to the telescreen stream. It appears there have even been demonstrations thanking Big Brother for raising the chocolate ration to 20 grams a week, and only yesterday, he reflects, it was announced the ration would be reduced to 20 grams. Is it possible they can swallow that after only 24 hours? Yes, they swallow it. Parsons swallows it with the stupidity of an animal. The eyeless creature at the other table swallows it fanatically, passionately, with furious desire to track down, denounce, and vaporize anyone suggesting last week the ration was 30 grams. Syme, too, in some more complex way involving doublethink, swallows it. Is he then alone in possessing a memory? The fabulous statistics continue pouring out. Compared with last year, there is more food, more clothes, more houses, more furniture, more cooking pots, more fuel, more ships, more helicopters, more books, more babies, more of everything except disease, crime, and insanity. Year by year, minute by minute, everybody and everything whizzes rapidly upward. Like Syme earlier, Winston has taken up his spoon, dabbling in the pale gravy dribbling across the table, drawing a long streak into a pattern. He meditates resentfully on life's physical texture. Has food always tasted like this? He looks around the canteen, low-ceilinged, crowded, walls grimy from contact with innumerable bodies, battered metal tables, and chairs placed so close that elbows touched bent spoons, dented trays, coarse white mugs, all surfaces greasy, grime in every crack, a sourish composite smell of bad gin, bad coffee, metallic stew, and dirty clothes. Always in his stomach and skin, there is a sort of protest, a feeling of having been cheated of something rightfully his. It is true, he has no memories of anything greatly different. In any time he can accurately remember, there was never quite enough to eat, socks and underclothes always full of holes, furniture battered and rickety, rooms underheated, tube trains crowded, houses falling apart, bread dark-colored, tea rare, coffee filthy tasting, cigarettes insufficient, nothing cheap and plentiful except synthetic gin. And though it grows worse as his body ages, is it not a sign that this is not the natural order of things? If one's heart sickens at the discomfort, dirt, scarcity, interminable winters, sticky socks, broken lifts, cold water, gritty soap, crumbling cigarettes, food with strange evil tastes, why should one feel it intolerable unless some ancestral memory suggests things were once different? He looks around again. Nearly everyone is ugly, and would be even if dressed otherwise than in the uniform blue overalls. On the far side, a small, curiously bee-like man sits alone drinking coffee, his little eyes darting suspicious glances. How easy it is, Winston thinks, if you do not look about you, to believe the party's ideal physical type, tall, muscular youths and deep-bosomed maidens, blonde, vital, sunburnt, carefree, exists, and even predominates. Actually, so far as he can judge, most people in Airstrip 1 are small, dark, and ill-favored. It is curious how that bee-like type proliferates in the ministries, little dumpy men growing stout very early, with short legs, swift scuttling movements, and fat, inscrutable faces with very small eyes. That type seems to flourish best under the party's dominion. The Ministry of Plenty's announcement ends with another trumpet call and gives way to tinny music. Parsons, stirred to vague enthusiasm by the bombardment of figures, takes his pipe out of his mouth and comments that the ministry has certainly done a good job this year. Then he asks if Winston has any razor blades to spare. Winston answers none. He has been using the same blade for 6 weeks. Parsons says he just thought he would ask. Winston says sorry. The quacking voice from the next table, silenced during the announcement, starts up again as loud as ever. For some reason, Winston suddenly finds himself thinking of Mrs. Parsons, her wispy hair, the dust in the creases of her face. Within 2 years those children will be denouncing her to the thought police. Mrs. Parsons will be vaporized. Syme will be vaporized. He will be vaporized. O'Brien will be vaporized. Parsons, on the other hand, will never be vaporized. The eyeless, quacking creature will never be vaporized. The little bee-like men who scuttle so nimbly through labyrinthine ministry corridors, they too will never be vaporized. And the dark-haired girl from the fiction department, she will never be vaporized either. It seems to him that he knows instinctively who will survive and who will perish, though what exactly makes for survival is not easy to say. He is dragged out of his reverie with a violent jerk. The girl at the next table has turned partly around and is looking at him. It is the dark-haired girl, looking in a sidelong way but with curious intensity. The instant she catches his eye, she looks away again. Sweat starts out on his backbone. A horrible pang of terror goes through him, gone almost at once, but leaving a nagging uneasiness behind. Why is she watching him? Why does she keep following him about? Unfortunately, He cannot remember whether she was already at the table when he arrived or came afterwards. But yesterday, during the 2 minutes hate, she sat immediately behind him when there was no apparent need. Quite likely her real object was to listen and make sure he was shouting loudly enough. His earlier thought returns probably she is not actually a member of the thought police, but the amateur spy is the greatest danger of all. He does not know how long she has been looking at him, perhaps as much as 5 minutes, and it is possible his features were not perfectly under control. It is terribly dangerous to let thoughts wander in any public place or within range of a telescreen. The smallest thing can give you away: a nervous tic, an unconscious look of anxiety, a muttering habit, anything carrying the suggestion of abnormality, of having something to hide. In any case, wearing an improper expression on your face, looking incredulous when a victory is announced, for example, is itself a punishable offense. There is even a newspeak word for it: face crime. The girl has turned her back on him again. Perhaps after all she's not really following him. Perhaps it is coincidence. She has sat so close 2 days running. His cigarette has gone out. He lays it carefully on the table's edge. He will finish smoking it after work, if he can keep the tobacco in it. Quite likely the person at the next table is a thought police spy, and quite likely he will be in the Ministry of Love cellars within 3 days, but a cigarette end must not be wasted. Syme has folded his strip of paper and stowed it in his pocket. Parsons begins talking again, chuckling around his pipe stem about the time his 2 nippers set fire to an old market woman's skirt because they saw her wrapping sausages in a poster of Big Brother. They sneaked up behind her and lit it with a box of matches, burning her quite badly. Little beggars, but keen as mustard. He praises the spy's training better than in his day. The latest equipment they have been issued: ear trumpets for listening through keyholes. His little girl brought one home, tried it on their sitting room door, and reckoned she could hear twice as much as with her ear to the hole. Of course it is only a toy, but it gives them the right idea. The telescreen lets out a piercing whistle, the signal to return to work. All 3 men spring to their feet to join the struggle around the lifts. The remaining tobacco falls out of Winston's cigarette. Winston writes in his diary about an event 3 years ago. A dark evening, a narrow side street near a big railway station. She stood near a doorway under a street lamp that barely gave light. A young face, painted very thick, the whiteness like a mask, the bright red lips, because party women never paint their faces. Nobody else in the street, no telescreens. She said $2. He stops. Too difficult to go on. He shuts his eyes, presses his fingers against them, trying to squeeze out the recurring vision. An almost overwhelming temptation rises to shout a string of filthy words, to bang his head against the wall, to kick over the table, hurl the ink pot through the window, anything violent or noisy or painful that might black out the tormenting memory. His worst enemy, he reflects, is his own nervous system. At any moment, internal tension can translate into a visible symptom. He recalls a man he passed in the street weeks ago, a quite ordinary-looking party member, tallish and thin, carrying a briefcase. When they were a few meters apart, the left side of the man's face suddenly contorted in a spasm again, just as they passed. A twitch, a quiver, rapid as a camera shutter, obviously habitual. He remembers thinking that poor devil is done for. What was frightening the action was quite possibly unconscious. The most deadly danger of all is talking in your sleep. No way to guard against that. He draws his breath and continues writing. He went with her through the doorway, across a backyard into a basement kitchen, a bed against the wall, a lamp on the table turned down very low. His teeth are set on edge. He would like to spit. Simultaneously with the woman in the basement kitchen, he thinks of Catherine, his wife. Winston is married, has been married, probably still is, since as far as he knows she is not dead. He seems to breathe again the warm, stuffy odor of the basement kitchen bugs, dirty clothes, villainous cheap scent, alluring because no party woman ever uses scent or could be imagined doing so. Only proles use scent. In his mind, the smell is inextricably mixed with fornication. That encounter was his first lapse in about 2 years. Consorting with prostitutes is forbidden, but it is one of those rules you can occasionally nerve yourself to break. Dangerous, but not life and death. Being caught might mean 5 years in a forced labor camp, no more, if you have committed no other offense. Easy enough, provided you avoid being caught in the act. The poorer quarters swarm with women ready to sell themselves. Some can be purchased for a bottle of gin, which proles are not supposed to drink. Tacitly, the party even inclines to encourage prostitution as an outlet for instincts that cannot be altogether suppressed. Mere debauchery does not matter much, so long as it is furtive and joyless, and involves only women of a submerged, despised class. The unforgivable crime is promiscuity between party members. But though this is one of the crimes that accused in the great purges invariably confess to, it is difficult to imagine any such thing actually happening. The party's aim is not merely to prevent men and women from forming loyalties it might not control. Its real, undeclared purpose is to remove all pleasure from the sexual act, not love so much as eroticism, inside marriage as well as outside. All marriages between party members must be approved by a committee. Permission is always refused if the couple gives the impression of being physically attracted to one another, though the principle is never clearly stated. The only recognized purpose of marriage is to beget children for the party's service. Sexual intercourse is to be seen as a slightly disgusting minor operation, like an enema, never put into plain words, but indirectly rubbed into every party member from childhood onward. There are even organizations like the Junior Anti-Sex League advocating complete celibacy for both sexes. All children are to be begotten by artificial insemination, XIII, in newspeak, and raised in public institutions. Winston knows this is not meant altogether seriously, but it fits with the party's general ideology. The party is trying to kill the sex instinct, or if it cannot be killed, to distort and dirty it. It does not know why, but it seems natural that it should be so. So far as women are concerned, the party's efforts are largely successful. He thinks again of Catherine. It must be 10, nearly 11 years since they parted. It is curious how seldom he thinks of her. For days at a time he can forget he was ever married. They were together only about 15 months. The party does not permit divorce but rather encourages separation in cases without children. Catherine is tall, fair-haired, very straight, with splendid movements. A bold, aquiline face, one might call it noble until discovering there is as nearly as possible nothing behind it. Very early in their married life he decided, though perhaps he only knows her more intimately than most people, that she has the most stupid, vulgar, empty mind he has ever encountered. Not a thought in her head, that is not a slogan. No imbecility she is not capable of swallowing if the party hands it out. He nicknames her the human soundtrack. Yet he could have endured living with her except for one thing: sex. As soon as he touches her, she seems to wince and stiffen. Embracing her is like embracing a jointed wooden image. Even when she clasps him against her, he has the feeling she is simultaneously pushing him away with all her strength. Her muscle rigidity conveys that impression. She lies with shut eyes, neither resisting nor cooperating, but submitting. Extraordinarily embarrassing, after a while horrible. Even then he could have borne living with her if they had agreed to remain celibate. But curiously, Catherine refuses that. They must, she says, produce a child if they can. So the performance continues, once a week quite regularly whenever not impossible. She even reminds him in the morning, as something to be done that evening and not forgotten. She has 2 names for it, making a baby, and our duty to the party. She actually used that phrase. Quite soon he feels positive dread when the appointed day arrives. But no child appears. In the end she agrees to stop trying, and soon afterward they part. He sighs inaudibly, picks up his pen, and writes again. She threw herself on the bed and at once, without any preliminary, in the most coarse and horrible way imaginable, pulled up her skirt. He sees himself standing in dim lamplight, the smell of bugs and cheap scent in his nostrils, and in his heart, a feeling of defeat and resentment mixed even at that moment with the thought of Catherine's white body, frozen forever by the party's hypnotic power. Why must it always be like this? Why can he not have a woman of his own instead of these filthy scuffles at intervals of years? But a real love affair is an almost unthinkable event. The party's women are all alike. Chastity is as deeply ingrained in them as party loyalty. By careful early conditioning games, cold water, rubbish dinned into them at school, in the spies and the youth league, lectures, parades, songs, slogans, martial music, natural feeling has been driven out. His reason tells him there must be exceptions, but his heart does not believe it. They are all impregnable, as the party intends. What he wants, more than to be loved, is to break down that wall of virtue, even if only once in his whole life. The sexual act, successfully performed, is rebellion. Desire is thought crime. Even to have awakened Catherine, if he could have achieved it, would have been like a seduction, though she was his wife. But the rest of the story must be written down. He writes that he turned up the lamp. After darkness, the feeble paraffin light seemed very bright. For the first time, he could see the woman properly. He took a step toward her, and halted, full of lust and terror, painfully conscious of the risk he took coming here. Perfectly possible patrols would catch him on the way out. They might be waiting outside the door at this moment. If he went away without even doing what he came here to do, "It must be written down," confessed. What he suddenly saw in lamplight, the woman is old. Paint plastered so thick on her face it might crack like a cardboard mask. Streaks of white in her hair. The truly dreadful detail, her mouth had fallen a little open, revealing nothing but cavernous blackness. She has no teeth at all. He writes hurriedly, in scrabbling handwriting. When he saw her in the light, she was quite an old woman, 50 at least, but he went ahead and did it just the same. He presses his fingers against his eyelids again. He has written it down at last, but it makes no difference. The therapy has not worked. The urge to shout filthy words at the top of his voice is as strong as ever. Back in the cramped, stale-aired room, Winston put the thought into words. If hope existed, it lived with the proles. 85% of Oceania's population, those swarming, disregarded masses, held the only possible force to shatter the party. From within, the party could never be toppled. Its enemies had no way to gather or even recognize one another. Even if the legendary brotherhood somehow existed, its members could never meet in groups larger than 2 or 3. Rebellion meant a look in the eyes, a shift in tone, at most a whispered word. But the proles, if they ever became conscious of their own strength, wouldn't need conspiracy. They'd only need to rise and shake themselves loose, like a horse flicking off flies. They could blow the party to pieces by tomorrow morning if they chose. Surely sooner or later they'd think to do it, and yet... He recalled walking a crowded street once, when a tremendous shout, hundreds of women's voices burst from a side street ahead, a deep, loud cry of anger and despair, humming like a bell's reverberation. His heart had leapt. He'd thought it had started a riot, the proles finally breaking loose. But when he reached the spot, he found 200 or 300 women mobbing market stalls, faces tragic like doomed passengers on a sinking ship. Then the general despair fractured into individual quarrels. One stall had been selling tin saucepans, wretched, flimsy things, but cooking pots were always hard to get. The supply had unexpectedly run out. Successful women bumped and jostled, tried to make off with their pans, while others clamored, accusing the stall-keeper of favoritism and hidden reserves. Another outburst of yells. 2 bloated women, one with hair coming down, grabbed the same saucepan, tugging until the handle came off. Winston watched, disgusted. Yet for a moment, what frightening power had sounded in that cry from only a few hundred throats? Why could they never shout like that about anything that mattered? He wrote that until they became conscious they would never rebel, and until after they had rebelled, they could not become conscious. He reflected that this could almost be a line from a party textbook. The party claimed to have liberated the proles from bondage before the revolution. Capitalists had starved and flogged them, women forced into coal mines though they still worked in coal mines, in fact children sold to factories at 6. But simultaneously, true to doublethink, the party taught that proles were natural inferiors, kept in subjection like animals with a few simple rules. In reality, Very little was known about them. Not much needed to be known. As long as they worked and bred, their other activities didn't matter. Left to themselves, like cattle turned loose on Argentine plains, they had reverted to an ancestral pattern of life born in gutters, working at 12, a brief blossoming of beauty and desire, married at 20, middle-aged at 30, dead mostly by 60, heavy labor, home and children, petty neighbor quarrels, films, football, beer, and above all, gambling that filled their minds. Controlling them wasn't hard. A few thought police agents moved among them, spreading false rumors and eliminating the few judged dangerous, but no attempt was made to indoctrinate them with party ideology. Strong political feelings in the proles were undesirable. Just a primitive patriotism, useful for making them accept longer hours or shorter rations. Even their discontent, when it came, led nowhere without general ideas. They could only focus on petty grievances. Larger evils escaped their notice. Most proles didn't even have telescreens in their homes. The civil police interfered very little. London had a vast criminal underworld: thieves, bandits, prostitutes, drug peddlers, racketeers. But since it all stayed among proles themselves, it didn't matter. In moral questions, they followed their ancestral code. The party's sexual puritanism wasn't imposed on them. Promiscuity went unpunished. Divorce permitted. Even religious worship would have been allowed if they'd shown any sign of wanting it. They were beneath suspicion. As the slogan put it, proles and animals are free. Winston reached down and scratched his itching varicose ulcer. What you always came back to was the impossibility of knowing pre-revolution life. He took from the drawer a children's history textbook borrowed from Mrs. Parsons and copied a passage into the diary about old London before the glorious revolution. Dark, dirty, miserable, hardly anyone with enough to eat, hundreds of thousands without boots or roofs. Children no older than you working 12 hours for cruel masters who flogged them and fed them stale bread crusts and water. Yet among that poverty, a few great beautiful houses where rich men with 30 servants lived. Those rich men were called capitalists, fat, ugly, wicked-faced, dressed in long black frock coats and shiny stovepipe-top hats, which was their uniform and no one else's. They owned everything, and everyone else was their slave. Land, houses, factories, money. Disobey, and they could imprison you, take your job, starve you to death. An ordinary person had to cringe and bow and address them as Sir. The chief of all capitalists was called the king. But he knew the rest. Bishops in lawn sleeves, judges in ermine, pillory, stocks, treadmill, cat-o'-nine-tails, the Lord Mayor's banquet, kissing the Pope's toe, and something called jus prime noctis, probably not in the children's textbook, the law that every capitalist could sleep with any woman working in his factory. How much of it was lies? It might be true that the average person was better off now. The only contrary evidence was the mute protest in his own bones, the instinctive feeling that present conditions were intolerable and that things must have been different once. What truly characterized modern life, he thought, was not cruelty or insecurity, but bareness, dinginess, listlessness. Life bore no resemblance not just to telescreen lies but even to the party's own ideals. Great areas of it, even for a party member, were neutral and non-political, slogging through dreary jobs, fighting for a tube seat, darning worn socks, cadging saccharin, saving cigarette ends. The party's ideal was huge, terrible, glittering a world of steel and concrete, monstrous machines and terrifying weapons, a nation of warriors and fanatics marching in perfect unity, all thinking the same thoughts, shouting the same slogans, perpetually working, fighting, triumphing, persecuting 300 million people with the same face. The reality was decaying. Dingy cities, where underfed people shuffled in leaky shoes through patched-up 19th-century houses that always smelled of cabbage and bad lavatories. He seemed to see a vision of London, vast and ruinous, city of a million dustbins, mixed with a picture of Mrs. Parsons' lined face, wispy hair fiddling helplessly with a blocked wastepipe. He reached down and scratched his ankle again. Day and night, telescreens bruised your ears with statistics. People today had more food, more clothes, better houses, better recreation, lived longer, worked shorter hours, were bigger, healthier, stronger, happier, more intelligent, better educated than 50 years ago. Not a word could ever be proved or disproved. The party claimed, for example, that 40% of adult proles were now literate, versus 15% before the revolution. That infant mortality was now 160 per thousand, down from 300. On and on, like a single equation with two unknowns. It might very well be that every word in the history books, even things accepted without question, was pure fantasy. For all he knew, there might never have been any Jugimraktis, any capitalist, any top hat. Everything faded into mist. The past was erased, the erasure forgotten, the lie became truth. Just once in his life he had possessed after the event, and that was what counted: concrete, unmistakable evidence of an act of falsification. He had held it between his fingers for as long as 30 seconds. That would have been in 1973, around the time he and Catherine had parted. But the truly relevant date was 7 or 8 years earlier. The story's true. Beginning landed in the mid-60s, during the great purges that wiped out the revolution's original leaders once and for all. By 1970, only Big Brother remained. All others had been exposed as traitors. Goldstein fled into hiding. A few simply disappeared. The majority were executed after public trials, where they confessed to their crimes. Among the last survivors were 3 men: Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. Arrested around 1965, they vanished for a year or more. No one knew if they lived, then suddenly surfaced to incriminate themselves as usual. They confessed to espionage on behalf of Eurasia, embezzlement, murder of trusted party members, intrigues against Big Brother predating the revolution, and sabotage causing hundreds of thousands of deaths. After confessing, they were pardoned, reinstated, given sinecures that sounded important. All 3 wrote long, abject articles in the Times, analyzing their defection and promising amends. Sometime after their release, Winston actually saw them in the Chestnut Tree Cafe. He remembered watching them from the corner of his eye with terrified fascination. They were far older than him, relics of the ancient world, almost the last great figures from the party's heroic early days. The glamour of the underground struggle and civil war still faintly clung to them. He had the feeling, though facts and dates were already growing blurry, that he had known their names years before he knew Big Brothers. But they were also outlaws, enemies, untouchables, doomed to extinction within a year or two. No one who fell into thought police hands ever truly escaped. They were corpses waiting to be sent back to the grave. No one sat at the tables nearest them. It wasn't safe even to be seen nearby. They sat in silence before glasses of clove-flavored gin, the cafe's specialty. Of the 3, Rutherford impressed Winston most, a famous caricaturist once, whose brutal cartoons had inflamed public opinion before and during the revolution. Even now his cartoons still appeared occasionally in the Times, lifeless imitations of his earlier manner, rehashing old themes: slum tenements, starving children, street battles, capitalists in top hats, an endless hopeless effort to get back into the past. He was a monstrous man, with a mane of greasy gray hair, pouched and seamed face, protuberant lips. Once immensely strong, now his great body sagged, sloped, bulged, falling away in every direction. He seemed to be crumbling like a mountain. The lonely hour of 15. Winston couldn't remember how he'd ended up in the cafe at such a time, nearly empty. Tinny music trickled from the telescreens. The 3 men sat almost motionless, never speaking. Uncommanded, the waiter brought fresh glasses of gin. A chessboard sat beside them. Pieces set out, but no game started. Then, for perhaps half a minute, something happened to the telescreens. The tune changed, and the tone of the music changed too, something hard to describe. A peculiar, cracked, braying, jeering note in his mind. Winston called it a yellow note. Then a voice from the telescreen sang a brief rhyme about selling each other under the spreading chestnut tree. The 3 men never stirred. But when Winston glanced again at Rutherford's ruinous face, he saw his eyes full of tears, and for the first time he noticed with an inward shudder Not knowing what, he shuddered at that both Aronson and Rutherford had broken noses. A little later, all three were rearrested. They had supposedly engaged in fresh conspiracies from the moment of their release. At their second trial, they confessed again to all their old crimes plus new ones. They were executed, their fate recorded in party histories as a warning. About 5 years after that, in 1973, Winston was unrolling a wad of documents from the pneumatic tube onto his desk when he found a fragment of paper slipped in among the others and forgotten. The instant he flattened it, he saw its significance. A half-page torn from the Times of about 10 years earlier, the top half, including the date, containing a photograph of delegates at some party function in New York. Prominent in the middle were Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford. No mistaking them, their names were in the caption. At both trials, all three had confessed that on that date they had been on Eurasian soil. They had flown from a secret Canadian airfield to Siberia, conferring with the Eurasian General Staff and betraying military secrets. The date stuck in Winston's memory because it was Midsummer Day. Only one conclusion: the confessions were lies. Not a discovery in itself. Even then, Winston hadn't believed that purge victims actually committed the crimes they were accused of. But this was concrete evidence, a fragment of the abolished past, like a fossil bone turning up in the wrong stratum and destroying a geological theory. Enough to blow the party to atoms if published to the world. He covered it with another sheet of paper. Luckily, when he unrolled it, it had been upside down relative to the telescreen. He pushed back his chair, scribbling pad on his knee, getting as far from the telescreen as possible. Keeping his face expressionless wasn't hard, and breathing could be controlled with effort. But not the heartbeat. The telescreen was delicate enough to pick that up. He let what he judged to be 10 minutes pass, tormented by fear that some accident, a sudden draft across his desk, would betray him. Then, without uncovering the photograph again, he dropped it into the memory hole with other waste papers. Within another minute, it would have crumbled to ashes. That was 10 or 11 years ago. Today, he probably would have kept it. Curious that having held it in his fingers seemed to make a difference even now, when the photograph itself and the event it recorded were only memory. Was the party's hold on the past less strong because a piece of evidence that no longer existed had once existed? But today, even if resurrected from its ashes, the photograph might not be evidence. By the time he made his discovery, Oceania was no longer at war with Eurasia. The three dead men must have betrayed their country to East Asia instead. Since then, other changes, 2, 3, he couldn't remember how many. Very likely the confessions had been rewritten, and rewritten until original facts and dates had no significance. The past not only changed, but changed continuously. What most afflicted him with nightmare was that he never clearly understood why the huge imposture was undertaken. Immediate advantages of falsifying the past were obvious, but the ultimate motive remained mysterious. He took up his pen and wrote that he understood how but not why. He wondered, as he had many times before, whether he himself was a lunatic. Perhaps a lunatic was simply a minority of one. Once, believing the earth went round the sun was madness. Today, believing the past is unalterable. He might be alone in that belief, and if alone, then a lunatic. But being a lunatic didn't trouble him greatly. The horror was that he might also be wrong. He picked up the children's history book and looked at Big Brother's portrait on the frontispiece. Those hypnotic eyes gazed into his own. Something huge pressed down on you, penetrating your skull, battering your brain, frightening you out of your beliefs, almost persuading you to deny your senses. In the end, the party would announce that 2 and 2 made 5, and you would have to believe it. Inevitable that they would make that claim sooner or later. The logic of their position demanded it. Not merely the validity of experience, but the very existence of external reality was tacitly denied by their philosophy. The heresy of heresies was common sense, and what was terrifying wasn't that they would kill you for thinking otherwise, but that they might be right. After all, how do we know that 2 and 2 make 4, or that gravity works, or that the past is unchangeable? If both the past and the external world exist only in the mind, And if the mind itself is controllable, what then? But no. His courage stiffened. O'Brien's face floated into his mind without any obvious association. He knew, with more certainty than before, that O'Brien was on his side. He was writing the diary for O'Brien to O'Brien like an interminable letter no one would ever read, but addressed to a particular person and taking its color from that fact. The party told you to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears, their final, most essential command. His heart sank at the enormous power arrayed against him, the ease with which any party intellectual would overthrow him in debate, the subtle arguments he couldn't understand, much less answer. And yet, he was in the right. They were wrong, and he was right. The obvious, the silly and the true, had got to be defended. Truisms are true, hold on to that. The solid world exists, its laws do not change. Stones are hard, water is wet, unsupported objects fall toward Earth's center. With the feeling that he was speaking to O'Brien and also setting forth an important axiom, he wrote that freedom is the freedom to say that 2 + 2 make 4. If that is granted, all else follows. The smell of roasting real coffee drifted up from a passageway, and Winston stopped without thinking. For perhaps 2 seconds, he was back in the half-forgotten world of his childhood. Then a door banged shut, cutting off the odor as abruptly as a sound. His varicose ulcer throbbed from kilometers of walking on pavement. This was the second time in 3 weeks he'd missed an evening at the community center, a rash act since attendance records were carefully checked. In principle, a party member had no spare time, and was never alone except in bed. Any hint of solitude, even a walk by yourself, was always slightly dangerous. Newspeak had a word for it: own life, individualism, and eccentricity. But the balminess of the April air had tempted him when he left the ministry. The sky was warmer than any he'd seen that year, and suddenly, the long, noisy evening at the center, the boring games, lectures, creaky camaraderie oiled by gin, had felt intolerable. On impulse, he turned away from the bus stop and wandered into London's labyrinth, first south, then east, then north, losing himself on unknown streets, hardly caring where he went. The words he'd written in the diary kept coming back. If there is hope, it lies in the proles, a mystical truth and a palpable absurdity. He was somewhere in the vague brown slums north and east of what had once been St. Pancras Station, a cobbled street of little 2-story houses with battered doorways opening straight onto the pavement, oddly suggestive of rat holes, puddles of filthy water among the cobbles. People swarmed in astonishing numbers. Girls in full bloom with crudely lipsticked mouths, youths chasing them, swollen, waddling women showing what the girls would be in 10 years, old bent creatures shuffling on splayed feet, ragged barefoot children playing in puddles and scattering at angry yells. Perhaps a quarter of the windows were broken and boarded. Most paid no attention to Winston. A few eyed him with guarded curiosity. 2 monstrous women with brick-red forearms folded across aprons talked outside a doorway. As he approached, he caught scraps of their conversation, one defending her actions to the other, claiming the other wouldn't understand her problems. The second woman agreed matter-of-factly. Then the strident voices stopped. They studied him in hostile silence as he passed, not exactly hostility, just wariness, a momentary stiffening as at the passing of some unfamiliar animal. Party blue overalls weren't common on a street like this. Indeed, it was unwise to be seen in such places without definite business. Patrols might stop you. They'd ask for papers, what you were doing there, what time you left work, whether this was your usual way home. No rule against an unusual route, but it was enough to draw attention if the thought police heard about it. Suddenly the whole street was in commotion, yells of warning from all sides. People shot into doorways like rabbits. A young woman ahead of Winston leapt out, grabbed a tiny child playing in a puddle, whipped her apron around it, and leapt back, all one movement. At the same instant, a man in a concertina-like black suit emerged from a side alley and ran toward Winston, pointing excitedly at the sky. He yelled a warning about a steamer, the prole's nickname for rocket bombs, and told him to lay down quick. Winston flung himself on his face. The proles were nearly always right with this kind of warning. They seemed to have an instinct that told them seconds in advance when a rocket was coming, even though rockets supposedly traveled faster than sound. He clasped his forearms over his head. A roar made the pavement heave. A shower of light objects pattered onto his back. When he stood up, he was covered with fragments of glass from the nearest window. He walked on. The bomb had demolished a group of houses 200 meters up the street. A black plume of smoke hung in the sky, and below it a cloud of plaster dust where a crowd was already forming around the ruins. A little pile of plaster lay on the pavement ahead, and in the middle he could see a bright red streak. When he reached it, he saw a human hand severed at the wrist. Apart from the bloody stump, the hand was so completely whitened it resembled a plaster cast. He kicked it into the gutter, then turned down a side street to the right to avoid the crowd. Within minutes, he was out of the bombed area, and the sordid, swarming life of the streets continued as though nothing had happened. Nearly 20 hours. The drinking shops. The proles frequented pubs were choked with customers. From grimy swing doors endlessly opening and shutting came a smell of urine, sawdust, and sour beer. In an angle formed by a projecting house front, 3 men stood very close together, the middle one holding a folded newspaper, the other 2 studied over his shoulder. Even before he was close enough to see their faces, Winston could read absorption in their bodies. Serious news. A few paces away, the group suddenly broke up, and 2 of them erupted into violent argument, nearly coming to blows. One insisted that no number ending in 7 had won for over 14 months, backing his claim with years of written records. The other swore a 7 had won 407 back in February. The third told them to pack it in. The lottery. Winston looked back after 30 meters. They were still arguing with vivid, passionate faces. The lottery, with its weekly payout of enormous prizes, was the one public event proles took seriously. For millions, it was the principal reason, sometimes the only reason, for remaining alive. Their delight. Folly. Anodyne. Intellectual stimulant. Even barely literate proles seemed capable of intricate calculations and staggering memory feats. A whole tribe of men made a living selling systems, forecasts, lucky amulets. Winston had nothing to do with running the lottery. That was the Ministry of Plenty. But everyone in the party knew the prizes were largely imaginary. Only small sums were actually paid out. Big prize winners were non-existent persons. Without real intercommunication between parts of Oceania, this wasn't hard to arrange. But if there was hope, it lay in the proles. You had to cling to that. In words it sounded reasonable. Looking at the human beings passing you on the pavement, it became an act of faith. The street he'd turned into ran downhill. He felt he'd been in this neighborhood before, that a main thoroughfare wasn't far. From somewhere ahead came a din of shouting voices. The street took a sharp turn, and ended in a flight of steps, leading down into a sunken alley, where a few stall-keepers sold tired-looking vegetables. Then he remembered where he was. The alley led to the main street, and down the next turning, not 5 minutes away, was the junk shop where he'd bought the blank book that was now his diary. Not far from there, a small stationer's had sold him his pen holder and ink bottle. He paused at the top of the steps. Across the alley stood a dingy little pub whose windows appeared frosted, but were merely coated with dust. A very old man, bent but active, with white mustaches bristling forward like a prawn's, pushed open the swing door and went in. As Winston watched, it occurred to him that the old man, 80 at least, had already been middle-aged when the revolution happened. He and a few like him were the last links to capitalism's vanished world. In the party itself, not many remained whose ideas were formed before the revolution. The older generation had mostly been wiped out in the great purges of the 50s and 60s. The few survivors had long ago been terrified into complete intellectual surrender. If anyone still alive could give a truthful account of the early century, it could only be a prole. Suddenly the passage from the history book he'd copied into his diary came back to him. A lunatic impulse took hold. He would go into the pub, scrape acquaintance with that old man, question him. He would ask what life was like when the old man was a boy, whether things were better then or worse. He hurried down the steps and crossed the narrow street before fear could stop him. Madness, of course. No definite rule against talking to proles or frequenting their pubs, but it was far too unusual to pass unnoticed. Patrols might appear, he could plead faintness, but they wouldn't likely believe him. He pushed open the door. A hideous, cheesy smell of sour beer hit his face. The din of voices dropped to about half volume as he entered. Behind his back, he could feel everyone eyeing his blue overalls. A darts game at the other end interrupted itself for perhaps 30 seconds. The old man he'd followed stood at the bar, arguing with the barman, a large, stout, hook-nosed young man with enormous forearms. A knot of others stood around with glasses, watching. The old man demanded a pint mug, straightening his shoulders pugnaciously. The barman asked what in hell a pint was. The old man mocked him for not knowing, explained that a pint was half a quart, 4 quarts to the gallon. The barman said he'd never heard of them. They served liters and half-liters, the glasses on the shelf. The old man insisted he liked a pint, that they didn't have bleeding liters when he was young. The barman retorted that when the old man was young, they were all living in the treetops. Laughter. The uneasiness caused by Winston's entry seemed to disappear. The old man's white stubbled face flushed pink. He turned away, muttering, and bumped into Winston, who caught him gently by the arm and offered a drink. The old man called him a gent, apparently not noticing the blue overalls, then aggressively ordered a pint of wallop from the barman. The barman poured 2 half-liters of dark brown beer into thick glasses rinsed in a bucket under the counter. Beer was the only drink in prole pubs. Proles were supposed not to drink gin, though they could get it easily enough. The darts game resumed. The knot of men began talking lottery tickets. Winston's presence was forgotten for a moment. A deal table under the window offered a place where he and the old man could talk without being overheard. Horribly dangerous, but at least there was no telescreen in the room, he had made sure as soon as he came in. The old man grumbled that the barman could have drawn him a pint. A half-liter wasn't enough. A full liter too much started his bladder running, let alone the price. Winston tentatively remarked that the old man must have seen great changes since his youth. The old man's pale blue eyes moved from the darts board to the bar to the door of the gents, as if expecting changes to have occurred in the bar room itself. Finally, he said the beer was better and cheaper. When he was young, mild beer wallop, they called it, was 4 pence a pint before the war. Winston asked which war. The old man vaguely said it was all wars, then raised his glass in a toast. His Adam's apple made a rapid up-and-down movement and the beer vanished. Winston went to the bar and returned with 2 more half-liters. The old man seemed to have forgotten his prejudice against a full liter. Winston explained that the old man was much older, must have been grown before Winston was born, could remember the old days before the Revolution. People of Winston's age knew nothing of those times, only books, and what books said might not be true. He wanted the old man's opinion. History books said life before the Revolution was completely different. Terrible oppression, injustice, poverty beyond imagination. Most people never had enough to eat, half-lacked boots, worked 12-hour days, left school at 9, slept 10 in a room. Meanwhile, a few thousand capitalists were rich and powerful, owned everything, lived in gorgeous houses with 30 servants, rode in motor cars and 4-horse carriages, drank champagne, wore top hats. The old man brightened. Top hats, funny Winston should mention them. He hadn't seen one in years. The last time he wore one was at his sister-in-law's funeral, must have been 50 years ago, and it was only hired. Winston patiently said top hats weren't very important. The point was that capitalists and the lawyers and priests living off them were the lords of the earth. Ordinary people were their slaves. They could ship you to Canada like cattle, sleep with your daughters, have you flogged with a cat-o'-nine-tails. You had to take your cap off passing them. Every capitalist went about with lackeys. The old man brightened again. Lackey's a word he hadn't heard in ages. That took him back. He recalled going to Hyde Park on Sunday afternoons to hear blokes making speeches. Salvation Army, Roman Catholics, Jews, Indians, all sorts. One powerful speaker called them lackeys of the bourgeoisie, flunkies of the ruling class, parasites, hyenas, referring to the Labour Party. Winston felt they were talking at cross purposes. He asked whether the old man felt more freedom now, whether he was treated more like a human being. In the old days, the rich people at the top, the old man interjected. The House of Lords, were they able to treat you as an inferior simply because they were rich and you were poor? Did you have to call them sir and touch your cap? The old man thought deeply, drank off a quarter of his beer, then said yes. They liked you to touch your cap. It showed respect. He hadn't agreed but had done it often enough had to, as you might say. Winston asked if it was usual for them and their servants to push you off the pavement into the gutter. The old man recalled being pushed once, on boat race night. He bumped into a young gent in dress shirt and top hat. They exchanged angry words. The gent pushed him in the chest nearly under a bus. He would have fetched him one, only helplessness took hold of Winston. The old man's memory was a rubbish heap of details. You could question him all day and get no real information. The party histories might still be true, even completely true. He made a last attempt. He clarified the old man had lived half his life before the revolution. In 1925, he was already grown up. From what he could remember, was life in 1925 better than now or worse? If he could choose, would he prefer to live then or now? The old man looked meditatively at the darts board, finished his beer more slowly, and spoke with a tolerant, philosophic air. He knew what Winston expected to say. He'd sooner be young again. Most people would. You had your health and strength when young. At his age, he was never well suffered from his feet, his bladder terrible, 6 or 7 times a night out of bed. On the other hand, great advantages to being old: no worries, no truck with women, which was a great thing. He hadn't had a woman for near on 30 years, nor wanted to. Winston sat back against the windowsill. No use going on. He was about to buy more beer when the old man stood up and shuffled rapidly into the stinking urinal. The extra half-liter was already working on him. Winston sat gazing at his empty glass, and hardly noticed when his feet carried him out into the street again. Within 20 years at most, he reflected. The huge simple question whether life before the revolution was better than now would cease once and for all to be answerable. But in effect, it was unanswerable even now. The few scattered survivors from the ancient world were incapable of comparing one age with another. They remembered a million useless things: a quarrel with a workmate, a hunt for a lost bicycle pump, a long-dead sister's expression, dust swirls on a windy morning 70 years ago, but all relevant facts lay outside their vision. They were like ants, seeing small objects but not large ones. When memory failed and written records were falsified, the party's claim to have improved human life had to be accepted, because no standard existed or could ever again exist against which to test it. His train of thought stopped abruptly. He halted and looked up. A narrow street, a few dark little shops interspersed among houses. Directly above his head hung 3 discolored metal balls that looked as if they had once been gilded. He knew the place. Of course. He was standing outside the junk shop where he had bought the diary. A twinge of fear went through him. It had been rash enough to buy the book in the first place, and he had sworn never to come near here again. Yet the instant he allowed his thoughts to wander, his feet had brought him back on their own. Precisely against suicidal impulses like this, he had hoped to guard himself by opening the diary. He noticed that although it was nearly 21 hours, the shop was still open. Feeling he would be less conspicuous inside than hanging about on the pavement, he stepped through the doorway. If questioned, he could plausibly say he was trying to buy razor blades. The proprietor had just lit a hanging oil lamp that gave off an unclean but friendly smell. A man of perhaps 60, frail and bowed, with a long benevolent nose and mild eyes distorted by thick spectacles. His hair was nearly white, but his eyebrows were bushy and still black. His spectacles, gentle fussy movements, and an aged jacket of black velvet gave him a vague air of intellectuality, as if he had been some kind of literary man or musician. His voice was soft, as though faded, and his accent less debased than most proles. He recognized Winston immediately as the gentleman who had bought the young lady's keepsake album. That had been beautiful paper cream laid, it used to be called. No paper like that made for perhaps 50 years. He peered at Winston over his spectacles and asked if there was something special he could do, or if Winston just wanted to look around. Winston said vaguely that he was passing, just looked in, didn't want anything in particular. The old man said it was just as well, because he didn't suppose he could satisfy him. He made an apologetic gesture with his soft-palmed hand, explaining how it was an empty shop, you might say. Between them, the antique trade was just about finished. No demand, no stock, furniture, china, glass all broken up by degrees, metal stuff mostly melted down. He hadn't seen a brass candlestick in years. The tiny interior was uncomfortably full, but almost nothing of the slightest value. Floor space very restricted around the walls stacked innumerable dusty picture frames. In the window, trays of nuts and bolts, worn-out chisels, penknives with broken blades, tarnished watches that didn't pretend to work, other miscellaneous rubbish. Only on a small table in the corner was a litter of odds and ends, lacquered snuff boxes, agate brooches, the like that might include something interesting. As Winston wandered toward the table, his eye was caught by a round, smooth thing gleaming softly in the lamplight. He picked it up. A heavy lump of glass curved on one side, flat on the other, almost a hemisphere. A peculiar softness like rainwater in both color and texture. At its heart, magnified by the curved surface, a strange pink convoluted object that recalled a rose or a sea anemone. Fascinated, he asked what it was. The old man said it was coral. Must have come from the Indian Ocean. They used to embed it in glass. That wasn't made less than 100 years ago more by the look of it. Winston called it beautiful. The old man agreed appreciatively, but said not many would say so nowadays. He coughed and added that if Winston wanted to buy it, that would cost $4. He could remember when such a thing would have fetched £8 a lot of money. But who cared about genuine antiques nowadays, even the few that were left? Winston immediately paid the $4 and slid the coveted thing into his pocket. What appealed to him was not so much its beauty as the air it seemed to possess of belonging to an age quite different from this one. The soft, rain-watery glass was unlike any he had ever seen, doubly attractive because of its apparent uselessness, though he could guess it must once have been intended as a paperweight, very heavy in his pocket, but fortunately not making much of a bulge. A queer thing, even a compromising thing for a party member to possess. Anything old, anything beautiful, was always vaguely suspect. The old man had grown noticeably more cheerful after receiving the $4. Winston realized he would have accepted 3 or even 2. The old man mentioned another room upstairs. Not much in it, just a few pieces. He lit another lamp, and, with bowed back, led the way slowly up steep worn stairs along a tiny passage into a room that looked out on a cobbled yard and a forest of chimney pots. Winston noticed the furniture was still arranged as though the room were meant to be lived in. A strip of carpet, a picture or two on the walls, a deep slatternly armchair drawn up to the fireplace, an old-fashioned glass clock with a 12-hour face ticking on the mantelpiece. Under the window, occupying nearly a quarter of the room, an enormous bed with a mattress still on it. The old man explained apologetically that they had lived here until his wife died. He was selling off the furniture little by little. That was a beautiful mahogany bed, or would be if you could get the bugs out, but he dared say Winston would find it a bit cumbersome. He held the lamp high to illuminate the whole room. In the warm, dim light, the place looked curiously inviting. The thought flitted through Winston's mind that it would probably be quite easy to rent the room for a few dollars a week if he dared take the risk. A wild, impossible notion to be abandoned as soon as thought of, but the room had awakened in him a sort of nostalgia, an ancestral memory. He felt he knew exactly what it would be like to sit in a room like this, in an armchair beside an open fire with feet in the fender and a kettle on the hob, utterly alone, utterly secure, with nobody watching, no voice pursuing, no sound except the singing of the kettle and the friendly ticking of the clock. He couldn't help murmuring that there was no telescreen. The old man said he had never had one too expensive, and he never seemed to feel the need. He pointed out a nice gate-leg table in the corner, though new hinges would be needed, if you wanted to use the flaps. In the other corner was a small bookcase, and Winston gravitated toward it. Nothing but rubbish. The hunting down and destruction of books had been done with the same thoroughness in prole quarters as everywhere else. Very unlikely that anywhere in Oceania existed a copy of a book printed earlier than 1960. The old man, still carrying the lamp, stood before a picture in a rosewood frame on the other side of the fireplace, opposite the bed. He began delicately asking if Winston happened to be interested in old prints. Winston came to examine it. A steel engraving of an oval building with rectangular windows and a small tower in front, a railing running around it, and at the rear end what appeared to be a statue. He gazed for some moments. It seemed vaguely familiar, though he didn't remember the statue. The old man said the frame was fixed to the wall, but he could unscrew it. Winston finally said he knew that building a ruin now, in the middle of the street outside the Palace of Justice. The old man confirmed outside the law courts, bombed many years ago. It was a church at one time, St. Clement's Danes. Its name was? He smiled apologetically, as if saying something slightly ridiculous, and added a rhyme, oranges and lemons. Say the bells of St. Clement's. Winston asked what that was. The old man explained. It was a rhyme from when he was a little boy. He didn't remember how it all went, but it ended with a candle to light you to bed, and a chopper to chop off your head. A kind of dance. They held out their arms for you to pass under, then brought them down and caught you. Just names of churches. All the principal London churches were in it. Winston wondered vaguely what century the church belonged to. Always difficult to determine the age of a London building. Anything large and impressive that was reasonably new in appearance was automatically claimed as having been built since the Revolution. Anything obviously older was ascribed to some dim period called the Middle Ages. The centuries of capitalism were held to have produced nothing of value. One could no more learn history from architecture than from books. Statues, inscriptions, memorial stones, street names, anything that might shed light on the past, had been systematically altered. He said he had never known it had been a church. The old man said a lot of them were left, really, though put to other uses. He tried to recall more of the rhyme oranges and lemons. Say the bells of St. Clement's, you owe me 3 farthings. Say the bells of St. Martin's, that was as far as he could get. A farthing was a small copper coin, looked something like a cent. Winston asked where St. Martin's was. The old man said it was still standing in Victory Square alongside the picture gallery, a building with a triangular porch and pillars in front, and a big flight of steps. Winston knew the place well. A museum used for propaganda displays scale models of rocket bombs and floating fortresses, waxwork tableau illustrating enemy atrocities and the like. The old man added that it used to be called St. Martin's in the Fields, though he didn't recall any fields anywhere in those parts. Winston did not buy the picture. It would have been an even more incongruous possession than the glass paperweight, and impossible to carry home unless taken out of its frame. But he lingered a few more minutes, talking to the old man, whose name he discovered was not Weeks as one might have gathered from the shop-front inscription, but Charrington. Mr. Charrington, it seemed, was a widower aged 63, and had inhabited this shop for 30 years. Throughout that time, he had intended to alter the name over the window, but had never quite got around to it. All the while they were talking, the half-remembered rhyme kept running through Winston's head: oranges and lemons. Say the bells of St. Clement's, you owe me 3 farthings. Say the bells of St. Martin's. Curious, when you said it to yourself, you had the illusion of actually hearing bells, the bells of a lost London that still existed somewhere, disguised and forgotten. From one ghostly steeple after another, he seemed to hear them pealing forth. Yet as far as he could remember, he had never in real life heard church bells ringing. He got away from Mr. Charrington and went down the stairs alone, so as not to let the old man see him reconnoitering the street before stepping out. He had already made up his mind that after a suitable interval a month, say, he would risk visiting the shop again. Perhaps no more dangerous than shirking an evening at the center. The serious folly had been to come back here in the first place, after buying the diary, and without knowing whether the proprietor could be trusted. However, yes, he thought again, he would come back, buy further scraps of beautiful rubbish, Buy the engraving of St. Clement's Danes, take it out of its frame, carry it home concealed under his overalls, drag the rest of that poem out of Mr. Charrington's memory. Even the lunatic project of renting the upstairs room flashed momentarily through his mind again. For perhaps 5 seconds, exultation made him careless. He stepped out onto the pavement, without even a preliminary glance through the window. He had even started humming to an improvised tune, the rhyme about oranges and lemons. Suddenly his heart turned to ice, his bowels to water. A figure in blue overalls was coming down the pavement not 10 meters away. The girl from the fiction department, the dark-haired girl. The light was failing, but no difficulty recognizing her. She looked him straight in the face, then walked quickly on as though she had not seen him. For a few seconds, Winston was too paralyzed to move. Then he turned right and walked heavily away, not noticing for the moment that he was going in the wrong direction. One question was settled. No doubting any longer that the girl was spying on him, she must have followed him here. It was not credible that by pure chance she would be walking the same evening up the same obscure back street, kilometers from any quarter where party members lived. Too great a coincidence. Whether she was a real thought police agent, or simply an amateur spy actuated by officiousness, hardly mattered. Enough that she was watching him. Probably she had seen him go into the pub as well. Walking was an effort. The lump of glass in his pocket banged against his thigh at each step. He was half-minded to take it out and throw it away. The worst thing was the pain in his belly. For a couple of minutes, he felt he would die if he didn't reach a lavatory soon. But no public lavatories in a quarter like this. Then the spasm passed, leaving a dull ache. The street was a blind alley. Winston halted, stood for several seconds wondering vaguely what to do, then turned around and began retracing his steps. As he turned, it occurred to him that the girl had passed him only 3 minutes ago by running. He could probably catch up. Keep on her track till they were in some quiet place, then smash her skull with a cobblestone. The piece of glass in his pocket would be heavy enough, but he abandoned the idea immediately, because even the thought of making any physical effort was unbearable. He could not run. He could not strike a blow. Besides, she was young and lusty, and would defend herself. He also thought of hurrying to the community center and staying there till it closed, to establish a partial alibi for the evening. That too was impossible. A deadly lassitude had taken hold of him. All he wanted was to get home quickly, sit down, and be quiet. It was after 22 hours, when he got back to the flat. The lights would be switched off at the main at 23:30. He went into the kitchen and swallowed nearly a teacupful of Victory gin. Then he went to the table in the alcove, sat down, and took the diary out of the drawer. But he did not open it at once. From the telescreen, a brassy female voice squalled a patriotic song. He sat staring at the marbled cover of the book, trying without success to shut the voice out of his consciousness. It was at night that they came for you, always at night. The proper thing was to kill yourself before they got you. Undoubtedly some people did. Many disappearances were actually suicides. But it took desperate courage to kill yourself in a world where firearms or any quick, certain poison were completely unprocurable. He thought with astonishment of the biological uselessness of pain and fear, the treachery of the human body that always froze into inertia at exactly the moment when a special effort was needed. He might have silenced the dark-haired girl if only he had acted quickly enough, but precisely because of the extremity of his danger, he had lost the power to act. It struck him that in moments of crisis one never fights against an external enemy, but always against one's own body. Even now, despite the gin, the dull ache in his belly made consecutive thought impossible. And it was the same, he perceived, in all seemingly heroic or tragic situations. On the battlefield, in the torture chamber, on a sinking ship, the issues you are fighting for are always forgotten, because the body swells up until it fills the universe. Even when not paralyzed by fright or screaming with pain, life becomes a moment-to-moment struggle against hunger or cold or sleeplessness, against a sour stomach or an aching tooth. He opened the diary. Important to write something down. The woman on the telescreen had started a new song. Her voice seemed to stick into his brain like jagged splinters of glass. He tried to think of O'Brien for whom, or to whom, the diary was written, but instead began thinking of what would happen after the thought police took him away. It wouldn't matter if they killed you at once. To be killed was what you expected. But before death no one spoke of such things, yet everyone knew there was the routine of confession, groveling on the floor and screaming for mercy, the crack of broken bones, smashed teeth, bloody clots of hair. Why did you have to endure it, since the end was always the same? Why not cut a few days or weeks out of your life? No one ever escaped detection, and no one ever failed to confess. Once you had succumbed to thought crime, it was certain that by a given date you would be dead. Why then did that horror, which altered nothing, have to lie embedded in future time? He tried with a little more success than before to summon O'Brien's image. O'Brien had told him they would meet in the place where there is no darkness. He knew what it meant, or thought he knew. The place with no darkness was the imagined future, which one would never see but could mystically share through foreknowledge. But with a telescreen voice nagging at his ears, he could not follow the thought further. He put a cigarette in his mouth. Half the tobacco promptly fell out onto his tongue, a bitter dust difficult to spit out. Big Brother's face swam into his mind, displacing O'Brien's. Just as he had done a few days earlier, he slid a coin out of his pocket and looked at it. The face gazed up at him, heavy, calm, protecting, but what kind of smile was hidden beneath the dark mustache? Like a leaden knell, the words came back. War is peace, freedom is slavery, ignorance is strength. Mid-morning, Winston stepped out of his cubicle heading for the lavatory. At the far end of the long, brightly lit corridor, a lone figure approached the dark-haired girl from the junk shop, 4 days since their accidental collision. As she drew closer, he noticed her right arm in a sling the same gray as her overalls, which had made it invisible from a distance. Probably a kaleidoscope injury, common in fiction. Nothing unusual. 4 meters apart she stumbled, went down hard, almost face first. A sharp cry escaped her. She'd landed squarely on the injured arm. Winston froze. She was already pushing up to her knees, her face a sickly milky yellow, her mouth standing out redder than before. Her eyes locked onto his with an expression that read less like pain and more like fear. Something strange turned over in his chest. Before him, an enemy who wanted him dead. Also before him, a human being in obvious distress, possibly with a broken bone. He'd already started forward without thinking. Watching her fall on that bandaged arm, it felt like the pain was his own. He asked if she was hurt. She stammered back that it was nothing, just her arm, would be fine in a second. Her voice fluttery, her face very pale. He pressed. Had she broken anything? No, she said. She was all right. It had only hurt for a moment. She offered her good hand. He pulled her up. Color returned to her face. She repeated briskly that it was nothing. Just a bang on the wrist, thanked him, and walked on as if nothing had happened. Half a minute total. Not showing emotion on one's face was instinct by now. Besides, they'd been standing directly under a telescreen. Still, almost impossible not to betray a flash of surprise because in the 2 or 3 seconds he'd helped her up, she'd slipped something into his palm. No accident. Small, flat. He transferred it to his pocket as he passed through the lavatory door, felt it with his fingertips. A square of folded paper. At the urinal, working carefully, he got it unfolded. A message, obviously. He felt a quick temptation to duck into a water closet and read it right then, but that would be insane. Nowhere was more continuously watched. Back in his cubicle, sat down, tossed the paper casually among the other documents on his desk, put on his spectacles, pulled the speak right toward him. He told himself to wait 5 minutes at least. His heart was hammering so loud it frightened him. Lucky for him, the current task was routine rectifying a long list of figures, nothing that demanded close attention. The paper's contents had to carry political meaning. He saw 2 possibilities. The likelier she was a thought police agent, just as he'd feared. Why they'd deliver messages this way he couldn't guess, but they had their reasons. The writing could be a threat, a summons, a suicide order, a trap. But a wilder possibility kept surfacing despite his efforts to drown it. Maybe the message wasn't from the thought police at all. Maybe from an underground organization. Perhaps the Brotherhood did exist. Perhaps she was part of it. Absurd, yes, but the idea had sprung into his head the instant he'd felt the scrap of paper. Only a couple of minutes later had the more probable explanation occurred to him, and even now, his intellect told him the message probably meant death. But that wasn't what he believed. The unreasonable hope held on. His heart kept banging. He could barely keep his voice steady as he mumbled figures into the speak right. He rolled up the finished work, slid it into the pneumatic tube. 8 minutes had passed, adjusted his spectacles, sighed, drew the next batch toward him, the scrap of paper on top, flattened it out. Handwritten, large and unformed, "I love you." For several seconds he was too stunned even to throw the incriminating thing into the memory hole. When he finally did, he couldn't resist one more look just to confirm the words were really there, despite knowing the danger of showing too much interest. The rest of the morning crawled. Worse than the niggling work was hiding his agitation from the telescreen. A fire burned in his belly. Lunch in the hot, crowded, noise-blasted canteen was torture. He'd wanted a moment alone, but the idiot Parsons flopped down beside him, his sweat cutting through the tinny stew smell, chattering on about hate week preparations, especially a 2-meter-wide papier-mâché head of Big Brother being built by his daughter's spies. The infuriating part in the racket, Winston could barely hear him and kept having to ask for each fatuous remark to be repeated. Once he glimpsed the girl at the far end, sitting with 2 others. She didn't seem to have seen him. He didn't look again. The afternoon proved more bearable. A tricky, delicate job arrived right after lunch, falsifying production reports from 2 years ago to discredit a disgraced inter-party member. Several hours of work, everything else set aside. Winston excelled at this. For more than 2 hours, he actually managed to push the girl out of his mind entirely. Then her face came back, bringing a raging, intolerable need to be alone. He couldn't think this new development through until he was by himself. Tonight was his scheduled night at the community center. He choked down another tasteless canteen meal, hurried to the center, endured the solemn foolery of a discussion group, played 2 games of table tennis, swallowed several glasses of gin, sat through a half-hour lecture titled Ingsoc, in relation to chess. His soul writhed with boredom, but for once he felt no impulse to shirk the evening. The sight of those 3 words, Singha, I love you, Singha, had flooded him with a desire to stay alive. Taking minor risks suddenly seemed stupid. Only at 2300 hours, home and in bed, in the darkness where you were safe from the telescreen as long as you stayed silent, could he finally think without interruption. A physical problem to solve how to contact her and arrange a meeting. He no longer considered the trap possibility. He knew it wasn't that her unmistakable agitation when she'd handed him the note proved it. She'd been scared out of her wits, understandably, and refusing her advances never crossed his mind. Only 5 nights ago, he'd imagined smashing her skull with a cobblestone that no longer mattered. He thought of her naked, youthful body from his dream. He'd assumed she was a fool like the rest, head stuffed with lies and hatred, belly full of ice. Now a kind of fever seized him at the thought of losing her, that white young body slipping away. What he feared most, that she'd simply change her mind if he didn't act fast. But the physical difficulty was enormous, like trying to move in a chess game when you were already mated. Turn any direction, the telescreen faced you. All the possible ways to reach her had occurred to him within 5 minutes of reading the note. Now, with time to think, he went over each method like laying out instruments on a table. That morning's accidental encounter couldn't be repeated. If she'd worked in records, it might have been simpler, but he had only a vague idea where the fiction department was, and no pretext to go there. If he knew where she lived and when she left work, he could have arranged to meet her en route, but following her home wasn't safe. Loitering outside the ministry would be noticed. Mailing a letter was impossible. All letters were opened in transit, a routine not even kept secret. Few people wrote letters anyway. Printed postcards with checklists of phrases existed for necessary messages. Besides, he didn't even know her name, let alone her address. He finally settled on the canteen as the safest place. If he could get her at a table alone, somewhere in the middle of the room, not too near the telescreens, with enough conversation buzz around, if those conditions held for, say, 30 seconds, a few words might be exchanged. For the next week, life became a restless dream. The following day, she didn't appear in the canteen until he was already leaving, the whistle blown, apparently shifted to a later shift. They passed without a glance. The day after, she was there at the usual time, but with 3 other girls and directly under a telescreen. Then 3 dreadful days with no sign of her at all. His entire mind and body felt unbearably sensitive, transparent. Every movement, sound, contact, every word he had to speak or hear, an agony. Even in sleep he couldn't fully escape her image. He didn't touch the diary during those days. The only relief came in his work, where he could sometimes forget himself for 10-minute stretches. He had no clue what had happened to her, no inquiry he could make. She might have been vaporized, might have committed suicide, might have been transferred to the other end of Oceania. Worst and likeliest, she'd simply changed her mind and decided to avoid him. The next day she reappeared. Her arm was out of the sling, a strip of sticking plaster around her wrist. The relief of seeing her was so great he couldn't resist staring directly at her for several seconds. The following day, he very nearly succeeded. When he entered the canteen, she was sitting alone at a table well away from the wall. Early, not very crowded. The queue inched forward until Winston was nearly at the counter, then held up for 2 minutes because someone ahead complained about missing his saccharin tablet. But she was still alone when Winston got his tray and started toward her table. He walked casually, eyes searching for a place beyond her, 3 meters away. 2 more seconds would do it. Then a voice behind him. "Smith!" He pretended not to hear. Louder. "Smith!" No use. He turned. A blond, silly-faced young man named Wilshire, barely an acquaintance, smiled and invited him to an empty seat at his table. Refusing wasn't safe. Once recognized, he couldn't go sit with an unattended girl, too noticeable. He sat down with a friendly smile. That stupid blonde face beamed at him. Winston hallucinated driving a pickaxe right through the middle of it. A few minutes later, the girl's table filled up. She must have seen him coming toward her, though. Maybe she'd take the hint. Next day he arrived early. Sure enough, there she was at a table in roughly the same spot, alone again. The person just ahead of him in the queue was a small, quick, bee-like man with a flat face and tiny, suspicious eyes. When Winston turned from the counter with his tray, he watched that little man make a straight line for the girl's table. His hopes sank. There was an empty seat farther away, but something about the little man suggested he'd choose the emptiest table for his own comfort. With ice in his heart, Winston followed. No use, unless he could get her alone. Then a tremendous crash. The little man was on all fours, his tray flying, soup and coffee spreading across the floor. He scrambled up with a malignant look at Winston, clearly suspecting Winston had tripped him. But it didn't matter. 5 seconds later, heart thundering, Winston sat down at the girl's table. He didn't look at her. Unpacked his tray, began eating. Speaking immediately, before anyone else arrived, was everything. But now a terrible fear seized him. A week had passed since she first approached. She would have changed her mind. She must have changed her mind. This affair couldn't possibly end well. Such things didn't happen in real life. He might have flinched from speaking entirely if he hadn't just spotted Ampleforth, the hairy-eared poet, wandering vaguely with a tray, looking for a seat. Ampleforth was fond of Winston in his absent way, and would certainly sit at his table if he saw him. Maybe a minute to act. Both of them ate steadily. A thin stew of haricot beans, really a soup. In a low murmur, Winston began speaking. Neither looked up. They spooned the watery stuff into their mouths, and between spoonfuls exchanged the few necessary words in flat, expressionless voices. He asked when she left work. 18:30. Where could they meet? Victory Square near the monument. He pointed out it was full of telescreens. She said it didn't matter if there was a crowd. Any signal? No. Don't come up to her until he saw her among a lot of people. Don't look at her. Just stay somewhere near. What time? 19 hours. All right. Appleforth failed to spot Winston and sat elsewhere. The girl finished quickly and left while Winston stayed to smoke. They didn't speak again. As far as two people on opposite sides of the same table could manage, they didn't look at one another. Winston reached Victory Square before the appointed time. He wandered around the base of the enormous fluted column, topped by Big Brother's statue, gazing southward toward the skies where he'd vanquished the Eurasian airplanes East Asian a few years back in the Battle of Airstrip 1. In front stood a horse-mounted statue, supposedly, of Oliver Cromwell. At 5 minutes past the hour, the girl still hadn't appeared. Again, that terrible fear she wasn't coming, she'd changed her mind. He walked slowly to the north side of the square, getting a pale pleasure from identifying St. Martin's Church, whose bells, back when it had bells, had chimed, "You owe me 3 farthings." Then he saw her standing at the base of the monument, reading or pretending to read a poster spiraling up the column. He couldn't go near her until more people gathered. Telescreens ringed the pediment, but then a din of shouting, a zoom of heavy vehicles from the left. Suddenly, everyone seemed to be running across the square. The girl nimbly dodged around the lions at the monument's base and joined the rush. Winston followed. From shouted remarks he gathered a convoy of Eurasian prisoners was passing. A dense mass of people already blocked the square's south side. Winston, normally someone who gravitated to the edge of any scrimmage, shoved, butted, and squirmed his way forward into the crowd's heart. Soon he was arm's length from the girl, but blocked by an enormous prole and an almost equally enormous woman, presumably his wife, forming an impenetrable wall of flesh. Winston wriggled sideways, and with a violent lunge drove his shoulder between them. For a moment his guts felt ground to pulp between two muscular hips. Then he broke through, sweating. He was next to her, shoulder to shoulder, both staring straight ahead. A long line of trucks passed slowly down the street. Wooden-faced guards with submachine guns stood upright in each corner. Inside, little yellow men in shabby greenish uniforms squatted, jammed close together. Their sad Mongolian faces gazed out over the truck sides, utterly incurious. Occasional clank-clank of metal when a truck jolted. All prisoners wore leg irons. Truckload after truckload of sad faces. Winston knew they were there, but saw them only intermittently. The girl's shoulder and arm down to the elbow pressed against his, her cheek almost close enough to feel its warmth. She immediately took charge again, just as in the canteen. She spoke in the same expressionless murmur, lips barely moving, easily drowned by voices and truck rumbling. She asked if he could hear her. Yes. Could he get Sunday afternoon off? Yes. Then listen carefully. He'd have to remember this. Go to Paddington Station. With a military precision that astonished him, she outlined the route: a half-hour railway journey, turn left outside the station, 2 kilometers along the road, a gate with a top bar missing, a path across a field, a grass-grown lane, a track between bushes, a dead tree with moss on it, like a map inside her head. Could he remember all that? Yes. He repeated the turns and the missing top bar. What time? About 1500. He might have to wait. She'd get there by another way. Was he sure he remembered everything? Yes. Then get away from her as fast as he could. She needn't have said that. But for the moment, they couldn't escape the crowd. Trucks still filing past, people still insatiably gaping. A few boos and hisses at the start, only from party members, had soon stopped. The prevailing emotion was simple curiosity. Foreigners were strange animals. One never saw them except as prisoners, and even then only momentary glimpses. The round Mongol faces gave way to more European types, dirty, bearded, exhausted. From over scrubby cheekbones, eyes looked into Winston sometimes with strange intensity, then flashed away. The convoy was ending. In the last truck, an aged man, face a mass of grizzled hair, stood upright with wrists crossed in front of him, as though used to having them bound. almost time for them to part. But at the last moment, while the crowd still hemmed them in, her hand found his and gave a fleeting squeeze. Couldn't have been 10 seconds, yet their hands clasped together felt like a long time. He had time to learn every detail of her hand, the long fingers, shapely nails, work-hardened palm with its row of calluses, the smooth flesh under the wrist. From touch alone he'd have known it by sight. In the same instant, he realized he didn't know the color of her eyes. Probably brown, but dark-haired people sometimes had blue eyes. Turning his head to look would have been inconceivably foolish. Hands locked together, invisible among the press of bodies, they stared steadily ahead, and instead of the girl's eyes, the aged prisoner's eyes gazed mournfully at Winston out of nests of hair. Winston picked his way up the lane through dappled light and shade, stepping into pools of gold where the boughs parted. To his left, the ground was misty with bluebells. The air seemed to kiss his skin. The 2nd of May. From deeper in the wood came the droning of ringdoves. He was a bit early. No difficulties with the journey, and the girl was so evidently experienced that he felt less frightened than usual. Presumably she could be trusted to find a safe place. Not that the country was much safer than London. No telescreens, certainly, but concealed microphones were always a danger, and traveling alone drew attention. For distances under 100 kilometers no passport endorsement needed, but patrols sometimes hung around railway stations, examining party members' papers and asking awkward questions. No patrols had appeared. On the walk from the station, cautious backward glances confirmed he wasn't being followed. The train had been full of proles in holiday mood because of the summery weather. His wooden-seated carriage overflowed with a single enormous family, toothless great-grandmother to month-old baby, heading to spend an afternoon with country in-laws and, as they freely explained to Winston, to get hold of some black market butter. The lane widened. Soon he reached the footpath she described, a mere cattle track plunging between bushes. No watch, but it couldn't be 1500 yet. Bluebells so thick underfoot he couldn't avoid treading on them. He knelt and began picking some, partly to pass time, partly from a vague idea he'd like a bunch of flowers to offer when they met. He gathered a large bunch and was smelling their faint, sickly scent when a sound at his back froze him, the unmistakable crackle of a foot on twigs. He went on picking bluebells. Best to keep doing something. It might be the girl, or he might have been followed after all. Looking around would show guilt. He picked another, and another. A hand fell lightly on his shoulder. He looked up. The girl. She shook her head, a warning to stay silent, then parted the bushes and led the way quickly along the narrow track into the wood. She'd been this way before, dodging boggy patches out of habit. Winston followed, still clutching his flowers. Relief washed over him first, but watching her strong, slender body move ahead, the red sash tight enough to shape her hips, a heavy sense of his own inferiority pressed down. Even now, it seemed entirely possible that when she turned and looked at him, she'd pull back. The sweet air and green leaves daunted him. The May sunshine had already made him feel dirty and pale on the walk from the station, a creature of indoors, London's sooty dust in his pores. It occurred to him that she'd probably never seen him in broad daylight in the open before. They reached the fallen tree she'd mentioned. She hopped over and forced apart the bushes where no opening seemed to exist. When Winston followed, he found they'd entered a natural clearing, a tiny grassy knoll ringed by tall saplings that shut it in completely. She stopped and turned. She announced they'd arrived. He stood several paces away, not daring to move closer. She explained. She hadn't wanted to speak in the lane in case a microphone was hidden. Unlikely, she admitted, but possible. Always the chance of some swine recognizing his voice. Here, they were safe. He repeated the words stupidly. She pointed to the small ash trees cut down at some point and regrown into poles no thicker than her wrist. Nothing big enough to hide a microphone. Besides, she'd been here before. They were only making conversation. He'd managed to move nearer. She stood very upright before him with a faintly ironic smile, as though wondering why he was so slow. The bluebells had tumbled to the ground. They seemed to have fallen on their own. He took her hand. He confessed that until this moment, he hadn't known the color of her eyes. Brown, he noted, a light shade with dark lashes. Then, with a kind of offering now that she'd seen what he was really like, could she still bear to look at him? She answered easily that she could. He listed his 39 years, his inescapable wife, his varicose veins, his 5 false teeth. She said she couldn't care less. The next moment, hard to say who moved first. She was in his arms. At first, he felt only sheer disbelief. Her young body pressed against his, dark hair against his face. Yes, she had actually turned her face up, and he was kissing her wide red mouth. Her arms locked around his neck. She was murmuring endearments, darling, precious one, loved one. He'd pulled her to the ground, utterly unresisting. He could do whatever he wanted. But the truth, no physical sensation except mere contact, only incredulity and pride. Glad it was happening, but no physical desire. Too soon. Her youth and prettiness had frightened him. Too used to living without women, he didn't know the reason. She picked herself up, pulled a bluebell from her hair, sat against him with an arm around his waist. She told him not to worry. No hurry. They had the whole afternoon. Wasn't this a splendid hideout? She'd found it once when lost on a community hike. Anyone coming could be heard 100 meters away. He asked her name. Julia. She knew his Winston Smith. He asked how she'd found out. She suggested she was better at finding things out than he was. Then she asked what he'd thought of her before the day she gave him the note. He felt no temptation to lie. It was almost a love offering to start with the worst. He admitted he'd hated the sight of her, wanted to rape her, then murder her. 2 weeks ago, he'd seriously considered smashing her head in with a cobblestone. If she wanted to know, he'd imagined she had something to do with the thought police. She laughed delightedly, taking it as tribute to her disguise. Not the thought police, he hadn't honestly thought that. He admitted perhaps not exactly that, but from her general appearance, merely because she was young, fresh, healthy, he'd thought probably. She finished for him that she was a good party member, pure in word and deed. Banners, processions, slogans, games, community hikes, and that if she'd had a quarter of a chance, she'd denounce him as a thought criminal and get him killed. He said yes. Something like that. A great many young girls were like that, he knew. She ripped off the scarlet Junior Anti-Sex League sash and flung it onto a bough, cursing the thing. Then, as if touching her waist reminded her, she felt in her overall pocket and produced a small slab of chocolate, dark, shiny, wrapped in silver paper. Even before he took it, he knew by the smell it was very unusual. Normal chocolate was dull brown, crumbly stuff that tasted like rubbish fire smoke, but he'd tasted chocolate like this once before. The first whiff stirred a troubling memory he couldn't pin down. He asked where she'd gotten it. Black market, she said indifferently. She admitted. She looked the part, good at games, a troop leader in the Spies, voluntary work 3 evenings a week for the Junior Anti-Sex League, hours and hours pasting their bloody rot all over London, always carried one end of a banner in processions, always looked cheerful, never shirked, always yell with the crowd. She said it was the only way to be safe. The first fragment of chocolate melted on his tongue, delightful, but that memory still moved at the edges of his consciousness, something strongly felt but not reducible to shape, like an object seen from the corner of the eye. He pushed it away, aware only that it was a memory of some action he wished he could undo but couldn't. He told her she was very young, 10 or 15 years younger. What could she see in a man like him? She said it was something in his face. She'd thought she'd take a chance. She was good at spotting people who didn't belong. As soon as she saw him, she knew he was against them. Them meant the party, above all the inner party. She talked with an open, jeering hatred that made him uneasy, though he knew they were safe here if anywhere. What astonished him, the coarseness of her language. Party members weren't supposed to swear, and Winston himself rarely did aloud, but Julia couldn't mention the party, especially the inner party, without the kind of words chalked up in dripping alleyways. He didn't dislike it, Just one symptom of her revolt, and somehow it seemed natural and healthy, like a horse sneezing at bad hay. They'd left the clearing, and were wandering again through checkered shade, arms around each other's waists whenever the path was wide enough for two. He noticed how much softer her waist felt without the sash. They spoke above a whisper only. Outside the clearing, she said, "It was better to go quietly." They reached the wood's edge. She stopped him. She warned him not to go into the open, someone might be watching. They were all right as long as they kept behind the boughs. Standing in hazel shade, sunlight filtering through leaves still hot on their faces, Winston looked into the field beyond. A curious, slow shock of recognition. He knew it by sight. An old, close-bitten pasture, a footpath wandering across, molehills here and there. In the ragged hedge opposite, elm boughs swayed perceptibly in the breeze, leaves stirring in dense masses like women's hair. Somewhere nearby but out of sight, there must be a stream with green pools where Day swam. He whispered, asking if there wasn't a stream near here. She confirmed yes, at the edge of the next field, actually. Fish in it. Great big ones. You could watch them lying in pools under willow trees, waving their tails. He murmured. It was the golden country almost. She repeated the name. He dismissed it as nothing a landscape he'd sometimes seen in a dream. She whispered for him to look. A thrush had alighted on a bough not 5 meters away, almost at their eye level. Perhaps it hadn't seen them. It was in the sun, they in the shade. It spread its wings, fitted them carefully back, ducked its head for a moment, as if making obeisance to the sun, then poured out a torrent of song. In the afternoon hush, the volume of sound was startling. They clung together, fascinated. The music went on, minute after minute, with astonishing variations, never repeating itself, almost as if the bird were deliberately showing off. Sometimes it stopped for a few seconds, spread and resettled its wings, then swelled its speckled breast and burst into song again. Winston watched with vague reverence. For whom? For what? Was that bird singing? No mate, no rival watching. What made it sit at the edge of the lonely wood and pour its music into nothingness? He wondered if a microphone was hidden somewhere nearby. They'd only whispered, and it wouldn't pick up what they'd said, but it would pick up the thrush. Perhaps at the other end of the instrument some small bee-like man listened intently, listening to that. But gradually, the flood of music drove all speculation from his mind, like a liquid poured all over him, mixing with the sunlight filtering through leaves. He stopped thinking, just felt. The girl's waist in the bend of his arm was soft and warm. He pulled her around breast to breast. Her body seemed to melt into his. Wherever his hands moved, all as yielding as water. Their mouths clung together, quite different from the hard kisses earlier. When they moved apart, both sighed deeply. The bird took fright and fled with a clatter of wings. Winston put his lips against her ear and whispered, "Now." She whispered back, "Not here, back to the hideout, it was safer." Quickly, with occasional crackle of twigs, they threaded back to the clearing. Inside the ring of saplings, she turned to face him, both breathing fast, the smile back around her mouth. She stood looking at him for an instant, then felt at the zipper of her overalls, and yes, almost as in his dream, almost as swiftly as he'd imagined, she tore her clothes off, and when she flung them aside it was with that same magnificent gesture by which a whole civilization seemed annihilated. Her body gleamed white in the sun. But for a moment, he didn't look at her body. His eyes anchored on her freckled face with its faint, bold smile. He knelt before her and took her hands in his. He asked if she'd done this before. Hundreds of times, she said, scores at least. With party members? Always with party members. Inner party? Not those swine. No, but plenty would if they got half a chance. They weren't so holy as they made out. His heart leapt. Scores of times. He wished it had been hundreds. Thousands. Anything hinting at corruption flooded him with wild hope. Perhaps the party was rotten underneath its cult of strenuousness and self-denial, a sham concealing iniquity. He would have infected the whole lot of them with leprosy or syphilis if he could. Anything to rot, weaken, undermine. He pulled her down face to face. He told her the more men she'd had, the more he loved her. Did she understand that? Yes, perfectly. He hated purity, hated goodness, didn't want any virtue to exist anywhere. He wanted everyone corrupt to the bones. She told him she ought to suit him. Then she was corrupt to the bones. He asked if she liked doing this, not simply him, but the thing itself. She adored it. That was what he most wanted to hear. Not merely love for one person, but animal instinct, simple, undifferentiated desire. That was the force that would tear the party to pieces. He pressed her down onto the grass among the fallen bluebells. This time, no difficulty. Presently, their breathing slowed, and in pleasant helplessness, they fell apart. The sun seemed hotter, both sleepy. He reached for the discarded overalls and pulled them partly over her. Almost immediately they fell asleep for about half an hour. Winston woke first, sat up and watched her freckled face, still peacefully asleep, pillowed on her own hand. Except for her mouth, you couldn't call her beautiful. A line or two around the eyes if you looked closely. Her short dark hair was extraordinarily thick and soft. It occurred to him he still didn't know her surname or where she lived. The young, strong body, helpless in sleep, awoke a pitying, protective feeling. But the mindless tenderness he'd felt under the hazel tree while the thrush sang hadn't quite come back. He pulled the overalls aside and studied her smooth white flank. In the old days, he thought, a man looked at a girl's body, saw it was desirable, and that was the end of the story. But you couldn't have pure love or pure lust nowadays. No emotion was pure, everything mixed up with fear and hatred. Their embrace had been a battle, the climax a victory, a blow struck against the party, a political act. Julia said they could come here once again, generally safe to use any hideout twice, but not for another month or two, of course. As soon as she woke, her demeanor changed, alert, businesslike. She put on her clothes, knotted the scarlet sash, and began arranging the journey home. It seemed natural to leave this to her. She had practical cunning he lacked, and exhaustive knowledge of the countryside around London from countless community hikes. The route she gave was completely different from the one he'd come by, leading to a different railway station. She enunciated a principle: never go home the same way you went out. She would leave first. He was to wait half an hour. She named a meeting place 4 evenings hence, a street in a poorer quarter with an open market, generally crowded and noisy. She'd hang about among the stalls, pretending to look for shoelaces or sewing thread. If she judged the coast clear, she'd blow her nose when he approached. Otherwise, he should walk past without recognition. With luck, in the middle of the crowd, they could talk for 15 minutes and arrange another meeting. She said she had to go due back at 19:30, 2 hours for the Junior Anti-Sex League handing out leaflets. Wasn't it bloody? She asked him to brush her down, check for twigs in her hair. Then she flung herself into his arms, kissed him almost violently, and a moment later pushed through the saplings and disappeared into the wood with very little noise. He still hadn't learned her surname or address, but it made no difference. It was inconceivable they could ever meet indoors or exchange any kind of written communication. As it happened, they never went back to that clearing. During May, they succeeded in making love only once more in another hiding place known to Julia, the belfry of a ruined church in an almost deserted stretch where an atomic bomb had fallen 30 years earlier. A good hiding place once you got there, but the getting there was very dangerous. Otherwise, they could meet only in the streets, a different place every evening, never more than half an hour at a time. In the street, it was usually possible to talk after a fashion. Drifting down crowded pavements, not quite abreast, never looking at one another, they carried on a curious intermittent conversation that flicked on and off like a lighthouse beam nipped into silence by the approach of a party uniform or the proximity of a telescreen, then taken up minutes later in the middle of a sentence, then cut short as they parted at the agreed spot, then continued almost without introduction the following day. Julia seemed quite used to this. She called it talking by installments. She was also surprisingly adept at speaking without moving her lips. Just once in almost a month of nightly meetings they managed to exchange a kiss. Passing in silence down a side street, She never spoke away from main streets. A deafening roar, the earth heaving, the air darkening. Winston found himself on his side, bruised and terrified. A rocket bomb must have dropped nearby. Suddenly he saw Julia's face centimeters from his own deathly white, chalk white. Even her lips. She was dead. He clasped her against him and found he was kissing a live, warm face. But some powdery stuff got in the way, both their faces thickly coated with plaster. There were evenings they reached the rendezvous, and then had to walk past without a sign because a patrol had just rounded the corner or a helicopter hovered overhead. Even if less dangerous, finding time to meet was hard. Winston's work week was 60 hours, Julia's was even longer. Their free days varied, and didn't often coincide. She seldom had an evening completely free. She spent astonishing time at lectures, demonstrations, distributing literature for the Junior Anti-Sex League, preparing banners for Hate Week, collecting for savings campaigns. It paid, she said, camouflage. If you kept the small rules, you could break the big ones. She even induced Winston to mortgage another evening by enrolling for part-time munition work done voluntarily by zealous party members. So one evening every week, he spent 4 paralyzingly boring hours screwing together small metal bits, probably bomb-fused parts in a drafty, ill-lit workshop where hammering mingled drearily with telescreen music. When they met in the church tower, the gaps in their fragmentary conversation filled up. A blazing afternoon, the air in the little square chamber above the bells was hot, stagnant, smelling overpoweringly of pigeon dung. They sat talking for hours on the dusty, twig-littered floor, one or the other getting up to glance through arrow slits, making sure no one was coming. Julia was 26. She lived in a hostel with 30 other girls. She parenthetically exclaimed how she hated women, always in their stink. She worked, as he'd guessed, on the novel-writing machines in the fiction department. She enjoyed her work, which was chiefly running and servicing a powerful but tricky electric motor. She was not clever, but liked using her hands and felt at home with machinery. She could describe the whole process of composing a novel, from the planning committee's directive down to the rewrite squad's final touches. But she didn't care for the finished product. She didn't much care for reading. Books were just a commodity, like jam or bootlaces. She had no memories before the early 60s. The only person who talked frequently of pre-revolution days was a grandfather who disappeared when she was 8. At school, she'd been hockey captain and won the gymnastics trophy 2 years running. She'd been a spies troop leader and a youth league branch secretary before joining the Junior Anti-Sex League. She'd always borne an excellent character. She'd even been picked for Pornosec, the fiction subsection that produced cheap pornography for the proles, nicknamed Muckhouse by its workers. She'd spent a year there, helping produce sealed booklets with titles like Spanking Stories or One Night in a Girls' School, bought furtively by proletarian youths who thought they were buying something illegal. He asked what those books were like. Ghastly rubbish, she said. Boring, really. Only 6 plots swapped around a bit. She'd only been on the kaleidoscopes, never the rewrite squad. She wasn't literary, not even for that. He learned with astonishment that all Pornosec workers, except the department head, were girls. The theory men's sex instincts were less controllable, putting them in greater danger of corruption. She added, they didn't even like having married women there. Girls were always supposed to be so pure. Here was one who wasn't anyway. She'd had her first love affair at 16, with a 60-year-old party member who later committed suicide to avoid arrest. She remarked, that was a good job, otherwise they'd have gotten her name out of him when he confessed. Since then, various others. Life as she saw it was simple. You wanted a good time. The party wanted to stop you. You broke the rules as best you could. She thought it just as natural that they should want to rob you of your pleasures as that you should want to avoid being caught. She hated the party said so in the crudest words, but made no general criticism of it. Except where it touched her own life. She had no interest in party doctrine. He noticed she never used newspeak words except those that had passed into everyday use. She'd never heard of the Brotherhood and refused to believe in its existence. Any organized revolt, bound to fail, struck her as stupid. The clever thing was to break the rules and stay alive all the same. He wondered vaguely how many others like her there might be in the younger generation, people who grew up in the revolution's world, knowing nothing else, accepting the party as unalterable as the sky, not rebelling, but simply evading it, like a rabbit dodging a dog. They didn't discuss marriage, too remote to be worth thinking about. No committee would ever sanction it, even if Catherine could somehow be gotten rid of, hopeless, even as a daydream. Julia asked what his wife had been like. He asked if she knew the Newspeak word good, thankful, meaning naturally orthodox, incapable of a bad thought. She didn't know the word but knew the type well enough. He began telling the story of his married life, but curiously she already seemed to know the essential parts. She described, almost as if she'd seen or felt it, the way Catherine's body stiffened the moment he touched her, how she still seemed to push him away with all her strength, even when her arms were clamped around him. With Julia, he felt no difficulty talking about such things. Catherine had long ceased to be a painful memory, merely a distasteful one. He said he could have stood it except for one thing. He told her about the frigid little ceremony Catherine had forced him through every week on the same night. She hated it, but nothing would make her stop. She used to call it, but Julia would never guess. Julia promptly supplied the answer, our duty to the party. He asked how she knew. She'd been to school too. She said sex talks once a month for over 16s, plus the youth movement. They rubbed it into you for years. She dared say it worked in a lot of cases, but you could never tell people were such hypocrites. She enlarged on the subject. With Julia, everything came back to her own sexuality. Once that was touched upon, she was capable of great acuteness. Unlike Winston, she grasped the inner meaning of the party's sexual puritanism. It wasn't merely that the sex instinct created a world outside party control that had to be destroyed. More important, sexual privation induced hysteria, which could be transformed into war fever and leader worship. She put it bluntly, when you made love, you used up energy and afterwards felt happy and didn't give a damn for anything. They couldn't bear that. They wanted you bursting with energy all the time. All the marching, cheering, flag waving was simply sex gone sour. If you were happy inside yourself, why get excited about Big Brother, the 3-year plans, the 2 minutes hate, and all their bloody rot? Very true, he thought. A direct, intimate connection between chastity and political orthodoxy. How could the fear, hatred, and lunatic credulity the party needed be kept at the right pitch, except by bottling down some powerful instinct and using it as a driving force? The sex impulse was dangerous, and the party had turned it to account. They'd played a similar trick with parenthood. The family couldn't be abolished. People were encouraged to be fond of their children in almost the old-fashioned way, but children were systematically turned against their parents, taught to spy and report deviations. The family had become an extension of the thought police, a device by which everyone could be surrounded night and day by informers who knew them intimately. His mind went back to Catherine. She would unquestionably have denounced him if she hadn't been too stupid to detect his unorthodoxy. But what really recalled her now was the stifling heat, bringing sweat to his forehead. He began telling Julia about something that had failed to happen 11 years ago, on another sweltering summer afternoon. 3 or 4 months after they were married, they'd lost their way on a community hike in Kent, lagged behind for only a couple of minutes, took a wrong turn, and found themselves at the edge of an old chalk quarry, a sheer drop of 10 or 20 meters with boulders at the bottom. No one to ask for directions. As soon as she realized they were lost, Catherine became uneasy. Being away from the noisy mob even for a moment made her feel wrong. She wanted to hurry back the way they'd come, but Winston noticed tufts of loosestrife growing in cliff cracks beneath them, one tuft with 2 colors, magenta and brick red, apparently on the same route. He'd never seen anything like it. He called Catherine to come look. She'd already turned to go but fretfully came back for a moment, leaning out over the cliff face to see where he pointed. He stood a little behind her, put his hand on her waist to steady her. Then it occurred to him how completely alone they were. No human creature anywhere, no leaf stirring, no bird awake. In a place like this, the danger of a hidden microphone was very small, and even if one existed, you would only pick up sounds. The hottest, sleepiest hour of the afternoon, sun blazing down, sweat tickling his face, and the thought struck him. Julia asked why he hadn't given her a good shove. She would have. He admitted she would have, and he would have, if he'd been the same person that is now. Or perhaps he would. He wasn't certain. She asked if he was sorry he hadn't. Yes, on the whole, he was sorry. They sat side by side on the dusty floor. He pulled her closer. Her head rested on his shoulder, the pleasant smell of her hair conquering the pigeon dung. She was very young, he thought. She still expected something from life. She didn't understand that pushing an inconvenient person over a cliff solved nothing. He said actually, it would have made no difference. Then why was he sorry? Only because he preferred a positive to a negative. In this game they were playing, they couldn't win. Some kinds of failure were better than others. That was all. Her shoulders gave a wriggle of dissent. She always contradicted him when he said things like this. She wouldn't accept as a law of nature that the individual was always defeated. In a way, she realized, she herself was doomed, that sooner or later the thought police would catch and kill her. But with another part of her mind, she believed it was somehow possible to construct a secret world where you could live as you chose. All you needed was luck, cunning, boldness. She didn't understand that there was no such thing as happiness, that the only victory lay in the far future long after you were dead, that from the moment of declaring war on the party, it was better to think of yourself as a corpse. He said, "We are the dead." "Not yet," she said prosaically. "Not physically," he agreed. 6 months, a year, 5 years conceivably. He was afraid of death. She was young, so presumably more afraid than he was. Obviously they'd put it off as long as possible, but it made very little difference. So long as human beings stayed human, death and life were the same thing. She called that rubbish. Which would he sooner sleep with her or a skeleton? Didn't he enjoy being alive? Didn't he like feeling this is me, this is my hand, this is my leg, I'm real, I'm solid, I'm alive? She twisted around and pressed her bosom against him. He could feel her breasts, ripe yet firm, through her overalls. Her body seemed to pour some of its youth and vigor into his. He said yes, he liked that. Then stop talking about dying. She said they needed to fix the next meeting. Might as well go back to the place in the wood, they'd given it a good long rest. But he must get there by a different way this time. She had it all planned. She scraped together a small square of dust and with a twig from a pigeon's nest began drawing a map on the floor. Winston looked around the shabby little room above Mr. Charrington's shop. Beside the window, the enormous bed was made up with ragged blankets and a coverless bolster. The old-fashioned 12-hour clock ticked on the mantelpiece. In the corner, on the gate-leg table, the glass paperweight he'd bought on his last visit gleamed softly out of the half-darkness. In the fender sat a battered tin oil stove, a saucepan, and 2 cups provided by Mr. Charrington. Winston lit the burner and set water to boil. He'd brought an envelope full of victory coffee and some saccharin tablets. The clock said 7:20 really. She was coming at 19:30. Folly, folly, his heart kept saying. Conscious, gratuitous, suicidal folly. Of all the crimes a party member could commit, this was the least possible to conceal. The idea had first floated into his head as a vision of the glass paperweight mirrored on the gate-leg table's surface. As he'd foreseen, Mr. Charrington had made no difficulty about letting the room obviously glad for the few dollars, nor did he seem shocked or become offensively knowing when it became clear Winston wanted the room for a love affair. Instead, he looked into the middle distance and spoke in generalities with such delicate air that he seemed partly invisible. Privacy, he said, was a very valuable thing. Everyone wanted a place to be alone occasionally, and when they had such a place, it was only common courtesy for anyone else who knew of it to keep that knowledge to himself. He even added, almost fading out of existence as he did so, that the house had 2 entrances, one through the backyard giving onto an alley. Under the window someone was singing. Winston peeked out, secure behind the muslin curtain. The June sun was still high. In the sun-filled court below, a monstrous woman solid as a Norman pillar, with brawny red forearms and a sacking apron strapped around her middle, stumped between a washtub and a clothesline, pegging out square white things he recognized as babies' diapers. Whenever her mouth wasn't corked with clothes pegs, she sang in a powerful contralto. The tune had haunted London for weeks, one of countless similar songs published for the proles by a music department subsection. The words were composed without human intervention by a machine called a versificator. But the woman sang so tunefully that she turned the dreadful rubbish into an almost pleasant sound. He could hear her singing, the scrape of her shoes on flagstones, children's cries in the street, and somewhere in the far distance a faint roar of traffic, yet the room seemed curiously silent, thanks to the absence of a telescreen. Folly, 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 he thought again. Inconceivable that they could use this place for more than a few weeks without being caught. But the temptation of a hiding place, truly their own indoors, nearby had been too much for both of them. After the church belfry, meetings had become impossible. Working hours had been drastically increased ahead of Hate Week, still more than a month off, but the enormous preparations threw extra work on everyone. Finally, they both managed a free afternoon on the same day, and agreed to go back to the clearing. The evening before, they met briefly in the street. Winston barely looked at her as they drifted toward one another in the crowd, but from the short glance he got, she seemed paler than usual. When she judged it safe to speak, she murmured, "It was all off tomorrow afternoon, she couldn't come." He asked why. The usual reason, she said, started early this time. For a moment he was violently angry. In the month he'd known her, the nature of his desire had changed. At first, there'd been little true sensuality. Their first time was simply an act of will, but after the second it was different. The smell of her hair, the taste of her mouth, the feel of her skin seemed to have gotten inside him, or into the air all around him. She'd become a physical necessity, something he not only wanted but felt he had a right to. When she said she couldn't come, he felt cheated. But just then the crowd pressed them together, and their hands accidentally met. She gave his fingertips a quick squeeze, inviting not desire, but affection. It struck him that when you lived with a woman, this particular disappointment must be a normal, recurring event. A deep tenderness he hadn't felt for her before suddenly took hold of him. He wished they were a married couple of 10 years. Wished he were walking through the streets with her as they were now, but openly and without fear, talking trivialities and buying odds and ends for the household. Above all, he wished they had some place where they could be alone without the obligation to make love every time they met. Not at that moment, but sometime the next day, the idea of renting Mr. Charrington's room occurred to him. When he suggested it to Julia, she agreed with unexpected readiness. Both knew it was lunacy, as though they were intentionally stepping nearer their graves. As he sat waiting on the edge of the bed, he thought again of the Ministry of Love's cellars. Curious how that predestined horror moved in and out of one's consciousness. There it lay, fixed in future time, preceding death as surely as 99 precedes 100. One couldn't avoid it, but one could perhaps postpone it. Yet instead, every now and then, by a conscious willful act, one chose to shorten the interval. A quick step on the stairs. Julia burst in, carrying a tool bag of coarse brown canvas, the kind he'd sometimes seen her carrying at the ministry. He started forward to take her in his arms, but she hurriedly disengaged herself, partly because she was still holding the bag. She asked him to wait. She wanted to show what she'd brought. Did he bring some of that filthy Victory coffee? She thought he would. He could chuck it away because they wouldn't need it. She knelt, opened the bag, and tumbled out spanners and a screwdriver filling the top. Underneath were neat paper packets. The first she passed him had a strange yet vaguely familiar feel, filled with some heavy, sand-like stuff that yielded wherever touched. He asked if it was sugar, real sugar, not saccharin, and here a loaf of proper white bread, a little pot of jam, a tin of milk. But this was the one she was really proud of. She'd had to wrap sacking around it. She didn't need to explain why. The smell already filled the room, a rich hot emanation from early childhood, occasionally met with even now blowing down a passage before a door slammed or diffusing mysteriously in a crowded street, sniffed for an instant, and then lost. He murmured. It was coffee, real coffee. Inter-party coffee, she said, a whole kilo. He asked how she'd managed to get all these things. It was all inter-party stuff. There was nothing those swine didn't have. Of course waiters and servants pinch things, and look, she'd gotten a little packet of tea as well. Winston squatted beside her and tore open a corner. Real tea, not blackberry leaves, she said vaguely. There'd been a lot of tea about lately. They'd captured India, or something, but she wanted him to turn his back on her for 3 minutes. Go sit on the other side of the bed, not too near the window, and don't turn around until she told him. He gazed abstractedly through the muslin curtain. Down in the yard, the red-armed woman still marched between tub and line. She took 2 more pegs from her mouth and sang with deep feeling. She seemed to know the whole driveling song by heart. Her voice floated up with a sweet summer air, tuneful, charged with happy melancholy. One felt she'd be perfectly content if the June evening were endless, and the supply of clothes inexhaustible to remain there 1,000 years, pegging diapers and singing rubbish. It struck him as curious that he'd never heard a party member singing alone and spontaneously. It would seem slightly unorthodox, a dangerous eccentricity like talking to oneself. Perhaps only people near the starvation level had anything to sing about. She told him he could turn around. He did, and for a second almost failed to recognize her. He'd expected to see her naked. She wasn't. The transformation was much more surprising. She'd painted her face. She must have slipped into some proletarian shop and bought a complete set of makeup. Her lips were deeply reddened, cheeks rouged, nose powdered, even something under her eyes to brighten them. Not very skillful. But his standards weren't high. He'd never seen or imagined a party woman with cosmetics. The improvement was startling. With just a few dabs of color in the right places, she'd become not only much prettier, but above all, far more feminine. Her short hair and boyish overalls only added to the effect. As he took her in his arms, a wave of synthetic violets flooded his nostrils. He remembered the half-darkness of a basement kitchen and a woman's cavernous mouth, the very same scent she'd used. At the moment, it didn't seem to matter. "Scent too," he said. "Yes, dear." And did he know what she was going to do next? Get hold of a real woman's frock from somewhere and wear it instead of these bloody trousers, silk stockings and high-heeled shoes. In this room she was going to be a woman, not a party comrade. They flung off their clothes and climbed into the huge mahogany bed. The first time he'd stripped naked in her presence. Until now, he'd been too ashamed of his pale, meager body, varicose veins standing out on his calves, a discolored patch over his ankle. No sheets, but the blanket was threadbare and smooth. The size and springiness of the bed astonished them both. She said it was sure to be full of bugs, but who cared? One never saw a double bed nowadays except in proles' homes. Winston had slept in one occasionally as a boy. Julia never had, so far as she could remember. They fell asleep for a little while. When Winston woke, the clock had crept to nearly 9. He didn't stir. Julia slept with her head in the crook of his arm. Most of her makeup had transferred to his face or the bolster, but a light stain of rouge still brought out her cheekbone. A yellow ray from the sinking sun fell across the foot of the bed, lighting the fireplace where water boiled fast. Down in the yard the woman had stopped singing, but faint children's shouts floated in from the street. He wondered vaguely whether in the abolished past it had been normal to lie in bed like this in the cool of a summer evening. A man and a woman with no clothes, making love when they chose, talking of what they chose, not feeling any compulsion to get up, simply lying there listening to peaceful sounds outside. Surely there could never have been a time when that seemed ordinary. Julia woke, rubbed her eyes, raised herself on an elbow to look at the oil stove. Half that water had boiled away. She said she'd get up and make coffee in a moment. They had an hour. She asked what time the lights cut off at his flats. 20:30. It was 2300 at the hostel, but she had to get in earlier than that because then she suddenly twisted over, seized a shoe from the floor, and hurled it into the corner with a boyish jerk of her arm, exactly as he'd seen her fling the dictionary at Goldstein during the 2 minutes hate. He asked what it was. A rat she'd seen its beastly nose stick out of the wainscoting. There was a hole down there. She'd given it a good fright anyway. Rats, Winston murmured in this room. She said indifferently they were all over the place, even in the hostel kitchen. Some parts of London swarmed with them. Did he know they attacked children? Yes. In some streets a woman daren't leave a baby alone for 2 minutes. The great huge brown ones did it. And the nasty thing was that the brutes always. He cut her off, eyes tightly shut. Dearest, she said he'd gone quite pale. What was the matter? Did they make him feel sick? Of all horrors in the world, he said a rat. She pressed herself against him, winding her limbs around him as if to reassure him with the warmth of her body. He didn't reopen his eyes immediately. For several moments he'd felt himself back in a nightmare that recurred throughout his life, always very much the same. Standing before a wall of darkness, on the other side of which was something unendurable, too dreadful to be faced. In the dream, his deepest feeling was always one of self-deception, because he did in fact know what was behind that wall. With a deadly effort, like wrenching a piece out of his own brain, he could even have dragged it into the open. He always woke without discovering what it was, but somehow it connected with what Julia had been saying when he stopped her. He apologized, said it was nothing. He just didn't like rats. She told him not to worry. They weren't going to have the filthy brutes in here. She'd stuff the hole with sacking before they went, and next time she'd bring plaster and bung it up properly. The black instant of panic already half forgotten, feeling slightly ashamed, Winston sat up against the bedhead. Julia got out, pulled on her overalls and made the coffee. The smell from the saucepan was so powerful and exciting, they shut the window lest anyone outside notice and become inquisitive. Even better than the taste was the silky texture the sugar gave it, a thing Winston had almost forgotten after years of saccharin. With one hand in her pocket, and a piece of bread and jam in the other, Julia wandered about the room glancing indifferently at the bookcase, pointing out how best to repair the gate-leg table, plumping into the ragged armchair to test its comfort, examining the absurd 12-hour clock with tolerant amusement. She brought the glass paperweight to the bed for a better look. He took it from her, fascinated as always by the soft, rain-watery appearance of the glass. She asked what he thought it was. He didn't think it was anything never put to any use. That's what he liked about it. A little chunk of history they'd forgotten to alter. A message from 100 years ago, if one knew how to read it. She nodded at the engraving on the opposite wall. Would that be 100 years old? More, he said. 200, he dared say. One couldn't tell. Impossible to discover the age of anything nowadays. She went to look at it, kicking the wainscoting beneath it, the spot where that brute stuck his nose out. She asked what this place was. She'd seen it somewhere before. A church, or at least it used to be St. Clement's Danes its name. The fragment of rhyme Mr. Charrington had taught him came back, and he added half nostalgically about oranges and lemons and the bells of St. Clement's. To his astonishment, she capped the line. She recalled the bells of St. Martin's in Old Bailey, though she couldn't remember how it went on after that. But anyway, it ended with a candle to light you to bed and a chopper to chop off your head, like the two halves of a countersign. There must be another line after the bells of Old Bailey. Perhaps it could be dug out of Mr. Charrington's memory. He asked, who taught her that? Her grandfather, who used to say it when she was a little girl. He was vaporized when she was 8. At any rate, he disappeared. She wondered what a lemon was. She'd seen oranges, a kind of round yellow fruit with a thick skin. Winston remembered lemons, quite common in the 50s, so sour that it set your teeth on edge even to smell them. Julia said she'd bet that picture had bugs behind it. She'd take it down and give it a good clean someday. She supposed it was almost time to leave. She had to start washing the paint off. What a bore. She'd get the lipstick off his face afterwards. Winston didn't get up for a few minutes more. The room darkened. He turned toward the light and lay gazing into the glass paperweight. The inexhaustibly interesting thing wasn't the fragment of coral, but the interior of the glass itself. Such depth, yet almost as transparent as air, as though the glass's surface had been the arch of the sky enclosing a tiny world with its own atmosphere. He felt he could get inside it. That in fact he was inside it, along with the mahogany bed, the gate-legged table, the clock, the engraving, and the paperweight itself. The paperweight was the room he was in, and the coral was Julia's life and his own, fixed in a kind of eternity at the heart of the crystal. Syme had vanished. A morning came, and he was missing from work. A few thoughtless people commented. Next day, no one mentioned him. On the third day, Winston went to the records department's vestibule to look at the notice board. One notice carried a printed list of the chess committee members. Syme had been one. It looked almost exactly as before, nothing crossed out, but it was one name shorter. That was enough. Syme had ceased to exist. He had never existed. The weather baked. In the labyrinthine ministry, windowless air-conditioned rooms kept normal temperature, but outside the pavements scorched feet, and the tube stench at rush hours was a horror. Hate Week preparations were in full swing. All ministry's staffs worked overtime. Processions, meetings, parades, lectures, waxworks, films, telescreen programs, all had to be organized, stands erected, effigies built, slogans coined, songs written, rumors circulated, photos faked. Julia's fiction unit had been taken off novel production and was rushing out atrocity pamphlets. Winston, besides his regular work, spent long periods daily going through back files of the Times, altering and embellishing news items for speeches. Late at night, with rowdy proles roaming the streets, the town had a febrile air. Rocket bombs crashed oftener than ever. Sometimes, distant enormous explosions occurred that no one could explain, about which wild rumors flew. The new Hate Week theme song, the Hate Song, had been composed and was endlessly plugged on telescreens. A savage, barking rhythm, not exactly music, resembling a drumbeat, roared by hundreds of voices to marching feet. It was terrifying. The proles had taken a fancy to it in midnight streets. It competed with the still popular It Was Only a Hopeless Fancy. The Parsons children played it at all hours on a comb and toilet paper. Winston's evenings were fuller than ever. Squads of volunteers organized by Parsons prepared the streets, stitching banners, painting posters, erecting roof flagstaffs, slinging wires across the street for streamers. Parsons boasted that Victory Mansions alone would display 400 meters of bunting. He was in his element, happy as a lark. The heat and manual work gave him a pretext for shorts and an open shirt in the evenings. Everywhere at once, pushing, pulling, sawing, hammering, improvising, jollying everyone with comradely exhortations, giving out from every fold of his body an inexhaustible supply of acrid sweat. A new poster appeared across London. No caption. Just the monstrous figure of a Eurasian soldier 3 or 4 meters high, striding forward with expressionless Mongolian face and enormous boots. A submachine gun pointed from his hip. From whatever angle you looked, the muzzle, magnified by foreshortening, seemed aimed straight at you, plastered on every blank space on every wall, even outnumbering portraits of Big Brother. The normally apathetic proles were being lashed into periodic frenzies of patriotism. As if to harmonize with the mood, rocket bombs killed larger numbers than usual. One fell on a crowded Stepney Film Theater, burying hundreds in the ruins. The whole neighborhood turned out for a long funeral that went on for hours, in effect an indignation meeting. Another bomb fell on a waste ground used as a playground. Several dozen children were blown to pieces. More angry demonstrations. Goldstein burned in effigy. Hundreds of copies of the Eurasian soldier poster were torn down and added to flames. Several shops looted in the turmoil. Then a rumor flew that spies were directing rocket bombs by wireless waves. An old couple suspected of foreign extraction had their house set on fire and perished by suffocation. In the room over Mr. Charrington's shop, when they could get there, Julia and Winston lay side by side on a strip bed under the open window, naked for coolness. The rat never came back, but bugs multiplied hideously in the heat. It didn't seem to matter. Dirty or clean, The room was paradise. As soon as they arrived, they'd sprinkle everything with pepper bought on the black market, tear off their clothes, make love with sweating bodies, fall asleep, and wake to find the bugs had rallied and were massing for counterattack. 4, 5, 6, 7 times they met during June. Winston had dropped his habit of drinking gin at all hours, seemed to have lost the need. He'd grown fatter. His varicose ulcer subsided, leaving only a brown stain above his ankle. His early morning coughing fits stopped. The process of life had ceased to be intolerable. No more impulse to make faces at the telescreen or shout curses at the top of his voice. Now that they had a secure hiding place, almost a home, it didn't even seem a hardship that they could only meet infrequently for a couple of hours at a time. What mattered was that the room over the junk shop existed. To know it was there, inviolate, was almost the same as being in it. The room was a world, a pocket of the past where extinct animals could walk. Mr. Charrington, Winston thought, was another extinct animal. He usually stopped to talk with the old man for a few minutes on his way upstairs. Mr. Charrington seemed seldom or never to go outdoors, and on the other hand to have almost no customers. He led a ghost-like existence between the tiny dark shop and an even tinier back kitchen where he prepared his meals, containing, among other things, an unbelievably ancient gramophone with an enormous horn. He seemed glad of the opportunity to talk. Wandering among his worthless stock with long nose, thick spectacles, bowed shoulders, and a velvet jacket, he always had the vague air of a collector rather than a tradesman. With faded enthusiasm, he would finger this scrap of rubbish, or that a china bottle stopper, the painted lid of a broken snuff box, a pinchbeck locket with a strand of some long-dead baby's hair, never asking Winston to buy, merely to admire. Talking to him was like listening to a worn-out musical box tinkling. He dragged more fragments of forgotten rhymes from his memory's corners, one about 24 blackbirds, another about a cow with a crumpled horn, another about the death of poor Cock Robin. He would say with a deprecating little laugh that it just occurred to him Winston might be interested whenever he produced a new fragment. But he could never recall more than a few lines of any one rhyme. Both of them knew in a way, never out of their minds, that what was happening couldn't last long. Sometimes the fact of impending death seemed as palpable as the bed they lay on, and they would cling together with despairing sensuality, like a damned soul grasping at his last morsel of pleasure when the clock is within 5 minutes of striking. But other times, they had the illusion not only of safety but of permanence. So long as they were actually in this room, they both felt no harm could come to them. Getting there was difficult and dangerous, but the room itself was sanctuary. Like when Winston had gazed into the heart of the paperweight, feeling it would be possible to get inside that glassy world, and once inside, time could be arrested. Often they gave themselves to daydreams of escape. Their luck would hold indefinitely. They'd carry on their intrigue just like this for the remainder of their natural lives. Or Catherine would die, and by subtle maneuvering, they'd succeed in getting married. Or they'd commit suicide together. Or they'd disappear, alter themselves beyond recognition, learn proletarian accents, get factory jobs, live out their lives undetected in a back street. All nonsense, as both knew. No escape. Even the one practicable planned suicide they had no intention of carrying out. To hang on day to day, week to week, spinning out a present with no future, seemed an unconquerable instinct, just as one's lungs will always draw the next breath so long as air remains. Sometimes they talked of active rebellion against the party, but with no idea how to take the first step. Even if the fabulous brotherhood existed, there remained the difficulty of finding one's way into it. He told her about the strange intimacy that seemed to exist between himself and O'Brien, the impulse he sometimes felt simply to walk into O'Brien's presence, announce he was the party's enemy, and demand help. Curiously, she didn't find this impossibly rash. She was used to judging people by their faces, and it seemed natural that Winston should trust O'Brien based on a single flash of the eyes. She took for granted that everyone, or nearly everyone, secretly hated the party, and would break rules if safe. But she refused to believe widespread organized opposition existed, or could exist. The tales about Goldstein and his underground army, she said, were rubbish the party invented for its own purposes you had to pretend to believe. Times beyond number, at rallies and demonstrations, she'd shouted for the execution of people whose names she'd never heard, in whose crimes she hadn't the faintest belief. During public trials, she'd taken her place with Youth League detachments surrounding the courts, chanting, "Death to the traitors!" During the 2 minutes hate, she excelled at shouting insults at Goldstein, yet she had only the dimmest idea who Goldstein was, or what doctrines he represented. She'd grown up since the Revolution, too young to remember the ideological battles of the 50s and 60s. An independent political movement was outside her imagination. The party was invincible, always would exist, always the same. You could only rebel by secret disobedience or isolated violence, killing someone or blowing something up. In some ways she was far more acute than Winston, and far less susceptible to party propaganda. Once, when he mentioned the war against Eurasia, she startled him by saying casually that, in her opinion, the war wasn't happening. The rocket bombs falling daily on London were probably fired by Oceania's own government just to keep people frightened. The idea had literally never occurred to him. She also stirred a kind of envy by telling him that during the 2 minutes hate her great difficulty was avoiding bursting out laughing. But she only questioned party teachings when they touched on her own life. Often she accepted official mythology simply because the difference between truth and falsehood didn't seem important. She believed, for instance, having learned it at school, that the party had invented airplanes. Winston remembered that in his own school days, the late 50s, the party claimed only the helicopter. A dozen years later, when Julia was at school, it claimed the airplane 1 generation more. It would claim the steam engine. When he told her airplanes existed before he was born, long before the Revolution, she found the fact totally uninteresting. What did it matter who invented airplanes? It shocked him more when he discovered from a chance remark that she didn't remember Oceania had been at war with Eastasia and at peace with Eurasia 4 years ago. True, she regarded the whole war as a sham, but she hadn't noticed the enemy's name had changed. She said vaguely, she'd thought they'd always been at war with Eurasia. That frightened him a little. Airplane invention dated from long before her birth, but the war switch had happened only 4 years ago, well after she was grown. He argued for perhaps a quarter of an hour, finally forcing her memory back, until she dimly recalled that at one time Eastasia, not Eurasia, had been the enemy. But she still found it unimportant. She said impatiently, "Who cared? It was always one bloody war after another, and the news was all lies anyway." Sometimes he talked about the records department and the impudent forgeries he committed. She didn't seem horrified. She didn't feel the abyss opening beneath her feet at the thought of lies becoming truths. He told her the story of Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, and the momentous slip of paper he'd once held. It made little impression. At first, she failed to grasp the point. She asked if they were friends of his. No, he never knew them. They were inner party members, far older men from before the Revolution. He barely knew them by sight. Then what was there to worry about? People were being killed off all the time, weren't they? He tried to make her understand. This was an exceptional case, not just someone being killed. Did she realize the past, starting from yesterday, had actually been abolished? If it survived anywhere, it was in a few solid objects with no words attached, like that lump of glass. Already they knew almost literally nothing about the Revolution and the years before. Every record destroyed or falsified, every book rewritten, every picture repainted, every statue, street and building renamed, every date altered. That process continued day by day, minute by minute. History had stopped. Nothing existed except an endless present in which the party was always right. He knew the past was falsified, but he could never prove it, even when he did the falsification himself. After the thing was done, no evidence remained. The only evidence was inside his own mind, and he didn't know with certainty that any other human being shared his memories. Just in that one instance, in his whole life, he had possessed actual concrete evidence after the event years after. She asked what good that was. No good, because he threw it away a few minutes later. But if the same thing happened today, he would keep it. She said she wouldn't. She was ready to take risks, but only for something worthwhile, not bits of old newspaper. What could he have done with it, even if he'd kept it? Not much, perhaps, he admitted, but it was evidence. It might have planted a few doubts here and there, supposing he'd dared show it to anyone. He didn't imagine they could alter anything in their own lifetime, but one could imagine little knots of resistance springing up, small groups banding together, gradually growing, leaving a few records behind, so the next generation could carry on. She said she wasn't interested in the next generation, she was interested in them. He told her she was only a rebel from the waist downwards. She found this brilliantly witty and flung her arms around him in delight. In party doctrine's ramifications, she had not the faintest interest. Whenever he began talking about Ingsock's principles, doublethink, the mutability of the past, the denial of objective reality, and used newspeak words, she became bored, confused, and said she never paid attention to that kind of thing. One knew it was all rubbish, so why let oneself be worried? She knew when to cheer, and when to boo, that was all one needed. If he persisted, she had a disconcerting habit of falling asleep. One of those people who could sleep at any hour, any position. Talking to her, he realized how easy it was to present an appearance of orthodoxy while having no grasp of what orthodoxy meant. In a way, the party's worldview imposed itself most successfully on people incapable of understanding it. They could be made to accept the most flagrant violations of reality because they never fully grasped the enormity of what was demanded and weren't sufficiently interested in public events to notice what was happening. By lack of understanding, they remained sane. They simply swallowed everything, and what they swallowed did no harm because it left no residue, like a grain of corn passing undigested through a bird's body. It had happened at last. The expected message had come. All his life, it seemed, he had been waiting for this. Walking down the ministry's long corridor, almost at the spot where Julia had slipped the note into his hand, he became aware that someone larger than himself walked just behind him. The person gave a small cough, evidently a prelude to speaking. Winston stopped abruptly and turned. O'Brien. Face to face at last. His only impulse was to run away. His heart bounded violently. He would have been incapable of speaking, but O'Brien continued forward in the same movement, laying a friendly hand for a moment on Winston's arm, so they walked side by side. He began speaking with a peculiar grave courtesy that set him apart from most inner-party members. He said he'd been hoping for an opportunity to talk. He'd been reading one of Winston's Newspeak articles in the Times the other day. Winston took a scholarly interest in Newspeak. He believed Winston had recovered some self-possession. Hardly scholarly, he said. Only an amateur. It wasn't his subject. He'd never had anything to do with the language's actual construction, but O'Brien said Winston wrote it very elegantly. Not only his own opinion. He'd been talking recently to a friend of Winston's who was certainly an expert. The name had slipped his memory for the moment. Again, Winston's heart stirred painfully. Inconceivable that this was anything other than a reference to Syme. But Syme wasn't just dead, he was abolished, an unperson. Any identifiable reference would be mortally dangerous. O'Brien's remark must be intended as a signal, a code word. By sharing a small act of thought crime, he'd turned them into accomplices. They continued strolling slowly down the corridor, but now O'Brien halted. With the curious, disarming friendliness he always managed in the gesture, he resettled his spectacles on his nose. What he'd really intended to say, he went on, was that in Winston's article he'd noticed two obsolete words, but they'd only become so very recently. Had Winston seen the 10th edition of the Newspeak dictionary? No. Winston said he didn't think it had been issued yet. They were still using the 9th in records. The 10th wasn't due for some months, O'Brien believed, but a few advance copies had been circulated. He had one himself. It might interest Winston to look at it, perhaps. Very much so, Winston said, immediately seeing where this tended. O'Brien remarked that some new developments were most ingenious. The reduction in verbs, the point that would appeal to Winston. He wondered, should he send a messenger with a dictionary? But he was afraid he invariably forgot anything of that kind. Perhaps Winston could pick it up at his flat at some convenient time. He gave his address. They stood in front of a telescreen. Somewhat absent-mindedly, O'Brien felt 2 pockets, then produced a small leather-covered notebook and a gold ink pencil. Immediately beneath the telescreen, in such a position that anyone watching at the other end could read what he wrote, he scribbled an address, tore out the page, and handed it to Winston. He said he was usually at home in the evenings. If not, his servant would give Winston the dictionary. The scrap of paper in Winston's hand no longer needed hiding. He memorized its contents anyway, word by word, then hours later fed it into the memory hole with a batch of other discarded sheets. Their whole exchange had lasted barely 2 minutes. The meaning was unmistakable. O'Brien had engineered this moment solely to pass along his address, a piece of information otherwise impossible to find in a world without directories or maps. O'Brien had, in effect, extended an invitation to meet again, and perhaps the dictionary held another message as well. Either way, Winston now knew the conspiracy he had only dreamed of was real. He had brushed against its outer edge. He understood. He would eventually obey the summons. Maybe tomorrow. Maybe much later. What was unfolding felt like the inevitable conclusion of a process begun years ago. First a secret, unbidden thought, then the diary, now the movement from words into actions. The final step would happen inside the Ministry of Love. He had accepted that. The end was contained in the beginning. Still, it frightened him like a foretaste of death, like being slightly less alive. Even during the conversation, when the full weight of O'Brien's meaning settled in, a cold shudder had seized his body. The sensation was of stepping into a damp grave and knowing it had always been there, waiting. Winston woke with his eyes full of tears. Julia stirred beside him, half asleep, asking what was wrong. He started to describe the dream but stopped. It was too complicated. There was the dream itself, and a memory that had surfaced in the seconds after waking. He lay back with his eyes shut, still soaked in the dream's atmosphere. It had been vast and luminous. His whole life spread before him like a landscape on a summer evening after rain. It all occurred inside a glass paperweight, its surface, the dome of the sky, the interior flooded with clear soft light stretching into infinite distance. The dream had also been captured, in a gesture, his mother's arm reaching out, and then the same movement made 30 years later by the Jewish woman on the news film, trying to shield a small boy from bullets before the helicopter destroyed them both. He confessed to Julia that until this moment he had believed he murdered his mother. She murmured something sleepy, asking why he had done it. He clarified, not physically. In the dream he had recaptured his last glimpse of his mother, and within moments of waking, the surrounding details had flooded back a memory he must have deliberately suppressed for years. He could not have been younger than 10, possibly 12, when it happened. His father had vanished some time earlier. He remembered the chaotic, precarious era, better periodic air raid panics, sheltering in tube stations, rubble everywhere, incomprehensible proclamations on street corners, uniformed youth gangs, enormous queues outside bakeries, distant machine gun fire, and always, never enough food. Long afternoons spent scavenging dustbins and rubbish heaps for cabbage ribs, potato peels, stale crusts scraped clean of cinders, waiting for trucks carrying cattle feed to jolt over bad roads and spill a few fragments of oil cake. After his father disappeared, his mother showed neither surprise nor violent grief, but a sudden change came over her. She became completely spiritless. Even Winston could see she was waiting for something inevitable. She did all the chores, cooking, washing, mending, bed-making, sweeping, dusting, but very slowly, with a strange economy of motion, like a mannequin moving on its own. Her large, shapely body seemed to naturally settle into stillness. For hours, she would sit almost motionless on the bed, nursing his younger sister, a tiny, sickly, silent 2- or 3-year-old, whose thinness gave her face a simian look. Very occasionally she would take Winston in her arms and hold him for a long time without speaking. Even in his childish selfishness, he sensed this was connected to the unspoken thing about to happen. He remembered that dark, stuffy room, half filled by a bed with a white counterpane, a gas ring in the fender, a shelf for food, a shared earthenware sink on the landing. His mother's statuesque body bending over the gas ring to stir a saucepan. Above all, his continuous hunger and the fierce, ugly battles at mealtimes. He would nag her endlessly about why there wasn't more food, shout and storm. He even recalled his breaking voice, which sometimes boomed oddly or try a whining, pitiful tone to get more than his share. His mother was willing to give him extra. She assumed the boy should have the largest portion, but no matter how much she gave, he demanded more. At every meal she begged him not to be selfish, to remember his sick little sister also needed food. It was useless. He would rage when she stopped ladling, try to wrench the saucepan and spoon from her hands, grab bits off his sister's plate. He knew he was starving the other two, but couldn't stop himself. He even felt entitled. The roaring hunger in his belly seemed to justify it. Between meals, if his mother didn't guard the shelf, he constantly pilfered the meager store. One day, a chocolate ration was issued, the first in weeks or months. A 2-ounce slab for the 3 of them. Obviously, it should be split into 3 equal parts. But suddenly, as if listening to someone else speak, Winston heard himself loudly demanding the whole piece. His mother told him not to be greedy. A long, circular argument followed, shouts, whines, tears, reproaches, bargaining. His tiny sister, clinging to their mother with both hands like a baby monkey, stared at him over her shoulder with large, mournful eyes. In the end, his mother broke off 3/4 and gave it to Winston, the remaining quarter to his sister. The little girl took it and stared dully, perhaps not understanding what it was. Winston watched her for a moment. Then, with a sudden swift spring, he snatched the chocolate from her hand and ran for the door. His mother called after him to come back, to give his sister her chocolate. He stopped, but did not return, her anxious eyes fixed on his face. Even now, she was thinking about the thing he still didn't know what about to happen. His sister, aware of being robbed, began a feeble wail. His mother drew her arm around the child and pressed her face against her breast. In that gesture, he understood his sister was dying. He turned and fled down the stairs, the chocolate growing sticky in his hand. He never saw his mother again. After devouring the chocolate, shame set in. He wandered the streets for hours until hunger drove him home. When he returned, his mother had vanished, already normal for those times. Nothing was missing except his mother and sister. No clothes taken, not even his mother's overcoat. To this day, he didn't know for certain that she was dead. She could have been sent to a forced labor camp. His sister might have been removed to one of the colonies for homeless children, reclamation centers that grew up after the Civil War, or sent to the same labor camp, or simply left to die. The dream stayed vivid, especially that enveloping, protecting arm gesture that seemed to contain its whole meaning. He recalled another dream from 2 months ago, his mother on the sunken ship, the child clinging to her, sinking deeper every minute, still looking up at him through darkening water. He told Julia the story of his mother's disappearance. Without opening her eyes, she rolled over, settling into a more comfortable position, and mumbled that he had probably been a beastly little swine. All children were swine. He agreed, but tried to point out the real meaning of the story. Her breathing showed she was falling asleep again. He wished he could keep talking about his mother. From what he remembered, she had not been unusual or especially intelligent, yet she possessed a kind of nobility, a kind of purity, because the standards she obeyed were private ones. Her feelings were her own, unalterable from outside. It wouldn't have occurred to her that an ineffectual action becomes meaningless. If you love someone, you love them when you had nothing else to give, you still gave love. When the chocolate was gone, she had clasped the child in her arms, useless, changing nothing, not producing more food, not preventing death, but it had seemed natural. The refugee woman in the boat had also covered the little boy with her arm, as useless against bullets as paper. The terrible thing the party had done was to convince you that mere impulses and feelings didn't matter, while at the same time robbing you of power over the material world. Once the party had you, what you felt or didn't feel, did or didn't do, made literally no difference. Whatever happened, You vanished. You and your actions never heard from again, lifted clean out of history. Yet people only 2 generations ago would not have found this all important, because they weren't trying to alter history. They were governed by private loyalties they never questioned. What mattered were individual relationships, a completely helpless gesture, an embrace, a tear, a word spoken to a dying man. These could have value in themselves. The proles, it occurred to him, had remained in that condition. They were loyal not to a party, country, or idea, but to one another. For the first time, he didn't despise them or see them as merely an inert force that would someday spring to life and regenerate the world. The proles had stayed human. They hadn't hardened inside. They had kept the primitive emotions he himself had to relearn through conscious effort. As he thought this, a seemingly irrelevant memory surfaced a few weeks ago. He had kicked a severed hand off the pavement into the gutter, as if it were a cabbage stalk. He said aloud that the proles were human beings that he and Julia were not. She asked why not. After a pause, he asked if it had ever occurred to her that the best thing they could do was simply walk away from each other before it was too late, and never meet again. Julia admitted. She had thought about walking away several times, in fact, but she wasn't going to do it. Winston pointed out, they had been lucky, but that luck couldn't last. She was young, looked normal and innocent. If she stayed away from people like him, she might survive another 50 years. She disagreed, having already decided that whatever he did, she would do too. She told him not to be too downhearted. She was rather good at staying alive. He acknowledged they might have another 6 months, maybe a year together, but at the end they would certainly be separated, and the isolation would be absolute. Once the authorities grabbed them, neither could do anything for the other. Whether he confessed or refused, they would shoot her either way. Nothing he could say or do or stop himself from saying would delay her death by as much as 5 minutes. Neither would even know if the other was alive or dead. They would be utterly powerless. The only thing that mattered was not betraying one another, though even that couldn't change the outcome. She assumed he meant confessing, and assured him they would do that. Everyone always confessed under torture. You couldn't help it. He clarified that confession wasn't betrayal. What you said or did didn't matter, only feelings mattered. If they could make him stop loving her, that would be the real betrayal. She thought it over and concluded they couldn't do that. Making someone say anything was easy, but making them believe it was impossible. They couldn't get inside you. He agreed, brightening slightly. If you could feel that staying human was worthwhile even when it had no visible result, you had beaten them. He considered the ever-listening telescreen. They could spy night and day, but if you kept your head you could still outwit them. For all their cleverness, they had never mastered the secret of reading another person's thoughts, though that might change once you were actually in their hands. No one knew for certain what happened inside the Ministry of Love, but one could guess. Torture, drugs, instruments measuring nervous reactions, gradual breakdown through sleeplessness, solitude, and relentless questioning. Facts could not stay hidden. They could be tracked down or squeezed out by torture. But if the goal was not merely to stay alive but to stay human, what difference did it ultimately make? They could not alter your feelings, nor could you alter them yourself, even if you wanted to. They could expose every detail of what you had done, said, or thought. Yet the inner heart, whose workings remain mysterious even to yourself, stayed impregnable. They had finally done it. The room was long, softly lit, the telescreen dimmed to a low murmur. The dark blue carpet felt like velvet underfoot. At the far end, O'Brien sat at a table beneath a green-shaded lamp, papers piled on both sides. He didn't look up when the servant showed them in. Winston's heart thumped so hard he doubted he could speak. All he could think was that they had done it at last. Coming here at all had been rash. Arriving together was sheer folly, though in truth, they had traveled separately and met only on O'Brien's doorstep. Even walking into such a place demanded a tremendous effort of nerve. One almost never saw inside an inner-party dwelling or even entered that quarter of town. The whole atmosphere, the massive block of flats, the richness and spaciousness, the unfamiliar smells of good food and tobacco, the silent, impossibly rapid lifts. The white-jacketed servants was intimidating. He had a good pretext for being here. Yet at every step he feared a black uniformed guard would appear, demand his papers, and order him out. O'Brien's servant, however, had admitted them without objection. The man was small, dark-haired, with a diamond-shaped, expressionless face. He led them down a softly carpeted passage with cream-papered walls and white wainscoting, all exquisitely clean, another intimidating detail. Winston couldn't remember ever seeing a passage whose walls weren't grimy from human contact. O'Brien held a slip of paper, studying it intently. His heavy bent-down face looked both formidable and intelligent. For perhaps 20 seconds he sat motionless. Then he pulled a speak right toward him, and rapped out a message in the hybrid jargon of the ministries approving certain items, dismissing another as dangerously close to thought crime, ordering a halt to construction until better estimates arrived. He rose deliberately and crossed the soundless carpet toward them. Some of the official atmosphere seemed to fall away with the new speak words, but his expression was grimmer than usual, as though displeased at being disturbed. Winston's terror was suddenly pierced by ordinary embarrassment. It was entirely possible he had made a stupid mistake. What real evidence did he have that O'Brien was any kind of conspirator? Nothing but a flash of the eyes and one equivocal remark beyond that, only his own imaginings founded on a dream. He couldn't even pretend he had come to borrow the dictionary, because Julia's presence would then be inexplicable. As O'Brien passed the telescreen, a thought seemed to strike him. He stopped, turned aside, and pressed a wall switch. A sharp snap. The voice stopped. Julia made a tiny squeak of surprise. Even in his panic, Winston was too astonished to stay quiet. He exclaimed that O'Brien could turn it off. O'Brien confirmed yes, they could turn it off. That was their privilege. He stood opposite them now, his solid form towering, his expression still unreadable. He waited, somewhat sternly, for Winston to speak. But about what? Even now, he might simply be a busy man wondering irritably why he had been interrupted. No one spoke. After the telescreen stopped, the room felt deadly silent. Seconds marched past, enormous. Winston forced himself to keep his eyes fixed on O'Brien's. Then the grim face broke into what might have been the beginnings of a smile. O'Brien resettled his spectacles with his characteristic gesture. He asked whether he should say it or Winston would. Winston promptly volunteered. Was that thing really turned off? Yes, everything was off. They were alone. Winston began to explain why they had come, then paused, realizing for the first time how vague his motives were. He didn't actually know what kind of help he expected from O'Brien, so it was hard to say why he was here. He pressed on, conscious that his words sounded feeble and pretentious. They believed there was some kind of conspiracy, a secret organization working against the party, and that O'Brien was involved. They wanted to join and work for it. They were enemies of the party, disbelievers in Ingsock's principles. They were thought criminals. Also, adulterers. He told O'Brien this because they wanted to put themselves at his mercy. If he wanted them to incriminate themselves in any other way, they were ready. He stopped and glanced over his shoulder, feeling the door had opened. Sure enough, the little yellow-faced servant had entered without knocking, carrying a tray with a decanter and glasses. O'Brien said impassively that Martin was one of them, and told him to bring the drinks to the round table. He suggested they sit down and talk in comfort, inviting Martin to bring a chair for himself. He could stop being a servant for the next 10 minutes. The little man sat down at ease, yet still with a valet's air, enjoying a privilege. Winston watched him from the corner of his eye, struck that the man's whole life was a performance, and that he felt it dangerous to drop his assumed personality even for a moment. O'Brien filled the glasses with a dark red liquid. It stirred dim memories in Winston of something seen long ago on a wall or billboard, a giant bottle made of electric lights, moving up and down as it poured into a glass. From above the stuff looked nearly black, but in the decanter it gleamed like a ruby. It smelled sour-sweet. He saw Julia pick up her glass and sniff with frank curiosity. O'Brien called it wine, remarking with a faint smile that Winston had no doubt read about it in books. Not much reached the outer party. His face grew solemn again. He raised his glass and proposed a toast to their leader, Immanuel Goldstein. Winston took his glass eagerly. Wine was something he had only read and dreamed about. Like the glass paperweight or Charrington's half-remembered rhymes, it belonged to a vanished romantic past, the olden time, as he secretly called it. He had always imagined wine as intensely sweet, like blackberry jam, with an immediate intoxicating effect. When he actually swallowed it, the stuff was distinctly disappointing. After years of gin, he could barely taste it. He set down the empty glass and asked whether such a person as Goldstein really existed. O'Brien confirmed yes. Goldstein was alive, though he didn't know where. Winston pressed further the conspiracy. The organization, was it real, not merely a thought police invention? O'Brien said it was real. They called it the Brotherhood. Winston would never learn much more about it than that it existed and that he belonged to it. O'Brien would return to that point shortly. He glanced at his wristwatch and noted that even inter-party members couldn't safely turn off the telescreen for more than half an hour. They shouldn't have come together, and they would have to leave separately. He bowed to Julia. She would leave first. They had about 20 minutes. He began by asking certain questions in general terms. What were they prepared to do? Winston answered anything they were capable of. O'Brien turned in his chair to face Winston, nearly ignoring Julia, as if taking for granted that Winston could speak for her. His lids flitted down for a moment. He began asking questions in a low, expressionless voice routine, almost a catechism, most answers already known to him. Were they prepared to give their lives? Yes. To commit murder? Yes. To commit acts of sabotage that might kill hundreds of innocent people? Yes. To betray their country to foreign powers? Yes. O'Brien continued down the list. Was Winston prepared to cheat, forge, blackmail, corrupt children's minds, distribute addictive drugs, encourage prostitution, spread venereal diseases, do anything that caused demoralization and weakened the party's power? Yes. If serving their interests meant throwing sulfuric acid in a child's face, was he ready? Yes. To lose his identity and live the rest of his life as a waiter or dock worker? Yes. To commit suicide on order? Yes. And finally, were the two of them prepared to separate and never see each other again? Julia broke in first. Winston felt a long silence pass before he could answer. For a moment, he seemed robbed of speech entirely. His tongue worked soundlessly, forming the opening syllables of first one word, then another, over and over, until he said it. He didn't know which word would come. Finally, no. O'Brien told him he had done well to be honest. It was necessary for them to know everything. He turned to Julia, his voice gaining slightly more expression. Did she understand that, even if Winston survived, he might survive as a different person? His face, movements, the shape of his hands, the color of his hair, even his voice changed? And she herself might become someone else. Their surgeons could alter people beyond recognition. Sometimes it was necessary. Sometimes they even amputated a limb. Winston couldn't help glancing again at Martin's Mongolian face. He saw no scars. Julia had gone a shade paler, her freckles standing out, but she faced O'Brien boldly and murmured something that sounded like assent. O'Brien declared that settled. He pushed a silver box of cigarettes across the table with an absent air, took one himself, then stood and began pacing slowly. The cigarettes were excellent thick, well packed, the paper oddly silky. O'Brien checked his wristwatch again and told Martin to go back to the pantry. He would switch the telescreen back on in 15 minutes. Martin should take a good look at these comrades' faces before leaving. He would see them again. O'Brien might not. The little man's dark eyes flickered over their faces with no trace of friendliness, only memorization, no apparent interest. Winston wondered if a synthetic face was perhaps incapable of changing expression. Without a word or salute, Martin left, closing the door silently. O'Brien strolled up and down, one hand in his overalls pocket, the other holding his cigarette. He explained that they would be fighting in the dark, always in the dark. They would receive orders and obey without knowing why. Later, he would send them a book from which they would learn the true nature of their society and the strategy to destroy it. After reading it, they would be full members of the Brotherhood. But between the general aims they fought for and the immediate tasks of the moment, they would never know anything. He could tell them the Brotherhood existed, but not whether it numbered 100 or 10 million. From personal knowledge, they could never even say it numbered as many as a dozen. They would have 3 or 4 contacts, renewed from time to time as each disappeared. Since this was their first contact, it would be preserved. Orders would come from him. If communication became necessary, it would be through Martin. When finally caught unavoidable, they would confess, but would have very little to confess beyond their own actions. They couldn't betray more than a handful of unimportant people, probably not even him. By then he might be dead, or a different person with a different face. He continued pacing across the soft carpet. Despite his bulk, his movements had remarkable grace, even in how he thrust a hand into a pocket or handled a cigarette. More than strength, he gave an impression of confidence and an understanding tinged with irony. However earnest, he lacked the single-mindedness of a fanatic. When he spoke of murder, suicide, disease, amputated limbs, altered faces, it was with a faint air of persiflage, as if to say this was unavoidable, what they had to do unflinchingly, but not what they would be doing when life became worth living again. A wave of admiration, almost worship, flowed from Winston toward O'Brien. For the moment, he forgot the shadowy figure of Goldstein. Looking at O'Brien's powerful shoulders and blunt, ugly yet civilized face, it was impossible to believe he could be defeated. No stratagem could outmatch him, no danger he couldn't foresee. Even Julia seemed impressed. She had let her cigarette go out and was listening intently. O'Brien continued. They would have heard rumors of the Brotherhood's existence, no doubt forming their own picture of vast underworld of conspirators meeting in cellars, scribbling messages on walls, recognizing each other by code words or hand signals. Nothing of the kind existed. Members had no way of recognizing one another. No single member could be aware of more than a very few others' identities. Even Goldstein himself, if caught, could not give the thought police a complete list. No such list existed. The Brotherhood couldn't be wiped out because it wasn't an organization in the ordinary sense. Nothing held it together except an indestructible idea. They would have nothing to sustain them, except that idea. No comradeship, no encouragement. When caught, no help. The Brotherhood never helped its members. At most, when absolutely necessary to silence someone, they might smuggle a razor blade into a prisoner's cell. They would have to get used to living without results and without hope. They would work for a while, be caught, confess, then die. Those were the only results they would ever see. No perceptible change would happen within their own lifetimes. They were the dead. Their only true life was in the future, as handfuls of dust and splinters of bone. How far away that future might be, no one knew. Perhaps 1,000 years. At present, nothing was possible except to extend the area of sanity little by little. They could not act collectively, only spread knowledge outward from individual to individual, generation after generation. In the face of the thought police, there was no other way. He halted and checked his watch a third time. It was almost time for Julia to leave. He noted the decanter was still half full, filled the glasses, and raised his own by the stem. What should the toast be this time to the confusion of the thought police, the death of Big Brother, humanity, the future? Winston answered to the past. O'Brien agreed gravely that the past was more important. They emptied their glasses. Julia stood to go. O'Brien took a small box from a cabinet and handed her a flat white tablet, instructing her to place it on her tongue. It was important not to go out smelling of wine. The lift attendants were very observant. As soon as the door closed behind her, he seemed to forget her existence. He paced once or twice more, then stopped. Details remained to be settled. He assumed Winston had some kind of hiding place. Winston explained about the room above Mr. Charrington's shop. O'Brien said that would do for now. Later they would arrange something else. It was important to change hiding places frequently. Meanwhile, He would send a copy of the book Goldstein's book as soon as possible. It might take days to obtain one, not many existed. The thought police hunted them down and destroyed them almost as fast as the Brotherhood could produce them, which made very little difference. The book was indestructible. Even if the last copy were gone, they could reproduce it almost word for word. O'Brien asked if Winston carried a briefcase to work. Usually, yes. What was it like? Black, very shabby, with 2 straps. O'Brien repeated the description back. Black, 2 straps, very shabby. Good. One day in the fairly near future, one of the messages among Winston's morning work would contain a misprinted word, and he would have to ask for a repeat. The following day, he would go to work without his briefcase. At some point during the day, a man would touch his arm in the street and say he thought Winston had dropped his briefcase. The one he received in return would contain a copy of Goldstein's book. He would return it within 14 days. They fell silent for a moment. O'Brien noted there were a couple of minutes before Winston needed to go. They would meet again if they met again. Winston looked up and, hesitantly, asked, "In the place where there is no darkness?" O'Brien nodded without surprise, as if recognizing the allusion, and repeated the phrase. Then he asked if Winston had anything to say before leaving, any message, any question. Winston thought. No further question seemed necessary, nor did he feel any impulse toward high-sounding generalities. Instead, a composite picture came to mind: the dark bedroom where his mother spent her last days, the little room above Charrington's shop, the glass paperweight, the steel engraving in its rosewood frame. Almost at random he asked if O'Brien had ever heard an old rhyme beginning, "Oranges and lemons say the bells of St. Clement's." O'Brien nodded again, and with grave courtesy, completed the stanza. "The bells of St. Martin's, Old Bailey, Shoreditch." Winston exclaimed that O'Brien knew the last line. Yes, O'Brien knew it, but now he was afraid. It was time for Winston to go. He added that Winston had better let him give one of those tablets. Winston stood, and O'Brien extended a hand. The grip was powerful enough to crush the bones of Winston's palm. At the door, Winston looked back, but O'Brien already seemed to be putting him out of mind, waiting with his hand on the telescreen switch. Beyond him, Winston could see the writing table with its green-shaded lamp, the speak right, and the deep-laden wire baskets. The incident was closed. Within 30 seconds it occurred to Winston O'Brien would be back at his interrupted important work for the party. Winston was gelatinous with fatigue. The word had come to him spontaneously: gelatinous. His body felt not only as weak as jelly, but as translucent. He thought that if he held up his hand, he might see light through it. An enormous debauch of work had drained all blood and lymph, leaving only a frail structure of nerves, bones, and skin. Every sensation was magnified. His overalls fretted his shoulders, the pavement tickled his feet, even opening and closing a hand made his joints creak. He had worked more than 90 hours in 5 days, as had everyone else in the ministry. Now it was over. He had no party work at all until tomorrow morning. He could spend 6 hours in the hiding place, and another 9 in his own bed. Slowly, in mild afternoon sunshine, he walked up a dingy street toward Charrington's shop, keeping one eye open for patrols but irrationally convinced that this afternoon no one would interfere. The heavy briefcase bumped against his knees with each step, sending tingling sensations up and down his leg. Inside was the book which he had possessed for 6 days, yet had not opened, nor even looked at. On the 6th day of Hate Week, after processions, speeches, shouting, singing, banners, posters, films, waxworks, drums, trumpets, marching feet, tank treads, massed planes, booming guns. After 6 days, when the great orgasm quivered toward climax, and the crowd's hatred of Eurasia had boiled into such delirium that they would have torn apart the 2,000 Eurasian war criminals scheduled for public hanging at that precise moment, it was announced that Oceania was not at war with Eurasia. Oceania was at war with East Asia. Eurasia was an ally. No admission of any change was made. It merely became known with extreme suddenness and everywhere at once that East Asia, not Eurasia, was the enemy. Winston was taking part in a demonstration in a central London square when it happened. Night, floodlit white faces and scarlet banners. The square was packed with thousands, including a block of about 1,000 schoolchildren in spies' uniforms. On a scarlet-draped platform, an inter-party orator, a small, lean man with disproportionately long arms and a large bald skull over which a few lank locks straggled, harangued the crowd. A little Rumpelstiltskin figure contorted with hatred. He gripped the microphone with one hand, while the other, enormous at the end of a bony arm, clawed menacingly above his head. Amplifiers made his voice metallic as he boomed an endless catalogue of atrocities, massacres, deportations, lootings, rapes, torture of prisoners, bombing of civilians, lying propaganda, unjust aggressions, broken treaties. It was almost impossible to listen without being first convinced, then maddened. Every few moments the crowd's fury boiled over, drowning the speaker in an uncontrollable beast-like roaring. The most savage yells came from the schoolchildren. The speech had gone on perhaps 20 minutes, when a messenger hurried onto the platform and slipped a scrap of paper into the speaker's hand. He unrolled and read it without pausing. Nothing altered in voice, manner, or content, but suddenly the names were different. Without a word spoken, a wave of understanding rippled through the crowd. Oceania was at war with East Asia. The next moment, tremendous commotion. The banners and posters decorating the square were all wrong. Quite half had the wrong faces on them. Sabotage. Goldstein's agents had been at work. A riotous interlude followed as posters were ripped from walls, banners torn to shreds and trampled. The spies clambered over rooftops, cutting streamers from chimneys. Within 2 or 3 minutes, it was over. The orator, still gripping the microphone, shoulders hunched, free hand clawing, had gone straight on. A minute more, and the feral roars of rage again burst from the crowd. The hate continued exactly as before, except the target had changed. Looking back, what impressed Winston was that the speaker had switched from one line to the other in mid-sentence, not only without a pause, but without breaking syntax. At the moment, however, he had other preoccupations. During the disorder while posters were being torn down, a man whose face Winston did not see tapped his shoulder and suggested he had dropped his briefcase. Winston took it abstractedly without speaking. He knew it would be days before he could look inside. As soon as the demonstration ended, he went straight to the Ministry of Truth, though the time was nearly 2300. The entire staff had done likewise. The orders already issuing from the telescreen, recalling them to their posts, were hardly necessary. Oceania was at war with East Asia. Oceania had always been at war with East Asia. A large part of the political literature from the past 5 years was now completely obsolete. Reports, records, newspapers, books, pamphlets, films, soundtracks, photographs, all had to be rectified at lightning speed. Though no directive was ever issued, everyone knew the department chiefs intended that within 1 week, no reference to the war with Eurasia or the alliance with East Asia should remain anywhere. The work was overwhelming, made worse because the processes could not be called by their true names. Everyone in the records department worked 18 hours out of 24, with 2 3-hour sleep spells. Mattresses were brought up from cellars and pitched all over the corridors. Meals were sandwiches and victory coffee wheeled on trolleys. Each time Winston broke for sleep, he tried to leave his desk clear of work. Each time he crawled back sticky-eyed, aching. Another shower of paper cylinders had covered the desk like a snowdrift, half burying the speak right and overflowing onto the floor. The first job was always stacking them into a neat enough pile to make room. Worst of all, the work was by no means purely mechanical. Often, it was enough merely to substitute one name for another, but detailed reports demanded care and imagination. Even the geographical knowledge needed to transfer the war from one part of the world to another was considerable. By the 3rd day, his eyes ached unbearably. His spectacles needed wiping every few minutes. It was like struggling with a crushing physical task, something he had the right to refuse yet was neurotically anxious to complete. Insofar as he had time to remember it, he was not troubled that every word into the speak right, every stroke of his ink pencil, was a deliberate lie. He was as anxious as anyone else in the department that the forgery be perfect. On the morning of the 6th day, The dribble of cylinders slowed. For as much as half an hour, nothing came out of the tube, then one more cylinder, then nothing. Everywhere at about the same time, the work eased off. A deep secret sigh went through the department. A mighty deed never to be mentioned had been achieved. It was now impossible for any human being to prove by documentary evidence that the war with Eurasia had ever happened. At 1200, it was unexpectedly announced that all ministry workers were free until tomorrow morning. Winston, still carrying the briefcase containing the book which had remained between his feet while he worked, and under his body while he slept, went home, shaved, and almost fell asleep in his bath, even though the water was barely more than tepid. With a voluptuous creaking in his joints, he climbed the stairs above Charrington's shop. He was tired, but no longer sleepy. He opened the window, lit the dirty little oil stove, and put on a pan of water for coffee. Julia would arrive presently. Meanwhile, there was the book. He sat down in the sluttish armchair and undid the briefcase straps. The briefcase contained a heavy black volume, amateurishly bound, with no title on the cover. The print looked slightly irregular. The pages were worn at the edges and fell apart easily, as though many hands had handled it. The title page gave the book's name A Study of Oligarchical Collectivism, and its author, Emmanuel Goldstein. Winston began reading. The first chapter opened with a bold claim. Ignorance is strength. Throughout recorded history, and probably since the Neolithic age, there had always been three kinds of people: the high, the middle, and the low. They had been subdivided countless times, given different names, and their numbers and attitudes had varied, but the essential structure of society had never altered, even after enormous upheavals. The same pattern always reasserted itself like a gyroscope returning to equilibrium no matter how far it was pushed. The aims of these groups were entirely irreconcilable. Winston stopped reading, chiefly to appreciate the fact that he was reading in comfort and safety. Alone, no telescreen, no ear at the keyhole, no nervous impulse to glance over his shoulder or cover the page with his hand. Sweet summer air touched his cheek. From somewhere far away came faint shouts of children. In the room, no sound except the insect voice of the clock. He settled deeper into the armchair, put his feet up on the fender. It was bliss. It was eternity. Then, as one sometimes does with a book destined to be read and reread completely, he flipped to a different place. The third chapter, titled War is Peace, and continued reading. The division of the world into three great superstates had been foreseeable before the mid-20th century. With Europe absorbed by Russia and the British Empire by the United States, two of the three powers, Eurasia and Oceania, were already effectively in being. East Asia emerged as a distinct unit only after another decade of confused fighting. The frontiers were sometimes arbitrary, sometimes fluctuating with war's fortunes, but generally followed geographical lines. Eurasia comprised the entire northern part of the European and Asian landmass, from Portugal to the Bering Strait. Oceania included the Americas, the Atlantic Islands including the British Isles, Australasia and southern Africa. East Asia, smaller, with a less definite western frontier, contained China, the countries to its south, the Japanese islands, and fluctuating portions of Manchuria, Mongolia, and Tibet. These three superstates were permanently at war, and had been for 25 years. But war was no longer the desperate, annihilating struggle of the early 20th century. It was now a warfare of limited aims between combatants unable to destroy one another, with no material cause for fighting, and no genuine ideological difference. This was not to say that conduct or attitude had become less bloodthirsty. On the contrary, war hysteria was continuous and universal in all countries. Raping, looting, slaughter of children, mass enslavement, and reprisals against prisoners, even boiling and burying alive, were seen as normal and meritorious when committed by one's own side. But physically, war involved very few people, mostly highly trained specialists, and caused comparatively few casualties. Fighting took place on vague frontiers whose whereabouts the average person could only guess, or around floating fortresses guarding strategic sea lanes. In civilization centers, war meant only continuous shortages, and the occasional rocket bomb killing a few dozen people. War had changed its character more precisely. The reasons for waging it had shifted in importance. Motives already present in the early 20th century had become dominant and were consciously acted upon. To understand the present war, always the same war despite periodic regroupings, one had to realize first that it could never be decisive. None of the three could be definitively conquered, even by the other two combined. They were too evenly matched, their natural defenses too formidable. Eurasia was protected by vast land spaces, Oceania by the width of 2 oceans, East Asia by the fecundity and industriousness of its people. Second, there was no longer anything material to fight about. With self-contained economies where production matched consumption, the scramble for markets had ended. Competition for raw materials was no longer life or death. Each superstate could obtain almost everything it needed within its own borders. To the extent war had a direct economic purpose, it was a war for labor power. Between the superstates' frontiers lay a rough quadrilateral from Tangier to Brazzaville to Darwin to Hong Kong, containing about 1/5 of the Earth's population. The three powers constantly struggled for these densely populated regions and the northern ice cap. In practice, no one power ever controlled the whole disputed area. Portions constantly changed hands. The chance of seizing this or that fragment by a sudden stroke of treachery dictated the endless shifts in alliances. These territories contained valuable minerals and some important vegetable products like rubber, which in colder climates required expensive synthesis. But above all, they held a bottomless reserve of cheap labor. Whichever power controlled equatorial Africa, the Middle East, southern India, or the Indonesian archipelago, disposed of the bodies of hundreds of millions of ill-paid, hard-working coolies, reduced more or less openly to slavery. These populations passed from conqueror to conqueror, expended like coal or oil in the endless race, more armaments to capture more territory, to control more labor power, to produce more armaments, and so on indefinitely. Fighting never really moved beyond the edges of these disputed areas. Eurasia's frontiers flowed back and forth between the Congo Basin and the Mediterranean's northern shore. The Indian and Pacific Islands were constantly captured and recaptured by Oceania, or East Asia. Mongolia's dividing line was never stable around the pole. All three claimed enormous, but largely uninhabited territories. The balance of power remained roughly even, and the heartland of each superstate always stayed inviolate. Moreover, the exploited equatorial labor was not truly necessary to the world's economy. The slaves added nothing to global wealth. Whatever they produced went to war, and the object of any war was simply to be in a better position to wage another. By their labor, the slave populations allowed the tempo of continuous warfare to speed up. But if they did not exist, the structure of world society and its self-perpetuating process would not be essentially different. The primary aim of modern warfare, in accordance with doublethink, simultaneously recognized and unrecognized by the inner parties directing brains, was to use up industrial products without raising the general standard of living. Since the late 19th century, the problem of surplus consumption goods had been latent in industrial society. At present, with most people lacking enough to eat, the problem was not urgent, and might never have become so even without artificial destruction. Today's world was bare, hungry, and dilapidated, compared with the world before 1914, and even more so compared with the imaginary future that earlier generations had looked forward to. In the early 20th century, the vision of an unbelievably rich, leisured, orderly, efficient future, a glittering antiseptic world of glass, steel, and white concrete, was part of nearly every literate person's consciousness. Science and technology had been developing prodigiously, and it seemed natural to assume they would continue. That failed to happen, partly because of impoverishment from wars and revolutions, partly because scientific progress depended on the empirical habit of thought, which could not survive in a strictly regimented society. As a whole, the world was more primitive than 50 years earlier. Certain backward areas had advanced, and various devices always connected with warfare or police espionage had been developed, But experiment and invention had largely stopped. The ravages of the atomic war of the 1950s had never been fully repaired. Nevertheless, the machine's inherent dangers remained. From the moment machines appeared, all thinking people saw that human drudgery and therefore most human inequality could be eliminated. If deliberately used for that end, hunger, overwork, dirt, illiteracy, and disease could vanish within a few generations. And in fact, without being used for any such purpose, but by an automatic process producing wealth that was sometimes impossible not to distribute, the machine had greatly raised average living standards over about 50 years at the turn of the 19th and 20th centuries. Yet an all-round increase in wealth threatened the destruction of a hierarchical society. Indeed, in some sense, was that destruction. In a world where everyone worked short hours, had enough to eat, lived with a bathroom and refrigerator, and owned a car, or even an airplane, the most obvious form of inequality would have already disappeared. If wealth became general, it would confer no distinction. One could imagine a society where personal possessions and luxuries were evenly distributed, while power remained with a small privileged caste. But in practice, such a society could not long stay stable. If leisure and security were enjoyed by all alike, the great mass of human beings normally stupefied by poverty would become literate and learn to think for themselves. And once they did that, they would sooner or later realize the privileged minority had no function and would sweep it away. In the long run, a hierarchical society was only possible on a basis of poverty and ignorance. Returning to an agricultural past, as some early 20th century thinkers had dreamed, was not practical. It conflicted with the quasi-instinctive drive toward mechanization worldwide, and any industrially backward country would be militarily helpless, bound to be dominated by more advanced rivals. Keeping the masses in poverty by restricting output was also unsatisfactory. That had happened during capitalism's final phase, roughly 1920 to 1940, when many economies stagnated, land went uncultivated, capital equipment wasn't added to, and large populations were kept half alive on state charity. But that too created military weakness, and since the privations were obviously unnecessary, opposition became inevitable. The problem was how to keep industry turning without increasing the world's real wealth. Goods must be produced but not distributed. In practice, the only way to achieve this was continuous warfare. The essential act of war was destruction, not necessarily of human lives, but of the products of human labor. War shattered materials or poured them into the stratosphere, or sank them into sea materials that might otherwise make the masses too comfortable and, in the long run, too intelligent. Even when weapons weren't destroyed, their manufacture conveniently expended labor without producing anything consumable. A floating fortress, for example, locked up labor that could have built several hundred cargo ships. Eventually scrapped as obsolete, it brought no material benefit to anyone, and with further enormous labor, another was built. In principle, the war effort was always planned to eat up any surplus beyond the population's bare needs. In practice, those needs were always underestimated, resulting in chronic shortages of half the necessities, but this was seen as an advantage. It was deliberate policy to keep even favored groups near hardship's brink, because general scarcity increased the importance of small privileges and magnified distinctions between groups. By early 20th century standards, even an inner-party member lived an austere, laborious life. Nevertheless, the few luxuries he did enjoy, his large flat, better clothing, better food and drink, and tobacco, 2 or 3 servants, his private car or helicopter, set him in a different world from an outer-party member. And outer-party members had a similar advantage over the submerged masses called proles. The social atmosphere was that of a besieged city, where owning a lump of horsemeat made the difference between wealth and poverty. Simultaneously, the consciousness of being at war and therefore in danger made handing all power to a small caste seem natural and unavoidable. War, then, not only accomplished the necessary destruction, but did so in a psychologically acceptable way. In principle, it would be simple to waste the world's surplus labor by building temples and pyramids, digging holes and filling them up, or producing vast quantities of goods and setting them on fire. But that would provide only the economic, not the emotional basis for a hierarchical society. What mattered was not the morale of the masses, whose attitude was unimportant as long as they stayed steadily at work, but the morale of the party itself. Even the humblest party member was expected to be competent, industrious, and intelligent within narrow limits, but also a credulous, ignorant fanatic, whose prevailing moods were fear, hatred, adulation, and orgiastic triumph. In other words, he needed the mentality appropriate to a state of war. It didn't matter whether the war was actually happening, and since no decisive victory was possible, it didn't matter whether it was going well or badly. All that was needed was that a state of war should exist. The splitting of intelligence that the party required more easily achieved in an atmosphere of war was now almost universal. But the higher up the ranks one went, the more marked it became. It was precisely in the inner party that war hysteria and hatred of the enemy were strongest. As an administrator, an inner party member often needed to know that a particular war news item was untruthful, and might even be aware that the entire war was spurious, not happening, or waged for purposes quite different from the declared ones. But such knowledge was easily neutralized by doublethink. Meanwhile, no inner party member wavered for an instant in his mystical belief that the war was real and bound to end victoriously, with Oceania as the undisputed master of the entire world. All inner party members believed in this coming conquest as an article of faith. It would be achieved either by gradually accumulating more territory and building an overwhelming preponderance of power, or by discovering some new unanswerable weapon. The search for new weapons continued unceasingly, one of the very few remaining activities where inventive or speculative minds could find any outlet. In Oceania today, science in the old sense had almost ceased to exist. Newspeak had no word for science. The empirical method of thought on which all past scientific achievements were founded opposed the most fundamental principles of INGSOC. Even technological progress only happened when its products could in some way be used to diminish human liberty. In all useful arts, the world was either standing still or going backwards. Fields were cultivated with horse plows while books were written by machinery. But in matters of vital importance, meaning, in effect, war and police espionage, the empirical approach was still encouraged, or at least tolerated. The party's two aims were to conquer the entire surface of the earth, and to extinguish once and for all the possibility of independent thought. Two great problems concerned the party: how to discover, against his will, what another human being was thinking, and how to kill several 100 million people in a few seconds, without warning. Insofar as scientific research still continued, this was its subject matter. Today's scientist was either a mixture of psychologist and inquisitor, minutely studying facial expressions, gestures, and tones of voice, and testing the truth, producing effects of drugs, shock therapy, hypnosis, and physical torture, or he was a chemist, physicist, or biologist concerned only with branches relevant to taking life. In the vast laboratories of the Ministry of Peace, and in experimental stations hidden in Brazilian forests, the Australian desert, or lost Antarctic islands, teams of experts worked indefatigably. Some planned the logistics of future wars. Others devised larger rocket bombs, more powerful explosives, and more impenetrable armor. Others searched for new deadlier gases or soluble poisons capable of destroying whole continents' vegetation, or disease germs immunized against all antibodies. Others strove to produce a vehicle that bored underground like a submarine underwater, or an airplane as independent of its base as a sailing ship. Others explored even remoter possibilities, focusing the sun's rays through lenses suspended thousands of kilometers in space, or producing artificial earthquakes and tidal waves by tapping the Earth's central heat. But none of these projects ever came close to realization, and none of the three superstates ever gained a significant lead. More remarkably, all three already possessed in the atomic bomb a weapon far more powerful than anything their current researches were likely to discover. Although the party claimed the invention for itself, Atomic bombs had first appeared as early as the 1940s and were first used on a large scale about 10 years later. At that time, some hundreds were dropped on industrial centers, chiefly in European Russia, Western Europe, and North America. The effect convinced ruling groups everywhere that a few more bombs would mean the end of organized society and hence of their own power. Thereafter, though no formal agreement was ever made or hinted at, no more bombs were dropped. All three powers merely continued producing atomic bombs and storing them up against the decisive opportunity each believed would come sooner or later. Meanwhile, the art of war had remained almost stationary for 30 or 40 years. Helicopters were more used than before. Bombing planes had been largely superseded by self-propelled projectiles, and the fragile movable battleship had given way to the nearly unsinkable floating fortress. But otherwise, little development. The tank, submarine, torpedo, machine gun, even the rifle and hand grenade were still in use. And despite the endless slaughters reported in press and on telescreens, the desperate battles of earlier wars in which hundreds of thousands or even millions were often killed in a few weeks had never been repeated. None of the three superstates ever attempted a maneuver that risked serious defeat. When a large operation was undertaken, it was usually a surprise attack against an ally. The strategy all three followed or pretended to follow was the same: by fighting, bargaining, and well-timed treachery, to acquire a ring of bases completely encircling one rival state, then sign a pact of friendship with that rival and remain peaceful for years to lull suspicion. During that time, atomic rockets would be assembled at strategic spots, then fired simultaneously with devastating effect, making retaliation impossible. Then it would be time to sign a pact with the remaining world power, preparing for another attack. This scheme was a mere daydream, impossible to realize. No fighting ever occurred except in the disputed equatorial and polar regions. No invasion of enemy territory was ever undertaken. That explained why some frontiers were arbitrary. Eurasia could easily conquer the British Isles, which were geographically part of Europe, or Oceania could push its frontiers to the Rhine, or even the Vistula. But that would violate the principle, followed on all sides though never formulated, of cultural integrity. If Oceania conquered what had once been France and Germany, it would have to either exterminate the inhabitants, a task of great physical difficulty, or assimilate about 100 million people roughly at the oceanic level of development. The problem was the same for all three. It was absolutely necessary to their structure that there be no contact with foreigners, except to a limited extent with war prisoners and colored slaves. Even the official ally of the moment was regarded with the darkest suspicion. War prisoners aside, the average oceanic citizen never saw a citizen of Eurasia or East Asia, and was forbidden foreign languages. If allowed contact with foreigners, he would discover they were similar to himself, and that most of what he had been told was lies. The sealed world he lived in would break. The fear, hatred, and self-righteousness on which his morale depended might evaporate. So it was realized on all sides that however often Persia, Egypt, Java, or Ceylon changed hands, the main frontiers must never be crossed by anything except bombs. Beneath this lay a fact never mentioned aloud, but tacitly understood and acted upon. Living conditions in all three superstates were very much the same. Oceania's philosophy was called Ingsoc Eurasia's, Neo-Bolshevism, East Asia's, a Chinese name usually translated as death worship, perhaps better rendered as obliteration of the self. The oceanic citizen was not allowed to know the tenets of the other two philosophies, but was taught to execrate them as barbarous outrages. Actually, the three philosophies were barely distinguishable, and the social systems they supported were not distinguishable at all. Everywhere, the same pyramidal structure, the same worship of a semi-divine leader, the same economy existing by and for continuous warfare. It followed that the three superstates not only could not conquer one another, but would gain no advantage by doing so. On the contrary, as long as they remained in conflict, they propped one another up, like three sheaves of corn. As usual, the ruling groups of all three powers were simultaneously aware and unaware of what they were doing. Their lives were dedicated to world conquest, but they also knew that the war must continue everlastingly without victory. Meanwhile, the fact that there was no danger of conquest made possible the denial of reality, the special feature of Ingsoc and its rival systems. Here it was necessary to repeat what had been said earlier. By becoming continuous, war had fundamentally changed its character. In past ages, a war was something that sooner or later ended, usually in unmistakable victory or defeat. War was also one of the main instruments by which human societies were kept in touch with physical reality. All rulers in all ages had tried to impose a false view of the world upon their followers, but they could not afford to encourage any illusion that tended to impair military efficiency. As long as defeat meant loss of independence or some other undesirable result, precautions against defeat had to be serious. Physical facts could not be ignored. In philosophy, 2 and 2 might make 5, but when designing a gun or an airplane they had to make 4. Inefficient nations were always conquered sooner or later, and the struggle for efficiency was inimical to illusions. Moreover, to be efficient required learning from the past, meaning a fairly accurate idea of what had happened. Newspapers and history books were always colored and biased, but falsification of the kind practiced today would have been impossible. War was a sure safeguard of sanity, and for ruling classes, it was probably the most important of all safeguards. While wars could be won or lost, no ruling class could be completely irresponsible. But when war became literally continuous, it also ceased to be dangerous. There was no such thing as military necessity. Technical progress could cease, and the most palpable facts could be denied or disregarded. Researches that could be called scientific were still carried out for war purposes, but they were essentially a kind of daydreaming failure to show results was unimportant. Efficiency. Even military efficiency was no longer needed. Nothing was efficient in Oceania except the thought police. Since each superstate was unconquerable, each was a separate universe, within which almost any perversion of thought could be safely practiced. Reality only exerted pressure through everyday needs: eating, drinking, shelter, clothing, avoiding poison or stepping out of windows. Between life and death, physical pleasure and pain, there was still a distinction, but that was all. Cut off from contact with the outer world and the past, the oceanic citizen was like a man in interstellar space, with no way to know up from down. The rulers of such a state were absolute, as the pharaohs or Caesars could not be. They had to prevent their followers from starving to death in inconvenient numbers, and to remain at the same low military technique as their rivals. But once that minimum was achieved, they could twist reality into any shape they chose. The war, judged by previous standards, was merely an imposture like battles between certain ruminant animals whose horns were set at angles that made them incapable of hurting one another. But though unreal, it was not meaningless. It ate up the surplus of consumable goods and helped preserve the special mental atmosphere a hierarchical society needed. War, it appeared, was now a purely internal affair. In the past, ruling groups might recognize their common interest and limit destructiveness, but they did fight one another, and the victor always plundered the vanquished. Today, they were not fighting one another at all. The war was waged by each ruling group against its own subjects, and its object was not to make or prevent territorial conquests, but to keep the structure of society intact. The very word war had become misleading. By becoming continuous, war had ceased to exist. The peculiar pressure it exerted between the Neolithic age and the early 20th century had disappeared, replaced by something quite different. The effect would be much the same if the 3 superstates agreed to live in perpetual peace, each inviolate within its boundaries, for then each would still be a self-contained universe, freed forever from the sobering influence of external danger. A permanent peace would be the same as a permanent war. This, though the vast majority of party members understood it only shallowly, was the inner meaning of the slogan "War is Peace." Winston stopped reading. Somewhere in the remote distance, a rocket bomb thundered. The blissful feeling of being alone with a forbidden book in a room with no telescreen had not worn off. Solitude and safety were physical sensations, mixed somehow with the tiredness of his body, the softness of the chair, the touch of the faint breeze from the window on his cheek. The book fascinated him more exactly. It reassured him. In a sense, it told him nothing new, but that was part of the attraction. It said what he would have said if he could have put his scattered thoughts in order. It was the product of a mind similar to his own, but enormously more powerful, more systematic, less fear-ridden. The best books, he perceived, were those that told you what you already knew. He had just turned back to chapter 1 when he heard Julia's footstep on the stair and started out of his chair to meet her. She dumped her brown tool bag on the floor and flung herself into his arms. It had been more than a week since they had seen each other. He told her he had the book. She acknowledged it without much interest, then knelt beside the oil stove almost immediately to make the coffee. They didn't return to the subject until they had been in bed for half an hour. The evening was just cool enough to make the counterpane worth pulling up. From below came the familiar sound of singing and boots scraping on flagstones. The brawny, red-armed woman Winston had seen on his first visit was almost a fixture in the yard. There seemed no daylight hour when she wasn't marching between washtub and clothesline, alternately gagging herself with pegs and bursting into lusty song. Julia had settled on her side and seemed on the point of sleep. Winston reached for the book on the floor and sat up against the headboard. He insisted they both needed to read it. Every Brotherhood member had to. Julia, eyes shut, suggested he read aloud, explaining as he went. The clock's hand said 6, meaning 1800 hours. They had 3 or 4 hours ahead. He propped the book against his knees and began. The first chapter repeated its opening claim throughout recorded time. Probably since the Neolithic age, there had been 3 kinds of people: high, middle, and low. Subdivided countless times, given different names, their numbers and attitudes varying, the essential structure of society never altered. Even after enormous upheavals, the same pattern reasserted itself, like a gyroscope returning to equilibrium, no matter how far it was pushed. Winston paused to ask if Julia was awake. She murmured that she was listening, that it was marvelous. He continued. The aims of the 3 groups were entirely irreconcilable. The high aimed to stay where they were, the middle to change places with the high and the low when they had an aim at all, being too crushed by drudgery to be more than intermittently conscious of anything outside daily life, aimed to abolish all distinctions and create equality. Thus, throughout history, the same struggle recurred. For long periods the high seemed secure, but sooner or later they lost either belief in themselves or the capacity to govern efficiently, or both. Then the middle overthrew them, enlisting the low on their side by pretending to fight for liberty and justice. As soon as they reached their objective, the middle thrust the low back into servitude and became the new high. Presently a new middle split off from one of the other groups, and the struggle began again. Of the 3, only the low were never even temporarily successful in achieving their aims. It would be an exaggeration to say there had been no material progress today. Even in decline, the average person was physically better off than centuries ago, but no advance in wealth, no softening of manners, no reform or revolution had ever brought human equality a millimeter nearer. From the low's point of view, no historic change ever meant much more than a change in their masters' names. By the late 19th century, this pattern's recurrence had become obvious to many observers. Schools of thinkers then interpreted history as cyclical, claiming inequality was the unalterable law of human life. This doctrine had always had adherents, but the way it was now put forward showed a significant change. In the past, the need for hierarchy had been the highest doctrine specifically preached by kings, aristocrats, priests, lawyers, and the like, softened by promises of compensation in an imaginary afterlife. The middle, while struggling for power, had always used terms like freedom, justice, and fraternity. Now, however, the concept of human brotherhood began to be assailed by people not yet in command, but hoping to be so soon. In the past, the middle had made revolutions under equality's banner, then established fresh tyranny as soon as the old one fell. The new middle groups proclaimed their tyranny beforehand: socialism. A theory appearing in the early 19th century, the last link in a chain stretching back to ancient slave rebellions, remained deeply infected by past utopianism. But in each variant of socialism from about 1900 onward, the aim of establishing liberty and equality was more and more openly abandoned. The new movements emerging in the mid-century XIII in Oceania, neo-Bolshevism in Eurasia, death worship in East Asia, had the conscious aim of perpetuating unfreedom and inequality. These new movements grew out of the old, keeping their names and paying lip service to their ideology, but their purpose was to arrest progress and freeze history at a chosen moment. The familiar pendulum swing was to happen once more, then stop. As usual, the high would be turned out by the middle, who would then become the high. But this time, by conscious strategy, the high would be able to maintain their position permanently. The new doctrines arose partly from the accumulation of historical knowledge and the growth of the historical sense, which had hardly existed before the 19th century. The cyclical movement of history was now intelligible, or appeared so, and if intelligible, then alterable. But the principal underlying cause was that, as early as the 20th century's beginning, human equality had become technically possible. Men were still not equal in native talents, and functions had to be specialized in ways that favored some over others, but there was no longer any real need for class distinctions or large wealth differences. In earlier ages, class distinctions had been not only inevitable, but desirable. Inequality was civilization's price. With machine production, however, the case altered. Even if different kinds of work remained necessary, it was no longer necessary to live at different social or economic levels. Therefore, from the new group's point of view, those on the verge of seizing power, human equality was no longer an ideal to strive for but a danger to avert. In more primitive ages, when a just and peaceful society was impossible, it had been fairly easy to believe in it. The idea of an earthly paradise brotherhood without laws or brute labor had haunted human imagination for thousands of years. This vision had held some sway even over groups who profited by each historic change. The heirs of the French, English, and American revolutions had partly believed their own phrases about rights, free speech, equality before the law, and had allowed their conduct to be influenced. But by the 1940s, all main currents of political thought were authoritarian. The earthly paradise had been discredited at the very moment it became realizable. Every new political theory led back to hierarchy and regimentation. In the general hardening of outlook around 1930, practices long abandoned imprisonment without trial, use of war prisoners as slaves, public executions, torture for confessions, hostages, mass deportations, not only became common again but were tolerated and even defended by people who considered themselves enlightened. Only after a decade of national wars, civil wars, revolutions, and counter-revolutions worldwide, did XIII and its rivals emerge as fully worked-out political theories. But they had been foreshadowed by the various totalitarian systems appearing earlier in the century, and the main outlines of the emerging world had long been obvious. What kind of people would control this world had been equally obvious. The new aristocracy was made up mostly of bureaucrats, scientists, technicians, trade union organizers, publicity experts, sociologists, teachers, journalists, and professional politicians. These people, originating in the salaried middle class and upper working class, had been shaped and brought together by monopoly industry and centralized government. Compared with their counterparts in past ages, they were less avaricious, less tempted by luxury, hungrier for pure power, and above all more conscious of what they were doing and more intent on crushing opposition. This last difference was cardinal. Compared with today, all past tyrannies had been half-hearted and inefficient. Ruling groups had always been infected to some extent by liberal ideas, content to leave loose ends, regard only the overt act, and ignore what subjects were thinking. Even the medieval Catholic Church was tolerant by modern standards. Partly this was because no past government had the power to keep citizens under constant surveillance. Print made it easier to manipulate opinion. Film and radio carried the process further, with television and the technical advance enabling simultaneous reception and transmission on the same instrument. Private life ended. Every citizen important enough to watch could be kept 24 hours a day under police eyes and official propaganda, all other communication channels closed. The possibility of enforcing not only complete obedience, but complete uniformity of opinion on all subjects now existed for the first time. After the revolutionary period of the 50s and 60s, society regrouped as always into high, middle, and low, but the new high group, unlike all its forerunners, did not act on instinct. It knew what was needed to safeguard its position. It had long been realized that the only secure basis for oligarchy was collectivism. Wealth and privilege were most easily defended when possessed jointly. The so-called abolition of private property in the mid-century meant, in effect, concentrating property in far fewer hands than before. With this difference, the new owners were a group, instead of individuals. Individually, no party member owned anything except petty personal belongings. Collectively, the party owned everything in Oceania, controlling and disposing of products as it thought fit. In the post-revolution years, it stepped into this commanding position almost unopposed, since the whole process was represented as collectivization. It had always been assumed that if the capitalist class were expropriated, socialism must follow, and unquestionably the capitalists had been expropriated. Factories, mines, land, houses, transport, everything taken from them. Since these things were no longer private property, they must be public property. Ingsoc, which grew from the earlier socialist movement and inherited its phraseology, had in fact carried out the main socialist program, with the result foreseen and intended that economic inequality had been made permanent. But the problems of perpetuating a hierarchical society went deeper. There were only 4 ways a ruling group could fall conquered from without, governed so inefficiently that the masses revolted, allowed a strong, discontented middle group to emerge, or lost its own self-confidence and willingness to govern. These causes did not operate singly, and as a rule, all 4 were present to some degree. A ruling class that could guard against all of them would remain in power permanently. Ultimately, the determining factor was the ruling class's own mental attitude. From the narrator's perspective inside this world, the old threats have faded. The 3 global powers now stand unconquerable, their only vulnerability being slow population shifts that any alert government can counter. Revolt never truly worries the rulers. The masses don't rise on their own, not even when crushed without any standard for comparison. They simply never recognize their own oppression. Past economic crises have been eliminated entirely. Other large upheavals still occur, but spark no political consequences because discontent has no way to find a voice. Overproduction, that long lurking danger from machine-age industry, has been solved by endless warfare, a device that also keeps public morale properly inflamed. For the present rulers, then, the only real dangers are a new splinter group of ambitious, underemployed, power-hungry individuals, plus the spread of liberalism and doubt within their own ranks. The core problem is educational continuously molding the consciousness of the directing elite and the larger executive group just beneath them. The masses need only negative influence. From this, the observer can deduce Oceanian society's shape. At the top sits Big Brother infallible, all-powerful. Every success, discovery, virtue, all happiness and wisdom flows from his leadership and inspiration. No one has ever seen him. He's a face on posters, a voice on the telescreen. He will never die, and nobody can agree on when he was born. He's the mask the party wears for the world, a single figure to focus love, fear, and reverence, emotions more easily attached to a person than an organization. Beneath him stands the inner party, limited to 6 million people under 2% of Oceania's population. Below them, the outer party, the hands of the state, if the inner party is its brain. And beneath that, the silent masses called the proles, maybe 85% of the population, the low. The equatorial slave population shuffled between conquerors are not a permanent part of this structure. In principle, membership isn't hereditary. A child of inner party parents isn't born into the inner party. Admission for either branch comes by examination at 16. There's no racial discrimination or regional domination. Jews, Negroes, pure-blooded South American Indians appear in the highest ranks. Local administrators always come from the local population. No one feels like a colonized subject ruled from a distant capital. Oceania has no capital, and its titular head lives somewhere unknown. English is the main lingua franca. Newspeak the official language, but nothing is centralized. Rulers are bound not by blood, but by shared doctrine. Even so, the society is rigidly stratified along what looks like hereditary lines. Movement between groups is far less than under capitalism or pre-industrial ages. Some interchange happens between the two party branches just enough to exclude weaklings from the inner party and to neutralize ambitious outer party members by letting them rise. In practice, proles cannot graduate into the party. The most gifted among them, potential nuclei of discontent, are marked by the thought police and eliminated. Yet this arrangement isn't permanent in principle. The party isn't a class in the old sense. It doesn't aim to hand power to its own children. If the only way to keep the ablest at the top was recruiting an entire new generation from the proletariat, it would do so without hesitation. In the crucial early years, the fact that the party wasn't hereditary neutralized much opposition. Old-style socialists, trained to fight class privilege, assumed non-hereditary means non-permanent. They didn't see that oligarchy's continuity need not be physical, nor did they reflect that hereditary aristocracies are always short-lived, while adoptive organizations like the Catholic Church last centuries. The essence of oligarchical rule isn't father-to-son inheritance. It's the persistence of a world-view and a way of life imposed by the dead on the living. A ruling group rules as long as it can name its successors. The party wants to perpetuate itself, not its blood. Who holds power doesn't matter, so long as the hierarchy stays the same. All the beliefs, habits, tastes, emotions, and mental attitudes of this time are designed to sustain the party's mystique and hide society's true nature. Physical rebellion isn't possible now. The proles pose no threat. Left alone, they will keep working, breeding, dying generation after generation, century after century, without any impulse to rebel, without even the ability to grasp that the world could be different. They'd become dangerous only if industrial technique forced them to be better educated. But since military and commercial rivalry no longer matter, popular education is actually declining. What the masses think is treated with indifference. They can be granted intellectual liberty because they have no intellect. A party member, by contrast, cannot tolerate even the smallest deviation on the most trivial subject. A party member lives from birth to death under the thought police's eye. Even alone, he can never be sure he is alone. Asleep or awake, working or resting in his bath or in bed, he can be inspected without warning, without ever knowing it. Nothing he does is neutral. His friendships, relaxations, behavior toward his wife and children, his face when alone, muttered sleep talk, even his characteristic body movements, all are jealously scrutinized. Any actual misdeed, any tiny eccentricity, any change of habits, any nervous mannerism that might signal an inner struggle certain to be detected. He has no freedom of choice in any direction, yet his actions aren't regulated by law or any formal code. There is no law in Oceania. Thoughts and actions that mean certain death when detected aren't formally forbidden. The endless purges, arrests, tortures, imprisonments, vaporizations aren't punishments for crimes already committed. They are simply the wiping out of people who might commit a crime at some future time. A party member must have not just the right opinions but the right instincts. Many required beliefs and attitudes are never plainly stated, could not be stated without exposing Ingsock's contradictions. If he is naturally orthodox, a good thinker, he will always know without thinking the true belief or desired emotion. But in any case, elaborate mental training begun in childhood and built around the newspeak words crime stop, black-white, and doublethink makes him unwilling and unable to think deeply on any subject. A party member is expected to have no private emotions and no break from enthusiasm. He must live in a continuous frenzy, hatred of foreign enemies and internal traitors, triumph over victories, self-abasement before the party's power and wisdom. The discontents of his bare, unsatisfying life are deliberately turned outward and dissipated through devices like the 2 minutes hate. Speculations that might lead to skepticism or rebellion are killed in advance by his early inner discipline. The first and simplest stage of that discipline, teachable even to young children, is crime stop, the faculty of stopping short, as if by instinct, at the threshold of any dangerous thought, not grasping analogies, failing to see logical errors, misunderstanding simple arguments if they opposing sock, becoming bored or repelled by any thought train that could lead toward heresy. Crime stop means protective stupidity. But stupidity isn't enough. Full orthodoxy demands control over one's own mental processes, as complete as a contortionist's control over his body. Oceanian society rests ultimately on the belief that Big Brother is omnipotent and the party infallible. Since in reality neither is true, unwearying moment-to-moment flexibility in treating facts is required. The key word is black-white. Like many newspeak words, it has two mutually contradictory meanings. Applied to an opponent, it means impudently claiming that black is white against plain facts. Applied to a party member, it means a loyal willingness to say black is white when party discipline demands it, and more the ability to believe it, to know that black is white, and to forget having ever believed the contrary. This demands a continuous alteration of the past, made possible by the system called doublethink. Altering the past serves two reasons. The subsidiary, precautionary reason is that the party member, like the prole, tolerates present conditions partly because he has no standards of comparison. He must be cut off from the past, just as from foreign countries, so he believes he is better off than his ancestors and that material comfort is constantly rising. But the far more important reason is safeguarding the party's infallibility. It isn't merely that speeches, statistics, and records must be constantly updated to show the party's predictions were always right. It's also that no change in doctrine or political alignment can ever be admitted. Changing one's mind, or even one's policy, confesses weakness. If Eurasia or East Asia is the enemy today, then that country must always have been the enemy. If the facts say otherwise, the facts must be altered. History is continuously rewritten. This day-to-day falsification, carried out by the Ministry of Truth, is as necessary to the regime's stability as the repression and espionage of the Ministry of Love. Winston found himself caught in the book's final argument that the mutability of the past stands as Ingsock's central tenet. Past events, the text claimed, have no objective existence. They survive only in records and memories, and the party controls both completely. The past becomes whatever the party chooses to make it. Though endlessly alterable, no alteration ever feels like a change, because each new version simply is the past, and no different past could have existed. This holds even when the same event gets rewritten out of recognition multiple times in a single year. The party always possesses absolute truth, and the absolute can never have been different from what it is now. Control of the past depends on training memory. Making written records agree with current orthodoxy is mechanical, but one must also remember that events happened in the desired manner, and if memories must be rearranged or records tampered with, then one must forget having done so. This trick can be learned like any mental technique. In old speak it's called reality control, in new speak. Doublethink, though doublethink includes much more. Doublethink means holding two contradictory beliefs at once and accepting both. The party intellectual knows which way his memories must be altered, knows he is playing tricks with reality, yet by doublethink satisfies himself that reality remains untouched. The process must stay conscious enough for precision, but unconscious enough to avoid feelings of falsity and guilt. Doublethink lies at Ingsock's heart because the party's essential act is conscious deception paired with a firm purpose that comes from complete honesty. Telling deliberate lies while genuinely believing them, forgetting inconvenient facts, and later retrieving them just as long as needed. Denying objective reality, while accounting for the reality one denies, all this is indispensable. Even using the word doublethink requires doublethink, Because the word admits tampering with reality, and a fresh act of doublethink erases that knowledge, with a lie always one leap ahead of truth. Through doublethink, the party has arrested the course of history, and may continue for thousands of years. Past oligarchies fell either by ossifying or growing soft. They became stupid and arrogant, failed to adjust, and were overthrown. Or they became liberal and cowardly, made concessions when they should have used force, and were overthrown. They fell through consciousness or unconsciousness. The party's achievement is a system where both conditions coexist. On no other intellectual basis could its dominion be permanent. To rule and continue ruling, one must dislocate the sense of reality. Rulership's secret is combining belief in one's own infallibility with the power to learn from past mistakes. The subtlest doublethink practitioners are those who invented it and know its vast mental cheating. Those with the best knowledge of what's happening are furthest from seeing the world as it is. The greater the understanding, the greater the delusion, the more intelligent, the less sane. War hysteria increases up the social scale. The most rational attitudes toward the war belong to subject peoples of disputed territories. For them, war is just a continuous calamity sweeping over them, and which side wins is indifferent. The proles are only intermittently conscious of the war, capable of forgetting it for long periods when left alone. True war enthusiasm is found in the party ranks, especially the inner party. World conquest is believed most firmly by those who know it's impossible. This linking of opposites, knowledge with ignorance, cynicism with fanaticism, distinguishes oceanic society. The official ideology abounds with contradictions even without practical reason. The party rejects every principle socialism originally stood for, yet does so in socialism's name. It preaches contempt for the working class unseen for centuries, yet dresses members in a uniform once peculiar to manual workers. It undermines family solidarity, yet calls its leader by a name appealing to family loyalty. Even the four ministries reverse facts deliberately. Peace concerns itself with war, truth with lies, love with torture, plenty with starvation. These aren't accidental hypocrisy but deliberate doublethink exercises. Only by reconciling contradictions can power be retained indefinitely. If the high are to keep their places permanently, the prevailing mental condition must be controlled insanity. But one question remains nearly ignored. Why should human equality be averted? What's the motive for freezing history at a particular moment? Here lies the central secret. The party's mystique, especially the inner party's, depends on doublethink. Deeper lies the original motive, the never-questioned instinct that first led to the seizure of power and brought doublethink, the thought police, continuous warfare, and all the necessary paraphernalia into existence. Winston became aware of a silence, as one notices a new sound. Julia had been very still for some time. She lay on her side, naked from the waist up, cheek on her hand, a dark lock across her eyes. Her breast rose and fell slowly, regularly. He spoke her name. No answer. He asked if she was awake. No answer. She was asleep. He shut the book, placed it carefully on the floor, lay down, and pulled the coverlet over both of them. He still hadn't learned the ultimate secret, he reflected. He understood how he didn't understand why. This chapter, like the earlier one, told him nothing he didn't already know. It just systematized knowledge he possessed. But after reading it, he knew better than before that he wasn't mad. Being in a minority, even a minority of one, didn't make you mad. Truth and untruth existed, and if you clung to truth even against the whole world, you weren't mad. A yellow beam from the sinking sun slanted through the window across the pillow. He shut his eyes. The sun on his face and the girl's smooth body touching his gave him a strong, sleepy, confident feeling. He was safe. Everything was all right. He fell asleep, murmuring that sanity is not statistical, feeling that this remark held profound wisdom. When he woke, he had the sensation of sleeping a long time, but a glance at the old-fashioned clock showed only 20:30. He lay dozing briefly. Then the usual deep lunge singing started up from the yard below, a driveling song about a hopeless fancy, passing like an April eye, and a look and a word stealing the heart away. The song seemed to have kept its popularity, still heard everywhere, outlasting the hate song. Julia woke at the sound, stretched luxuriously, and got out of bed. She announced she was hungry and suggested making more coffee, then a curse the stove had gone out and the water was cold. She picked it up and shook it. There was no oil inside. Winston guessed they could get some from old Charrington. She remarked it was funny because she'd been sure it was full. She added that she was putting her clothes on. It seemed to have gotten colder. Winston also got up and dressed. The indefatigable voice continued singing about time healing all things and forgetting, but smiles and tears across the years still twisting heartstrings. As he fastened his overalls belt, he strolled to the window. The sun must have gone down behind the houses, no longer shining into the yard. The flagstones were wet, as if freshly washed, and he had the feeling the sky had been washed too, so fresh and pale was the blue between the chimney pots. The woman tirelessly marched to and fro, corking and uncorking herself, singing and falling silent, pegging out more diapers and yet more. He wondered if she took in washing for a living, or was just the slave of 20 or 30 grandchildren. Julia came to his side together. They gazed down with fascination at the sturdy figure, watching the woman in her characteristic attitude, thick arms reaching for the line, powerful mare-like buttocks protruded. It struck him for the first time that she was beautiful. It had never occurred to him before that a 50-year-old woman's body, blown up monstrously by childbearing, then hardened and roughened by work till coarse-grained like an overripe turnip, could be beautiful. But it was, and after all, why not? The solid, contourless body like a block of granite, the rasping red skin, bore the same relation to a girl's body as a rosehip bore to a rose. Why should the fruit be held inferior to the flower? He murmured that she was beautiful. Julia observed she was easily a meter across the hips. Winston replied that was her style of beauty. Winston felt Julia's supple waist easily encircled by his arm, her flank pressed against him from hip to knee. No child would ever come from their bodies. That was the one thing they could never do. Only from mind to mind by word of mouth could they pass on the secret. The woman in the yard below had no mind, only strong arms, a warm heart, and a fertile belly. He wondered how many children she had birthed. Perhaps 15. She'd had her momentary flowering, a year of wild rose beauty, then swollen like fertilized fruit, grown hard and red and coarse, and then her life became laundering, scrubbing, cooking, sweeping, polishing, mending over 30 unbroken years, first for children, then for grandchildren. And still she sang. The mystical reverence he felt for her mixed with the sight of the pale, cloudless sky stretching away behind the chimney pots. The same sky for everyone, in Eurasia, or East Asia as well. And the people under it were much the same everywhere, hundreds of thousands of millions of people just like this, ignorant of one another, held apart by walls of hatred and lies, yet almost exactly the same. People who had never learned to think but were storing up in their hearts and bellies and muscles the power that would one day overturn the world. If there was hope, it lay in the proles. Without finishing the book, he knew that must be Goldstein's final message. The future belonged to the proles. Could he be sure their world wouldn't be as alien to him as the parties? Yes, because at least it would be a world of sanity. Where there is equality, there can be sanity. Sooner or later it would happen. Strength would change into consciousness. The proles were immortal. Watching that valiant figure in the yard, you couldn't doubt it. Their awakening would come, and until then, though it might take 1,000 years, they would stay alive against all odds, like birds, passing on from body to body, the vitality the party could not kill. He asked if she remembered the thrush that sang to them that first day at the wood's edge. Julia answered that the bird hadn't been singing to them just to please itself, or not even that, just singing. The bird sang, the proles sang. The party did not sing. Everywhere stood the same solid, unconquerable figure, made monstrous by work and childbearing, toiling from birth to death, and still singing. Out of those mighty loins a race of conscious beings must one day come. You were the dead. Theirs was the future. But you could share in that future if you kept alive the mind as they kept alive the body, and passed on the secret doctrine that 2 + 2 make 4. He said they were the dead. Julia echoed him dutifully. An iron voice behind them said they were the dead. They sprang apart. Winston's entrails turned to ice. He saw the white all around Julia's irises. Her face had gone milky yellow, the rouge on each cheekbone standing out sharply as if unconnected to the skin beneath. The voice repeated the words, "They were the dead." Julia breathed that it was behind the picture. The voice confirmed it, then ordered them to remain exactly where they were, making no movement until commanded. It was starting at last. They could only stand gazing into each other's eyes. No thought of running occurred to them. Disobeying that iron voice from the wall was unthinkable. A snap came, as if a catch had been turned, then a crash of breaking glass. The picture had fallen, uncovering the telescreen behind it. Julia said now they could see them. The voice agreed, ordering them to stand in the middle of the room back to back, hands clasped behind their heads, not touching. They weren't touching, but he thought he could feel Julia's body shaking, or perhaps it was his own. He could barely stop his teeth chattering. His knees were beyond control. Trampling boots sounded below, inside and outside the house. The yard seemed full of men, something dragged across stones. The woman's singing stopped abruptly. A long, rolling clang, the washtub flung across the yard, then angry shouts ending in a yell of pain. Winston observed that the house was surrounded. The voice agreed. He heard Julia snap her teeth together. She supposed they might as well say goodbye. The voice agreed again. Then another voice, thin, cultivated, familiar, struck in with a nursery rhyme about a candle to light you to bed and a chopper to chop off your head. Something crashed onto the bed behind Winston. A ladder's head had burst through the window frame. Someone climbed through. Boots stampeded up the stairs. The room filled with solid men in black uniforms, iron-shod boots, truncheons in hand. Winston stopped trembling. He barely moved his eyes. One thing mattered. Keep still. Don't give them an excuse to hit you. A man with a smooth prizefighter's jowl and a mouth like a slit paused opposite him, balancing his truncheon meditatively. Winston met his eyes. The nakedness, hands behind head, face and body exposed, was almost unbearable. The man protruded the tip of a white tongue, licked where his lips should have been, and moved on. Another crash. Someone had snatched the glass paperweight from the table and smashed it to pieces on the hearthstone. The coral fragment, a tiny pink crinkle like a sugar rosebud, rolled across the mat. How small it always was, Winston thought. A gasp and a thump behind him, then a violent kick on his ankle, nearly flung him off balance. One of the men had driven his fist into Julia's solar plexus, doubling her up like a pocket ruler. She thrashed on the floor, fighting for breath. Winston dared not turn his head even a millimeter, but sometimes her livid, gasping face entered the edge of his vision. Even in his terror, he could feel the pain in his own body, the deadly pain less urgent than the struggle to breathe. He knew what it was like, the terrible agony present all the while but impossible to suffer yet, because before all else, you had to be able to breathe. Then two men hoisted her up by knees and shoulders and carried her out like a sack. He glimpsed her face upside down, yellow and contorted, eyes shut, still with rouge on both cheeks. That was the last he saw of her. He stood dead still. No one had hit him yet. Uninteresting thoughts began flitting through his mind, whether they'd got Mr. Charrington, what they'd done to the woman in the yard. He noticed he badly wanted to urinate, and felt faint surprise, having done so only hours ago. The mantelpiece clock said 9:21 hours, but the light seemed too strong. Wouldn't it be fading at 21 on an August evening? He wondered if he and Julia had mistaken the time, slept the clock round, thought it was 20:30 when really it was 8:30 the following morning. He didn't pursue the thought. It wasn't interesting. A lighter step in the passage. Mr. Charrington entered. The black uniformed men's demeanor became more subdued. Something in Charrington's appearance had changed. His eye fell on the glass paperweight's fragments. He ordered them, picked up sharply. A man stooped to obey. The Cockney accent was gone. Winston suddenly recognized the telescreen voice from moments ago. Sherrington still wore his old velvet jacket, but his almost white hair had turned black. He wasn't wearing spectacles. He gave Winston a single sharp glance, as if verifying identity, then paid no more attention. Still recognizable, yet not the same person. His body had straightened and seemed larger. Tiny changes in his face had worked a complete transformation. Eyebrows less bushy, wrinkles gone, the whole line of his face altered. Even the nose seemed shorter. It was the alert, cold face of a man of about 35. Winston realized that for the first time in his life, with certainty, he was looking at a member of the thought police. Winston had no idea where he was. Presumably the Ministry of Love, but he couldn't be certain. The cell had a high ceiling and no windows, its walls glittering white porcelain. Concealed lamps poured cold light everywhere. A low, steady hum, probably the air supply, filled the space. A narrow bench ran along the wall, broken only by the door, and opposite it, a toilet pan without a wooden seat. 4 telescreens, one on each wall. A dull ache persisted in his belly. There since they'd bundled him into the closed van. He was also hungry, a gnawing, unwholesome hunger. Possibly 24 hours since he'd eaten, maybe 36. He still didn't know, and probably never would, whether it had been morning or evening at the arrest. Since then, no food. He sat as still as possible on the narrow bench, hands crossed on his knee. He'd already learned to sit still. Unexpected movements brought yells from the telescreen, but the craving for food grew. Above all, he longed for a piece of bread. He had an idea. There were a few breadcrumbs in his overalls pocket. It was even possible something seemed to tickle his leg from time to time, that a sizable bit of crust might be there. Finally, the temptation overcame his fear. He slipped a hand into his pocket. The telescreen yelled his name and number, ordering hands out of pockets in the cells. He sat still again, hands crossed on his knee. Before being brought here, they'd taken him to another place, an ordinary prison or temporary patrol lockup. He didn't know how long he'd been there, several hours at least. With no clocks and no daylight, time was hard to gauge. That place was noisy and evil-smelling. They'd put him in a similar cell, but filthy, crowded with 10 or 15 people. Most were common criminals, with a few political prisoners among them. He'd sat silent against the wall, jostled by dirty bodies, too preoccupied by fear and belly pain to take much interest, yet still noticing the astonishing difference in demeanor between party prisoners and others. The party prisoners were always silent and terrified. The ordinary criminals seemed to care for nobody. They yelled insults at guards, fought back fiercely when their belongings were impounded, wrote obscene words on the floor, ate smuggled food from hiding places in their clothes, even shouted down the telescreen when it tried to restore order. Some seemed on good terms with the guards, calling them by nicknames, trying to wheedle cigarettes through the spy hole. The guards treated common criminals with a certain forbearance, even when handling them roughly. Much talk about forced labor camps, most prisoners expected to be sent there. He gathered it was all right in the camps, as long as you had good contacts and knew the ropes. Bribery, favoritism, racketeering of every kind, homosexuality, prostitution, even illicit alcohol distilled from potatoes. Positions of trust went only to common criminals, especially gangsters and murderers, who formed a sort of aristocracy. All the dirty jobs were done by the politicals. Prisoners came and went constantly: drug peddlers, thieves, bandits, black marketeers, drunks, prostitutes. Some drunks were so violent that other prisoners had to combine to suppress them. An enormous wreck of a woman, about 60, with great tumbling breasts and thick white hair that had come down in her struggles, was carried in kicking and shouting by 4 guards holding her at each corner. They wrenched off the boots she'd been trying to kick them with and dumped her across Winston's lap, nearly breaking his thigh bones. She hoisted herself upright and followed them out with a yell. Then, noticing she was sitting on something uneven, she slid off his knees onto the bench. She apologized, said she wouldn't have sat on him, but the buggers put her there. They didn't know how to treat a lady. She paused, patted her breast, and belched. apologized again, saying she wasn't herself quite. Then she leaned forward and vomited copiously on the floor. She declared that was better, leaned back with closed eyes and said, "Never keep it down, get it up while it's fresh on your stomach." She revived, turned to have another look at him, and seemed immediately to take a fancy to him. She put a vast arm around his shoulder, drew him toward her, breathing beer and vomit into his face. She asked his name. He said Smith. She said that was funny. Her name was Smith too, and added sentimentally that she might be his mother. She might, Winston thought. About the right age and physique, and people probably changed somewhat after 20 years in a forced labor camp. No one else had spoken to him. The ordinary criminals largely ignored the party prisoners, calling them the Pollets with uninterested contempt. The party prisoners seemed terrified of speaking to anybody, above all to one another. Only once, when two party women were pressed close together on the bench, he overheard amid the din a few hurriedly whispered words, in particular a reference to something called Room 101, which he didn't understand. It might have been 2 or 3 hours ago that they'd brought him here. The dull pain in his belly never left, but sometimes it grew better, sometimes worse, and his thoughts expanded or contracted accordingly. When it grew worse, he thought only of the pain itself and his desire for food. When it grew better, panic took hold. There were moments when he foresaw what would happen to him with such actuality that his heart galloped and his breath stopped. He felt truncheons smashing his elbows, iron-shod boots on his shins. He saw himself groveling on the floor, screaming for mercy through broken teeth. He hardly thought of Julia. He couldn't fix his mind on her. He loved her and wouldn't betray her, but that was only a fact, known as he knew arithmetic rules. He felt no love for her, hardly even wondered what was happening to her. He thought oftener of O'Brien with a flickering hope. O'Brien must know he'd been arrested. The Brotherhood, O'Brien had said, never tried to save its members. But there was the razor blade. They would send it if they could. There would be perhaps 5 seconds before guards could rush into the cell. The blade would bite into him with a sort of burning coldness, and even the fingers holding it would be cut to the bone. Everything came back to his sick body, shrinking, trembling from the smallest pain. He wasn't certain he would use the razor blade, even if he got the chance. It was more natural to exist moment to moment, accepting another 10 minutes' life even with the certainty of torture at the end. Sometimes he tried to count the porcelain bricks on the cell walls. It should have been easy, but he always lost count. More often he wondered where he was, and what time of day. At one moment he felt certain it was broad daylight outside, and at the next equally certain it was pitch darkness. In this place, he knew instinctively, the lights would never turn off. It was the place with no darkness. He now saw why O'Brien had seemed to recognize the illusion. The Ministry of Love had no windows. His cell might be at the building's heart, or against its outer wall 10 floors underground, or 30 above. He moved himself mentally from place to place, trying to feel whether he was perched high in air or buried deep. Marching boots outside. The steel door clanged open. A young officer, trim black uniform, glittering polished leather, pale straight-featured face like a wax mask, stepped smartly through. He motioned to the guards outside to bring in the prisoner they were leading. The poet Ampleforth shambled into the cell. The door clanged shut again. Ampleforth made 1 or 2 uncertain side-to-side movements, as if expecting another door to leave through, then began wandering up and down. He hadn't yet noticed Winston. His troubled eyes gazed at the wall about a meter above Winston's head. He was shoeless, large, dirty toes stuck through holes in his socks. He was also several days unshaven. A scrubby beard covered his face to the cheekbones, giving him an air of ruffianism that oddly matched his large, weak frame and nervous movements. Winston roused himself a little from his lethargy. He had to speak to Ampleforth and risk the telescreen's yell. It was even conceivable Ampleforth carried the razor blade. He spoke the name. No yell came. Ampleforth paused, mildly startled. His eyes focused slowly on Winston. He acknowledged Smith with the observation that he too had been caught. Winston asked what he was in for. Ampleforth admitted there was only one offense, really. Winston asked if he'd committed it. Apparently he had. He pressed his temples, trying to remember. "These things happen," he began vaguely. He had recalled one possible instance, an indiscretion. They were producing a definitive edition of Kipling's poems. He had allowed the word God to remain at the end of a line. He couldn't help it, he added almost indignantly. It was impossible to change the line because the rhyme was rod. He asked if Winston realized there were only 12 rhymes to rod in the entire language. He had racked his brains for days. There was no other rhyme. His expression changed. Annoyance passed, and he looked almost pleased, a sort of intellectual warmth. The joy of a pedant who has found out some useless fact shone through the dirt and scrubby hair. He asked if it had ever occurred to Winston that the whole history of English poetry had been determined by the fact that the English language lacks rhymes. No. That particular thought had never occurred to Winston, nor in the circumstances did it strike him as very important or interesting. He asked Ampleforth what time of day it was. Ampleforth looked startled again, said he'd hardly thought about it. They arrested him maybe 2 or 3 days ago. His eyes flitted around the walls, as if half expecting to find a window. There was no difference between night and day in this place, he said. He did not see how anyone could calculate the time. They talked desultorily for a few minutes. Then without apparent reason a yell from the telescreen commanded silence. Winston sat quietly, hands crossed. Ampleforth, too large for the narrow bench, fidgeted side to side, clasping his lank hands around one knee, then the other. The telescreen barked at him to keep still. Time passed 20 minutes, an hour, hard to judge. Once more, boots outside. Winston's entrails contracted. Soon, very soon, perhaps in 5 minutes, perhaps now, the tramp of boots would mean his own turn. The door opened. The cold-faced young officer stepped in and indicated Ampleforth with a brief hand movement. Room 101. Ampleforth marched clumsily out between the guards, his face vaguely perturbed but uncomprehending. What seemed a long time passed. The pain in Winston's belly revived. His mind sagged round and round the same track, a ball falling again into the same slots. He had only 6 thoughts. The pain, a piece of bread, the blood and screaming, O'Brien, Julia, the razor blade. Another spasm in his entrails, heavy boots approaching. The door opened, and the wave of air brought a powerful smell of cold sweat. Parsons walked in, wearing khaki shorts and a sports shirt. Winston was startled into self-forgetfulness. He exclaimed that Parsons was here. Parsons gave him a glance with neither interest nor surprise, only misery. He began walking jerkily up and down, unable to keep still. Each time he straightened his pudgy knees, they were trembling. His eyes had a wide-open, staring look, as if he couldn't prevent himself from gazing at something in the middle distance. Winston asked what he was in for. Parsons answered almost blubbering thought crime. His tone implied complete admission of guilt and an incredulous horror that such a word could apply to him. He paused opposite Winston and began appealing eagerly, asking if they would shoot him. "Old chap, since they don't shoot you if you haven't actually done anything, only thoughts you can't help." He trusted they gave a fair hearing. They would know his record. He wasn't a bad chap in his way, not brainy but keen. He had tried to do his best for the party. He asked if he'd get off with 5 years, or even 10. A chap like him could make himself useful in a labor camp. They wouldn't shoot him for going off the rails just once. Winston asked if he was guilty. Parsons cried out that of course he was guilty. With a servile glance at the telescreen, did Winston think the party would arrest an innocent man? His frog-like face grew calmer, almost sanctimonious. He declared thought crime was dreadful and insidious. It could get hold of you without your knowing. It got hold of him in his sleep. There he was, working away, never knowing he had any bad stuff in his mind. Then he started talking in his sleep. He sank his voice, as if obliged to utter an obscenity he had said. "Down with Big Brother!" Over and over again, it seemed. Between themselves, he was glad they got him before it went further. When he went before the tribunal, he would thank them for saving him before it was too late. Winston asked who denounced him. Parsons said it was his little daughter, with doleful pride. She listened at the keyhole, heard what he was saying, and nipped off to the patrols the next day. Pretty smart for a 7-year-old, he bore no grudge. In fact, he was proud of her. It showed he brought her up in the right spirit. He made a few more jerky movements, casting longing glances at the toilet. Then he suddenly ripped down his shorts, apologizing that he couldn't help it. It was the waiting. He plumped his large posterior onto the toilet. Winston covered his face with his hands. The telescreen yelled his name and number, ordering him to uncover his face. No faces covered in the cells. Winston obeyed. Parsons used the lavatory loudly and abundantly. The plug was defective, and the cell stank abominably for hours afterward. Parsons was removed. More prisoners came and went mysteriously. One woman was consigned to room 101. Winston noticed. She seemed to shrivel and change color when she heard the words. A time came when, if it had been morning when he arrived, it would now be afternoon, or, if afternoon, then midnight. 6 prisoners sat in the cell, men and women, all very still. Opposite Winston sat a chinless, toothy-faced man exactly like some large, harmless rodent. His fat, mottled cheeks were so pouched at the bottom that it was difficult not to believe he had little stores of food tucked away there. His pale gray eyes flitted timorously from face to face and turned quickly away when he caught anyone's eye. The door opened. Another prisoner was brought in whose appearance sent a momentary chill through Winston. A commonplace, mean-looking man who might have been an engineer or technician. But what was startling was the emaciation of his face. It was like a skull. Because of its thinness, the mouth and eyes looked disproportionately large, and the eyes seemed filled with a murderous, unappeasable hatred. The man sat down at a little distance. Winston did not look at him again, but the tormented skull face was as vivid in his mind as if straight in front of him. Suddenly, he realized the man was dying of starvation. The same thought seemed to occur almost simultaneously to everyone. A very faint stirring went round the bench. The chinless man's eyes kept flitting toward the skull-faced man, turning guiltily away, then dragged back by irresistible attraction. He began to fidget. At last, he stood up, waddled clumsily across the cell, dug into his overalls pocket, and with an abashed air held out a grimy piece of bread to the skull-faced man. A furious, deafening roar from the telescreen. The chinless man jumped. The skull-faced man thrust his hands quickly behind his back, demonstrating to all the world that he refused the gift. The voice roared his name. Bumstead. 2713 Bumstead J, ordering him to let fall that piece of bread. He dropped it on the floor. The voice commanded him to remain standing where he was, face the door, make no movement. The chinless man obeyed. His large, pouchy cheeks quivered uncontrollably. The door clanged open. The young officer entered, and stepped aside. Behind him emerged a short, stumpy guard with enormous arms and shoulders. He took his stand opposite the chinless man, then, at a signal from the officer, let free a frightful blow with all his body's weight behind it, full into the chinless man's mouth. The force almost knocked him clear of the floor. His body flew across the cell and fetched up against the base of the toilet. For a moment, he lay stunned, dark blood oozing from his mouth and nose. A very faint, unconscious whimpering came out of him. Then he rolled over and raised himself unsteadily on hands and knees. Amid a stream of blood and saliva, the 2 halves of a dental plate fell out of his mouth. The prisoner sat very still, hands crossed on knees. The chinless man climbed back into his place. Down one side of his face the flesh darkened. His mouth had swollen into a shapeless cherry-colored mass with a black hole in the middle. From time to time, a little blood dripped onto his overalls. His gray eyes still flitted from face to face, more guiltily than ever, as if trying to discover how much the others despised him for his humiliation. The door opened. With a small gesture, the officer indicated the skull-faced man, room 101. A gasp and a flurry at Winston's side. The man had flung himself on his knees, hands clasped together. He cried out to the comrade officer, "Didn't they have to take him to that place? Hadn't he already told them everything? What else did they want to know? There was nothing he wouldn't confess. Just tell him what it was and he'd confess it straight off. Write it down, and he'd sign it anything. Not room 101. The officer repeated the words. The man's face, already very pale, turned a color Winston would not have believed possible. Definitely, unmistakably, a shade of green. He yelled to do anything to him. They had been starving him for weeks. Finish it off, and let him die. Shoot him, hang him, sentence him to 25 years. Was there somebody else they wanted him to give away? Just say who it was, and he'd tell them anything they wanted. He didn't care who it was, or what they did. He had a wife, and 3 children. The biggest wasn't 6 years old. They could take the whole lot and cut their throats in front of his eyes, and he'd stand by and watch it. But not room 101. The officer said it a 3rd time. The man looked frantically around at the other prisoners, as if to put another victim in his place. His eyes settled on the chinless man's smashed face. He flung out a lean arm, shouting that was the one they ought to be taking, not him. They hadn't heard what that man was saying after they bashed his face. Give him a chance, and he'd tell them every word. That man was against the party, not him. The guard stepped forward. The man's voice rose to a shriek, repeating that they hadn't heard him. Something went wrong with the telescreen. That was the one they wanted. Take him, not me. The 2 sturdy guards stooped to take his arms. But just then, he flung himself across the floor and grabbed one of the iron bench legs. He set up a wordless howling like an animal. The guards hauled at him, but he clung with astonishing strength. For perhaps 20 seconds they pulled. The prisoner sat quiet, hands crossed on knees, looking straight ahead. The howling stopped. The man had no breath left except for hanging on. Then a different kind of cry. A kick from a guard's boot had broken the fingers of one of his hands. They dragged him to his feet. The officer said the words again, room 101. The man was led out, walking unsteadily, head sunken, nursing his crushed hand, all the fight gone out of him. A long time passed. Morning became afternoon, or afternoon became morning. Winston couldn't tell. He was alone, had been alone for hours. The narrow bench made sitting so painful that he often got up and walked about, unreproved by the telescreen. The piece of bread still lay where the chinless man had dropped it. At first, he had to fight not to look at it, but soon hunger gave way to thirst. His mouth was sticky and evil-tasting. The humming sound and unvarying white light induced a faintness, an empty feeling inside his head. He would get up because the bone ache was no longer bearable, then sit down again almost at once because he was too dizzy to stay on his feet. Whenever his physical sensations came a little under control, the terror returned. Sometimes with fading hope he thought of O'Brien, and the razor blade. It was thinkable that the blade might arrive concealed in his food, if he was ever fed. More dimly he thought of Julia. Somewhere she was suffering, perhaps far worse than he. She might be screaming with pain at this moment. He asked himself if he would double his own pain to save her, and answered yes. But that was only an intellectual decision made because he knew he ought to make it. He did not feel it. In this place you couldn't feel anything except pain and the foreknowledge of pain. Besides, was it possible, while actually suffering, to wish your own pain to increase? That question wasn't answerable yet. The boots approached again. The door opened. O'Brien came in. Winston started to his feet. The shock drove all caution out of him. For the first time in years he forgot the telescreen. He cried out that they had got O'Brien too. O'Brien answered with mild, almost regretful irony that they had got him a long time ago. He stepped aside. From behind him emerged a broad-chested guard with a long black truncheon in his hand. O'Brien said Winston had known this, had always known it. Yes, Winston saw now he had always known, but no time to think of that. All he could see was the truncheon. It might fall anywhere on the crown, on the ear, on the upper arm, on the elbow. The elbow. He had slumped to his knees, almost paralyzed, clasping the stricken elbow with his other hand. Everything exploded into yellow light. Inconceivable that one blow could cause such pain. The light cleared. He could see the other two looking down at him. The guard laughed at his contortions. One question was answered. Never, for any reason on earth, could you wish for an increase of pain. Of pain you could wish only one thing, that it should stop. Nothing in the world was as bad as physical pain. In the face of pain there are no heroes, he thought over and over, as he writhed on the floor, clutching uselessly at his disabled left arm. He was lying on something like a camp bed but higher off the ground, fixed down so he couldn't move. Light stronger than usual fell on his face. O'Brien stood at his side, looking down intently. At the other side stood a man in a white coat, holding a hypodermic syringe. Even with his eyes open, he took in his surroundings only gradually. He had the impression of swimming up into this room from some quite different world, an underwater world far beneath it. How long he had been down there he didn't know. Since the arrest he had seen neither darkness nor daylight. His memories weren't continuous. There had been times when consciousness stopped dead and started again after a blank interval, whether days, weeks, or only seconds, there was no way to know. With that first blow on the elbow, the nightmare had started. Later, he would realize that all that happened was merely preliminary, a routine interrogation for nearly all prisoners. A long range of crimes, espionage, sabotage, and the like. Everyone had to confess as a matter of course. The confession was a formality, though the torture was real. How many times he had been beaten, how long the beatings had continued, he couldn't remember. Always 5 or 6 men in black uniforms at him simultaneously. Sometimes fists, sometimes truncheons, steel rods, boots. There were times when he rolled about the floor, shameless as an animal, writhing endlessly to dodge kicks, simply inviting more kicks to his ribs, belly, elbows, shins, groin, testicles, the base of his spine. There were times when it went on until the cruel, unforgivable thing, seeing not that the guards continued beating him, but that he couldn't force himself into unconsciousness. There were times when his nerve broke so completely that he began shouting for mercy even before the beating started. The mere sight of a drawn-back fist, enough to make him pour out confessions of real and imaginary crimes. Other times, he began resolved to confess nothing, every word forced out between gasps of pain. Sometimes he feebly compromised, telling himself he would confess, but not yet. He must hold out until the pain became unbearable. 3 more kicks, 2 more, then he would tell them what they wanted. Sometimes he was beaten till he could hardly stand, then flung like a sack onto a stone floor, left to recuperate for a few hours, then taken out and beaten again. There were longer recovery periods, too, spent chiefly in sleep or stupor. He remembered a cell with a plank bed, a sort of shelf sticking from the wall, a tin wash basin, meals of hot soup and bread and sometimes coffee. He remembered a surly barber coming to scrape his chin and crop his hair, businesslike, unsympathetic men in white coats, feeling his pulse, tapping his reflexes, turning up his eyelids, running harsh fingers over him for broken bones, and shooting needles into his arm to make him sleep. The beatings grew less frequent, becoming mainly a threat, a horror he could be sent back to at any moment when his answers were unsatisfactory. His questioners now were not ruffians in black uniforms, but party intellectuals, little rotund men with quick movements and flashing spectacles, working on him in relays over periods he thought, though he couldn't be sure, 10 or 12 hours at a stretch. They kept him in constant slight pain, but didn't rely chiefly on pain. They slapped his face, wrung his ears, pulled his hair, made him stand on one leg, refused him permission to urinate, shone glaring lights in his face until his eyes ran with water. The aim was simply to humiliate him and destroy his power to argue and reason. Their real weapon was merciless questioning that went on hour after hour, tripping him up, laying traps, twisting everything he said, convicting him at every step of lies and self-contradiction, until he began weeping as much from shame as from nervous fatigue. Sometimes he would weep 6 times in a single session. Most of the time they screamed abuse at him and threatened at every hesitation to deliver him back to the guards. But sometimes they would suddenly change their tune, call him comrade, appeal to him in Ingsock's and Big Brother's name, and ask sorrowfully whether even now he lacked enough loyalty to the party to undo the evil he had done. When his nerves were in rags after hours of questioning, even this appeal could reduce him to sniveling tears. In the end, the nagging voices broken down more completely than boots and fists. He became simply a mouth that uttered, a hand that signed whatever was demanded. His sole concern was to find out what they wanted him to confess, then confess it quickly before the bullying started anew. He confessed to assassinating eminent party members, distributing seditious pamphlets, embezzling public funds, selling military secrets, every kind of sabotage. He confessed to being a spy in East Asia's pay as far back as 1968. He confessed to being a religious believer, an admirer of capitalism, a sexual pervert. He confessed to murdering his wife, though he knew, and his questioners must have known, that she was still alive. He confessed to years of personal contact with Goldstein and membership in an underground organization that included almost every human being he had ever known. It was easier to confess everything and implicate everybody. Besides, in a sense it was all true. He had been the party's enemy, and in the party's eyes there was no distinction between thought and deed. There were memories of another kind, disconnected, like pictures with blackness all around them. He was in a cell that could have been dark or light because he could see nothing except a pair of eyes. Some instrument ticked slowly and regularly nearby. The eyes grew larger and more luminous. Suddenly, he floated out of his seat, dived into the eyes, and was swallowed up. He was strapped into a chair surrounded by dials under dazzling lights. A man in a white coat read the dials. Heavy boots tramped outside. The door clanged open. The waxen-faced officer marched in, followed by 2 guards. The officer said the words, "Room 101. The man in white did not turn around. He did not look at Winston either, only at the dials. He was rolling down a mighty corridor, a kilometer wide, full of glorious golden light, roaring with laughter, and shouting confessions at the top of his voice. He confessed everything, even the things he had succeeded in holding back under torture. He related his entire life history to an audience who already knew it. The guards, the other questioners, the men in white coats, O'Brien, Julia, Mr. Charrington all rolled down the corridor together, shouting with laughter. Some dreadful thing embedded in the future had been skipped over and hadn't happened. Everything was all right. No more pain. The last detail of his life was laid bare, understood, forgiven. He was starting up from the plank bed, half certain he had heard O'Brien's voice. Throughout his interrogation, though he had never seen him, he had felt O'Brien at his elbow just out of sight. O'Brien directed everything. He set the guards onto Winston and prevented them from killing him. He decided when Winston should scream with pain, when he should have a respite, when he should be fed, when he should sleep, when drugs should be pumped into his arm. He asked the questions and suggested the answers. He was the tormentor, the protector, the inquisitor, the friend. And once Winston couldn't remember whether in drugged sleep, normal sleep, or even a moment of wakefulness. A voice murmured in his ear, not to worry, that he was in O'Brien's keeping, that for 7 years O'Brien had watched over him, that now the turning point had come, that he would be saved, made perfect. He wasn't sure it was O'Brien's voice, but it was the same voice that had said they would meet in the place where there is no darkness, in that other dream 7 years ago. He didn't remember any ending to his interrogation. There was a period of blackness. Then the cell or room in which he now was had gradually materialized around him. He was almost flat on his back, unable to move. His body was held down at every essential point. Even the back of his head was gripped somehow. O'Brien looked down at him gravely, and rather sadly. From below, his face looked coarse and worn, with pouches under the eyes and tired lines from nose to chin. He was older than Winston had thought, perhaps 48 or 50. Under his hand was a dial with a lever on top and figures running around the face. O'Brien reminded him that he had promised if they met again, it would be here. Winston agreed. Without any warning except a slight movement of O'Brien's hand, a wave of pain flooded his body. It was frightening, because he couldn't see what was happening and had the feeling that some mortal injury was being done to him. He didn't know whether it was really happening or electrically produced, but his body was being wrenched out of shape, his joints slowly torn apart. Though the pain had brought sweat to his forehead, the worst was the fear that his backbone was about to snap. He set his teeth and breathed hard through his nose, trying to stay silent as long as possible. O'Brien watched his face and named his fear that in another moment something would break, especially his backbone, with a vivid mental picture of vertebrae snapping apart and spinal fluid dripping out. Wasn't that what he was thinking? Winston didn't answer. O'Brien drew back the lever. The wave of pain receded almost as quickly as it had come. He announced that was 40, and pointed out that the dial ran up to 100. He told Winston to remember throughout their conversation that he had the power to inflict pain at any moment and to whatever degree he chose. If Winston told any lies, attempted to prevaricate in any way, or even fell below his usual level of intelligence, he would cry out with pain instantly. Did he understand? Winston said yes. O'Brien's manner softened. He adjusted his spectacles thoughtfully, paced once or twice, and spoke with a gentle, patient voice like a doctor, a teacher, even a priest, more eager to explain and persuade than to punish. He told Winston he was taking trouble with him because Winston was worth trouble. Winston knew perfectly well what was wrong with him, had known for years, though he had fought against the knowledge. He was mentally deranged, suffering from a defective memory, unable to remember real events while persuading himself he remembered others that never happened. Fortunately, it was curable. He had never cured himself because he chose not to. There was a small effort of will he had not been ready to make. Even now, O'Brien was aware, Winston was clinging to his disease, under the impression it was a virtue. O'Brien asked for an example at this moment. Which power was Oceania at war with? Winston answered that when he was arrested, Oceania was at war with East Asia. O'Brien confirmed East Asia, then asked if Oceania had always been at war with East Asia. Winston drew in his breath, opened his mouth, then did not speak. He couldn't take his eyes off the dial. O'Brien pressed for the truth, Winston's truth. What did he think he remembered? Winston recalled that until only a week before his arrest, they had not been at war with East Asia at all. They had been in alliance with them. The war had been against Eurasia, lasting 4 years. Before that, O'Brien stopped him with a hand movement. Another example, O'Brien said. Years ago, Winston had a serious delusion. He believed that 3 former party members, Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford, executed for treachery after full confessions, were not guilty. He believed he had seen unmistakable documentary evidence proving their confessions false. He had a hallucination about a certain photograph, believed he had actually held it. A photograph. Something like this. An oblong newspaper slip appeared between O'Brien's fingers. For perhaps 5 seconds it was within Winston's vision. No question of its identity. It was the photograph, another copy of the photo of Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford at the party function in New York, which he had chanced upon 11 years ago, and destroyed. Only an instant before his eyes, then gone. But he had seen it. Unquestionably, he had seen it. He made a desperate, agonizing effort to wrench his upper body free, impossible to move, even a centimeter. For the moment, he had even forgotten the dial. All he wanted was to hold that photograph again, or at least see it. He cried out that it existed. O'Brien said no. He crossed to a memory hole in the opposite wall, lifted the grating, and the frail slip whirled away on warm air, vanishing in a flash of flame. Ashes, O'Brien said, not even identifiable ashes. Dust. It did not exist. It never existed. Winston insisted. It did exist. It exists. It existed in memory. He remembered it. O'Brien remembered it. O'Brien said he did not remember. Winston's heart sank. That was doublethink. A deadly helplessness. If he could have been certain O'Brien was lying, it wouldn't have mattered. But it was perfectly possible O'Brien had really forgotten the photograph, and if so, he would already have forgotten his denial of remembering it, and forgotten the act of forgetting. How could one be sure it was simply trickery? That lunatic mental dislocation could really happen. That was the thought that defeated him. O'Brien looked down speculatively, more than ever like a teacher with a wayward but promising child. He asked Winston to repeat the party slogan about control of the past. Winston obediently recited that whoever controls the past controls the future. Whoever controls the present controls the past. O'Brien nodded slowly, repeated the second half, and asked Winston whether he thought the past had real existence. Again, helplessness descended. Winston's eyes flitted toward the dial. He not only didn't know whether yes or no would save him from pain, he didn't even know which answer he believed true. O'Brien smiled faintly. Observe that Winston was no metaphysician. He had never considered what existence meant. O'Brien put it more precisely. Did the past exist concretely in space? Was there somewhere a world of solid objects where the past was still happening? Winston said no. Then where did the past exist, if at all? In records. Winston answered, written down. O'Brien pressed, in records. And in the mind, in human memories. O'Brien concluded they, the party, controlled all records and all memories. Therefore, they controlled the past, did they not? Winston cried out. How could you stop people remembering things? It was involuntary, outside oneself. How could you control memory? O'Brien had not controlled his banner piece. O'Brien's manner grew stern again. He laid his hand on the dial, and contradicted him. On the contrary, Winston had not controlled it. That was what brought him here. He had failed in humility, in self-discipline, would not make the act of submission that was sanity's price. He preferred to be a lunatic, a minority of one. Only the disciplined mind could see reality. Winston believed reality was objective, external, existing in its own right, and that its nature was self-evident. When he deluded himself into thinking he saw something, he assumed everyone else saw the same. But reality was not external. Reality existed in the human mind, and nowhere else, not in the individual mind which made mistakes and perished, but only in the party's mind, collective and immortal. Whatever the party held to be truth, was truth. It was impossible to see reality except through the party's eyes. That was the fact Winston had to relearn. It required an act of self-destruction, an effort of will. He must humble himself before he could become sane. O'Brien paused to let the words sink in. Then he asked if Winston remembered writing in his diary that freedom was the freedom to say 2 + 2 make 4. Winston said yes. O'Brien held up his left hand back toward Winston, thumb hidden, 4 fingers extended. He asked how many fingers. 4, Winston said. O'Brien asked if the party said it was not 4 but 5. Then how many? Winston answered 4. The word ended in a gasp of pain. The needle shot to 55. Sweat sprang out all over Winston's body. Air tore into his lungs and issued again as deep groans he could not stop even by clenching his teeth. O'Brien watched him, 4 fingers still extended, then drew back the lever. This time, the pain eased only slightly. He asked again how many fingers. Winston still said 4. The needle went to 60. Winston shouted 4. What else could he say? The needle must have risen again, but he didn't look. The heavy, stern face and the 4 fingers filled his vision. The fingers stood up like pillars, enormous, blurry, vibrating but unmistakably 4. O'Brien asked again. Winston screamed 4, begged him to stop, asked how he could go on. O'Brien asked again. Winston cried 5. O'Brien told him that was no use, he was lying. He still thought there were 4. How many fingers, please? Winston broke 4. 5. Anything you like. Only stop it. Stop the pain. Suddenly, he was sitting up with O'Brien's arm around his shoulders. He had perhaps lost consciousness for a few seconds. The bonds loosened. He felt very cold, shaking uncontrollably, teeth chattering, tears rolling down his cheeks. For a moment, he clung to O'Brien like a baby, curiously comforted by the heavy arm around his shoulders. He had the feeling that O'Brien was his protector, that the pain came from outside, from some other source, and that O'Brien would save him from it. O'Brien said gently that Winston was a slow learner. Winston blubbered. How could he help seeing what was in front of his eyes? 2 and 2 are 4. O'Brien conceded. Sometimes they are 4, but sometimes 5, sometimes 3, sometimes all at once. Winston must try harder. It was not easy to become sane. O'Brien laid him back down. The grip on his limbs tightened again, but the pain had ebbed, and the trembling stopped, leaving him merely weak and cold. O'Brien motioned to the man in white, who had stood immobile throughout. The man bent down, looked closely into Winston's eyes, felt his pulse, pressed an ear to his chest, tapped here and there, then nodded. O'Brien said again, The pain flowed back into Winston's body. The needle must have been at 70, 75. He had shut his eyes this time. He knew the fingers were still there, and still 4. All that mattered was somehow staying alive until the spasm passed. He had stopped noticing whether he was crying out. The pain lessened again. He opened his eyes. O'Brien had drawn back the lever. He asked again how many fingers. 4. Winston said he supposed there were 4. He would see 5 if he could. He was trying to see 5. O'Brien asked whether Winston wished to persuade him that he saw 5, or really to see them. Really to see them, Winston said. O'Brien said again. The needle might have read 840, maybe 90. Winston could only grasp fragments of why the pain was happening. Behind his clamped shut lids, a forest of fingers seemed to dance, weaving, disappearing, reappearing. He tried counting them, though the reason slipped away. All he knew, counting was impossible, and impossibility was tethered somehow to a strange sameness between 5 and 4. The pain ebbed again. Opening his eyes, he found the same vision still streaming past countless fingers, like moving trees, crossing and recrossing in both directions. He shut his eyes once more. A voice asked, how many fingers were being held up? Winston confessed he did not know, and pleaded that the next round would kill him. He stammered numbers 4, 5, 6. Honestly, he had no answer. O'Brien pronounced that better. A needle slid into Winston's arm. Instantly, a healing warmth flooded his body. The pain already felt half forgotten. He looked up at O'Brien with gratitude. Seeing that heavy, lined, intelligent face, ugly and compelling, his heart seemed to turn over. If he could move, he would have reached out and touched O'Brien's arm. Never had he loved the man so deeply, not merely because the pain had stopped. The old feeling returned. It did not ultimately matter whether O'Brien was friend or enemy. O'Brien was someone talkable to. Perhaps what one truly wanted was not love but understanding. O'Brien had tortured him nearly to madness, would soon send him to his death. It made no difference. In some deeper-than-friendship sense, they were intimate somewhere. Even if never spoken aloud, a place existed where they could meet and talk. O'Brien looked down with an expression that suggested the same thought crossed his own mind. He asked conversationally if Winston knew where he was. Winston guessed the Ministry of Love, asked how long he had been there. Winston could not say. Days, weeks, months. He thought, months. Asked why they brought people to this place. Winston answered to make them confess. No, O'Brien corrected. To punish them? No. O'Brien's voice changed stern and animated. Not merely to extract confession, nor to punish. To cure, to make sane. No one brought here ever left uncured. The party cared nothing for overt stupid crimes, only the thought. They did not merely destroy enemies, they changed them. Did Winston understand? O'Brien bent close, his face enormous and hideously ugly from below, filled with a lunatic exultation. Winston's heart shrank again. He would have cowered deeper if he could, certain O'Brien might twist the dial out of sheer wantonness. But O'Brien turned away, paced, then continued less vehemently. First thing to understand here, there were no martyrdoms. The old Inquisition failed because it killed unrepentant heretics in the open, giving glory to the victim and shame to the inquisitor. Later, totalitarians, German Nazis, Russian communists tried to avoid making martyrs. They wore victims down by torture and solitude until they became despicable, cringing wretches who confessed anything, covering themselves with abuse. Yet soon the dead became martyrs anyway, their degradation forgotten because those confessions were obviously extorted and untrue. Here, confessions were made true. Above all, they did not allow the dead to rise up. Winston must stop imagining posterity would vindicate him. Posterity would never hear of him. He would be turned into gas, poured into the stratosphere, annihilated in past and future. He would never have existed. A bitter thought flickered through Winston. Then why bother torturing him at all? O'Brien stopped as if hearing it aloud, his large, ugly face nearer, eyes narrowed. He restated Winston's thought precisely: since they intend utter destruction, why interrogate first? Winston admitted yes. O'Brien smiled faintly. Winston was a flaw in the pattern, a stain to be wiped out. They were different from past persecutors. They were not content with negative obedience or abject submission. When Winston finally surrendered, it must be of his own free will. They did not destroy a heretic who resisted while he resisted. They never destroyed him. They converted him, captured his inner mind, reshaped him, burned out evil and illusion, brought him genuinely to their side, heart and soul, made him one of themselves before killing him. It was intolerable that any erroneous thought exist anywhere, however secret. Even at the instant of death, they permitted no deviation. Old despots said thou shalt not. Totalitarians said thou shalt. Their command was thou art. No one brought here ever stood out against them. Everyone was washed clean. Even those 3 traitors Winston once believed innocent: Jones, Aronson, Rutherford O'Brien himself, had interrogated them, watched them worn down to whimpering, groveling, weeping, finally not from pain or fear but from pure penitence. By the end they were shells of men, filled only with sorrow for their acts and love of Big Brother. They begged to be shot quickly, to die while still clean. O'Brien's voice turned dreamy, the lunatic enthusiasm still in his face. Winston realized O'Brien was not pretending, not a hypocrite. He believed every word. What oppressed Winston most was his own intellectual inferiority. O'Brien's mind contained his. In that case, how could O'Brien be mad? It must be Winston who was mad. O'Brien halted, stern again. Winston should not imagine he could save himself, however completely he surrendered. No one who once went astray was ever spared. Even if allowed to live out his natural term, he would never escape. What happened here was forever. They would crush him past the point of no return. Things would happen from which he could not recover. Even living 1,000 years, never again would he be capable of ordinary human feeling, love, friendship, joy, laughter, curiosity, courage, integrity. He would be hollow, squeezed empty, then filled with them. He paused and signaled the man in white. Winston became aware of heavy apparatus being pushed into place behind his head. O'Brien sat beside the bed, his face level with Winston's. He spoke over Winston's head. 3,002 slightly moist soft pads clamped against Winston's temples. He quailed. New pain was coming. O'Brien laid a hand on his, reassuring, almost kindly, saying this time it would not hurt, and to keep eyes fixed on his. Then came a devastating explosion, or what seemed like one, though whether any noise occurred was uncertain. A blinding flash. Winston was not hurt, only prostrated. Though already lying on his back, he felt strangely knocked into that position. A terrific, painless blow flattened him. Something happened inside his head. As his eyes regained focus, he remembered who he was, where he was, and recognized the face gazing into his own. But somewhere a large patch of emptiness remained, as if a piece of his brain had been removed. O'Brien said it would not last. Look him in the eyes. What country was Oceania at war with? Winston thought. He knew Oceania, knew himself a citizen. He remembered Eurasia and East Asia, but who fought whom he did not know. He had not even been aware of any war. O'Brien told him Oceania was at war with East Asia. Did he remember that now? Yes. Oceania had always been at war with East Asia since the beginning of his life, of the party, of history, the same war continuing without break. Did he remember? Yes. 11 years ago, Winston had created a legend about 3 men condemned for treachery. He pretended to have seen a paper proving them innocent. No such paper ever existed. He invented it, then grew to believe it. He now remembered the very moment he first invented it. Did he remember? Yes. Just now O'Brien had held up fingers. Winston had seen 5 fingers. Did he remember? Yes. O'Brien held up the fingers of his left hand, thumb concealed. There were 5 fingers. Did Winston see 5 fingers? Yes. For a fleeting instant, Winston saw them 5 fingers, no deformity. Then the scenery of his mind changed. Everything turned normal again, and the old fear, hatred, and bewilderment came crowding back. Yet there had been a moment, 30 seconds, perhaps of luminous certainty, when each of O'Brien's suggestions filled a patch of emptiness and became absolute truth, when 2 and 2 could have been 3 as easily as 5, if that was what was needed. That clarity faded before O'Brien dropped his hand, but Winston could still remember it, like a vivid experience from a remote period when he had been a different person. O'Brien observed that at least the thing was possible. Winston agreed. O'Brien stood with a satisfied air. To Winston's left, the man in the white coat broke an ampule and drew back a syringe's plunger. O'Brien turned and smiled, resettling his spectacles in almost the old manner. He reminded Winston of the diary entry that it had not mattered whether O'Brien was friend or enemy, since he was at least someone who understood and could be talked to. Winston had been right. O'Brien enjoyed talking to him. Winston's mind appealed to him. It resembled O'Brien's own, except that Winston happened to be insane. Before the session ended, Winston could ask a few questions if he chose. Any question? Anything. O'Brien saw Winston's eyes on the dial and confirmed it was switched off. What was the first question? Winston asked what O'Brien had done with Julia. O'Brien smiled again. She had betrayed Winston immediately and unreservedly. O'Brien had seldom seen anyone come over so promptly. Winston would hardly recognize her now. Her rebelliousness, deceit, folly, dirty-mindedness, everything had been burned out. A perfect conversion, a textbook case. Winston accused O'Brien of torturing her. O'Brien left this unanswered and asked for the next question. Did Big Brother exist? Of course he existed. The party existed. Big Brother was the embodiment of the party. Did he exist in the same way Winston existed? O'Brien told Winston he did not exist. Helplessness assaulted Winston again. He could imagine the arguments proving his own non-existence, but they were nonsense, a play on words. Wasn't the statement "you do not exist" a logical absurdity? What use was it to say so? His mind shriveled at the thought of the unanswerable mad arguments O'Brien would use to demolish him. Wearily, Winston claimed he existed. He was conscious of his own identity, born and would die. He had arms and legs, occupied a particular point in space that no other solid object could occupy simultaneously. In that sense, did Big Brother exist? O'Brien dismissed it as unimportant. He existed. Could Big Brother ever die? Of course not. How could he die? Next question. Did the Brotherhood exist? That Winston would never know. Even if they chose to set him free and he lived to 90, he would never learn whether the answer was yes or no. As long as he lived, it would remain an unsolved riddle. Winston lay silent, his chest rising and falling a little faster. He still hadn't asked the question that had come to him first. He had to ask it, yet his tongue would not utter it. A trace of amusement crossed O'Brien's face. Even his spectacles seemed to gleam ironically. Winston suddenly realized O'Brien knew what he was going to ask. The words burst out, "What was in room 101?" O'Brien's expression did not change. He answered dryly that Winston knew what was in room 101. Everyone knew. He raised a finger to the man in the white coat. The session was over. A needle jerked into Winston's arm, and he sank almost instantly into deep sleep. O'Brien announced 3 stages in reintegration learning: understanding, acceptance. Time for the second stage. Winston lay flat on his back as always. Lately his bonds had loosened. He could move his knees a little, turn his head side to side, raise his arms from the elbow. The dial had grown less terrifying. He could evade its pangs if quick-witted O'Brien pulled the lever, chiefly when Winston showed stupidity. Sometimes an entire session passed without the dial. Winston could not remember how many sessions there had been. The whole process stretched over a long, indefinite time, weeks, possibly with intervals that might have been days or only an hour or two. O'Brien observed that, as Winston lay there, he had often wondered, even asked, why the Ministry of Love spent so much trouble on him. When free, Winston had been puzzled by the same question. He could grasp the mechanics of his society, but not its underlying motives. O'Brien recalled Winston's diary entry, "I understand how I do not understand why." It was when thinking about why that Winston doubted his own sanity. He had read Goldstein's book, or parts of it. Did it tell him anything he didn't already know? Winston asked if O'Brien had read it. O'Brien replied that he had written it, collaborated at least. No book was produced individually. Was what it said true? As description, yes. The program it set forth was nonsense, secret accumulation of knowledge, gradual enlightenment, proletarian rebellion, overthrow of the party. Winston had foreseen that. All nonsense. The proletarians would never revolt, not in 1,000 years or 1,000,000. They could not. Winston already knew the reason. If he had ever cherished dreams of violent insurrection, he must abandon them. There was no way the party could be overthrown. The rule of the party was forever. Make that the starting point of his thoughts. O'Brien came closer. Forever, he repeated, then back to how and why. Winston understood how the party maintained itself in power. Now, tell him why they clung to power. What was their motive? Why should they want power? Winston remained silent for a moment. Weariness overwhelmed him. The faint, mad gleam of enthusiasm had returned to O'Brien's face. Winston knew in advance what O'Brien would say, that the party did not seek power for its own ends, but only for the good of the majority, that men in the mass were frail, cowardly creatures who could not endure liberty or face the truth, and must be ruled and systematically deceived by those stronger than themselves, that the choice lay between freedom and happiness, and for the bulk of mankind, happiness was better, that the party was the eternal guardian of the weak, a dedicated sect doing evil that good might come. The terrible thing, Winston thought, was that O'Brien believed it. You could see it in his face. O'Brien knew everything better than Winston. He knew the world's degradation and the lies and barbarities keeping men there. He had understood and weighed it all, and it made no difference. All justified by ultimate purpose. What could anyone do, Winston thought, against a lunatic more intelligent than yourself, who gave your arguments a fair hearing, and then simply persisted in lunacy? Feebly, Winston said O'Brien was ruling over them for their own good, that he believed human beings unfit to govern themselves, and therefore... A pang of pain shot through Winston's body. O'Brien had pushed the dial to 35. That was stupid, O'Brien said. Winston should know better than to say such a thing. He pulled the lever back and continued. The answer to the question was this. The party sought power entirely for its own sake, not interested in the good of others. Only power, not wealth, luxury, long life, or happiness. Pure power. They were different from all past oligarchies because they knew what they were doing. The German Nazis and Russian communists came close in methods, but never had the courage to recognize their own motives. They pretended, perhaps believed, they had seized power unwillingly and for a limited time, that just around the corner lay a paradise of freedom and equality. The party knew better. No one ever seized power intending to relinquish it. Power was not a means, it was an end. One did not establish a dictatorship to safeguard a revolution. One made the revolution to establish the dictatorship. The object of persecution was persecution. The object of torture was torture. The object of power was power. Did Winston begin to understand? Winston was struck again by the tiredness of O'Brien's face. Strong, fleshy, brutal, full of intelligence and controlled passion, before which he felt helpless but tired. Pouches under the eyes, skin sagging from the cheekbones. O'Brien leaned over, deliberately bringing the worn face nearer. He read Winston's thought that his face was old and tired, that he talked of power yet couldn't prevent his own body's decay. Could Winston not understand that the individual was only a cell? The weariness of the cell was the vigor of the organism. Did one die when cutting one's fingernails? O'Brien turned away and strolled again, one hand in his pocket. They were the priests of power. God was power. But at present power was only a word so far as Winston was concerned. Time to gather some idea of what power meant. First, power was collective. The individual had power only insofar as he ceased to be an individual. The party slogan, "Freedom is slavery," was reversible. Slavery was freedom. Alone and free, the human being was always defeated, because every human was doomed to die, the greatest failure. But if one could make complete, utter submission, escape one's identity, merge into the party so that one was the party, then one became all-powerful and immortal. Second power was power over human beings, over the body, but above all, over the mind. Power over matter, external reality, was not important. Their control over matter was already absolute. For a moment Winston ignored the dial, wrenching his body painfully in a violent effort to sit up. He burst out, "How could O'Brien control matter when he didn't even control climate, gravity, disease, pain, or death?" O'Brien silenced him with a hand gesture. They controlled matter because they controlled the mind. Reality was inside the skull. Winston would learn by degrees. Nothing was beyond them in visibility, levitation, anything. O'Brien could float off the floor like a soap bubble if he wished, but he did not wish because the party did not wish it. Winston needed to abandon those 19th century ideas about the laws of nature. They made the laws of nature. Winston objected. They weren't even masters of the planet. What about Eurasia and Eastasia? They hadn't conquered them yet. Unimportant, O'Brien replied. They would conquer when it suited them. If they didn't, what difference would it make? They could shut those nations out of existence. Oceania was the world. But the world itself was only a speck of dust, Winston argued. Man was tiny, helpless. For millions of years the earth had been uninhabited. Nonsense, said O'Brien. The earth was as old as they were. No older. Nothing existed except through human consciousness. Winston pointed to the bones of extinct animals in the rocks. Mammoths, mastodons, enormous reptiles that lived long before man. Had Winston ever seen those bones? Of course not. 19th century biologists had invented them. Before man, there was nothing. After man, if he could come to an end, there would be nothing. Outside man, there was nothing. But the whole universe was outside them, Winston said. Look at the stars. Some 1,000,000 light-years away, forever out of reach. O'Brien dismissed the stars as bits of fire a few kilometers away. They could reach them if they wanted, or blot them out. The earth was the center of the universe. The sun and stars went round it. Winston made another convulsive movement but said nothing. O'Brien continued, as if answering a spoken objection. For certain purposes, of course, that wasn't true. When navigating or predicting an eclipse, they often found it convenient to assume the earth went round the sun and stars were millions of kilometers away. But so what? Did Winston suppose it was beyond them to produce a dual system of astronomy? The stars could be near or distant as needed. Were their mathematicians unequal to that? Had Winston forgotten doublethink? Winston shrank back on the bed. Whatever he said, the swift answer crushed him like a bludgeon, yet he knew he was in the right. The belief that nothing existed outside one's own mind. Surely, there must be a way to demonstrate it false? Hadn't it been exposed long ago as a fallacy? There was even a name for it, which he had forgotten. A faint smile twitched O'Brien's mouth. He told Winston that metaphysics was not his strong point. The word was solipsism. But Winston was mistaken. This was not solipsism, collective solipsism, if he liked, which was a different thing, in fact the opposite. All this was a digression. The real power, the power they fought for night and day, was not over things but over men. How did one man assert power over another? Winston thought. By making him suffer, he said. Exactly. Obedience was not enough. Unless he was suffering, how could you be sure he was obeying your will and not his own? Power was inflicting pain and humiliation, tearing human minds to pieces and putting them together again in new shapes of your own choosing. Did Winston begin to see what kind of world they were creating? The exact opposite of the stupid hedonistic utopias old reformers imagined. A world of fear, treachery, torment, trampling, and being trampled upon, growing not less but more merciless as it refined itself. Progress in their world would be progress toward more pain. Old civilizations claimed foundations of love or justice. Theirs was founded on hatred, no emotions except fear, rage, triumph, and self-abasement. Everything else would be destroyed. Already they were breaking down peer evolution habits of thought. Links between child and parent, man and woman were cut. No one dared trust a wife, child, or friend any longer. In the future, there would be no wives and no friends. Children would be taken from mothers at birth like eggs from a hen. The sex instinct would be eradicated. Procreation would become an annual formality, like renewing a ration card. They would abolish the orgasm. Their neurologists were working on it now. No loyalty except to the party. No love except the love of Big Brother. No laughter except the laugh of triumph over a defeated enemy. No art, no literature, no science. When omnipotent, they would have no need of science. No distinction between beauty and ugliness. No curiosity, no enjoyment of the process of life. All competing pleasures destroyed. But always, Winston must not forget this always, there would be the intoxication of power, constantly increasing and growing subtler. Always, at every moment, the thrill of victory, the sensation of trampling on a helpless enemy. If Winston wanted a picture of the future, imagine a boot stamping on a human face forever. O'Brien paused. Winston had tried to shrink back into the bed. His heart seemed frozen. He could not speak. O'Brien continued. Remember, it was forever. The face would always be there to be stamped upon. The heretic, the enemy of society, would always be there to be defeated and humiliated over again. Everything Winston had undergone would continue, and worse. Espionage, betrayals, arrests, tortures, executions, disappearances would never cease. A world of terror as much as triumph. The more powerful the party, the less tolerant. The weaker the opposition, the tighter the despotism. Goldstein and his heresies would live forever. Every day, at every moment, they would be defeated, discredited, ridiculed, spat upon, yet always survive. This drama O'Brien had played out with Winston over 7 years would be played over and over, generation after generation in subtler forms. Always they would have the heretic at their mercy, screaming with pain, broken, contemptible, and in the end, utterly penitent, saved from himself, crawling to their feet of his own accord. That was the world they were preparing. A world of victory after victory, triumph after triumph, an endless pressing upon the nerve of power. Winston was beginning to realize what that world would be like, but in the end, he would do more than understand. He would accept it, welcome it, become part of it. Winston recovered enough to speak weakly. O'Brien couldn't create such a world. It was a dream, impossible. Why? Because a civilization founded on fear, hatred, and cruelty would never endure. It would have no vitality. It would disintegrate, commit suicide. Nonsense. Winston was under the impression that hatred was more exhausting than love. Why should it be? Even if it were, what difference? Suppose they chose to wear themselves out faster, quicken the tempo of human life until men were senile at 30. Still, what difference? Could Winston not understand that the death of the individual was not death? The party was immortal. The voice battered Winston into helplessness. He dreaded that if he persisted, O'Brien would twist the dial again, yet he could not keep silent. Feebly, without argument, supported only by inarticulate horror, he returned to the attack. Somehow O'Brien would fail. Something would defeat him. Life would defeat him. They controlled life at all levels, O'Brien said. Winston was imagining something called human nature that would be outraged and turn against them. But they created human nature. Men were infinitely malleable. Perhaps Winston had returned to his old idea that the proletarians or slaves would rise and overthrow them. Put it out of his mind. They were helpless, like animals. Humanity was the party. The others were outside, irrelevant. Winston didn't care. In the end, they would beat O'Brien. Sooner or later they would see him for what he was and tear him to pieces. Did Winston see any evidence that was happening? Or any reason why it should? No, but Winston believed it. He knew O'Brien would fail. There was something in the universe, some spirit, some principle that O'Brien would never overcome. Did Winston believe in God? No. Then what was this principle that would defeat them? Winston didn't know. The spirit of man. And did Winston consider himself a man? Yes. If he was a man, O'Brien said, he was the last man. His kind was extinct. They were the inheritors. Did he understand that he was alone outside history, non-existent? O'Brien's manner hardened. Did Winston consider himself morally superior to them, with their lies and cruelty? Yes. Winston considered himself superior. O'Brien did not speak. Two other voices spoke. After a moment, Winston recognized one as his own, a soundtrack of the conversation from the night he had enrolled in the Brotherhood. He heard himself promising to lie, steal, forge, murder, encourage drug-taking and prostitution, disseminate venereal diseases, throw vitriol in a child's face. O'Brien made an impatient gesture, as if the demonstration was hardly worth making, then turned a switch. The voices stopped. O'Brien told Winston to get up from the bed. The bonds had loosened. Winston lowered himself to the floor and stood unsteadily. O'Brien pronounced him the last man, the guardian of the human spirit. He would see himself as he was. Take off his clothes. Winston undid the string holding his overalls. The zip fastener had long been wrenched out. He could not remember if he had taken off all his clothes at any time since his arrest. Beneath the overalls, his body was looped with filthy yellowish rags, remnants of underclothes. As he slid them to the ground, he saw a three-sided mirror at the far end of the room. He approached, then stopped short. An involuntary cry broke from him. O'Brien urged him on. Stand between the wings of the mirror. He would see the side view as well. Winston had stopped because he was frightened. A bowed, gray, skeleton-like thing was coming toward him. Its appearance was frightening, not merely because he knew it was himself. He moved closer. The creature's face seemed protruded due to its bent carriage, a forlorn jailbird's face with a knobby forehead running back into a bald scalp, a crooked nose, battered cheekbones above which the eyes were fierce and watchful. The cheeks were seamed, the mouth drawn in. It was his own face, yet it seemed to have changed more than he had changed inside. The emotions it registered would be different from the ones he felt. He had gone partially bald. For a moment, he thought he had gone gray as well, but only the scalp was gray. Except for his hands and a circle of his face, his body was gray all over with ancient ingrained dirt. Here and there under the dirt were red scars of wounds, and near the ankle the varicose ulcer was an inflamed mass with flakes of skin peeling off. But the truly frightening thing was the emaciation. The barrel of his ribs was as narrow as a skeleton's, his legs had shrunk so that his knees were thicker than his thighs. He now saw what O'Brien meant about the side view. The curvature of his spine was astonishing. Thin shoulders hunched forward to make a cavity of the chest. The scraggy neck seemed to bend double under the skull's weight. He would have guessed it was the body of a 60-year-old man suffering from some malignant disease. O'Brien pointed out that Winston had sometimes thought the face of an inner party member his own looked old and worn. What did Winston think of his own face? He spun Winston by the shoulder to face him. He listed Winston's condition: filthy grime over his whole body, dirt between his toes, a disgusting running sore on his leg. Winston probably had ceased to notice that he stank like a goat. O'Brien made his thumb and forefinger meet around Winston's bicep. He could snap Winston's neck like a carrot. 25 kilograms lost since he had been in their hands. Even his hair was coming out in handfuls. O'Brien plucked a tuft from Winston's head. Open his mouth. 9, 10, 11 teeth left. How many had he had when he arrived? The few remaining were dropping out. O'Brien seized one of Winston's front teeth and wrenched it out by the roots, tossing it across the cell. Winston was rotting away, falling to pieces. A bag of filth. Turn and look into the mirror again. That thing facing him was the last man. If Winston was human, that was humanity. Now put his clothes back on. Winston dressed with slow, stiff movements. Until now, he had not seemed to notice how thin and weak he was. One thought stirred. He must have been here longer than he imagined. Then as he fixed the miserable rags around himself, a feeling of pity for his ruined body overwhelmed him. Before he knew what he was doing, he collapsed onto a small stool beside the bed and burst into tears. He was aware of his ugliness, his gracelessness, a bundle of bones in filthy underclothes weeping in harsh white light, but he could not stop. O'Brien laid a hand on his shoulder, almost kindly, saying it would not last forever. Winston could escape whenever he chose. Everything depended on himself. Winston sobbed that O'Brien had reduced him to this state. O'Brien disagreed. Winston had reduced himself. This was what he accepted when he set himself against the party. It was all contained in that first act. Nothing had happened that Winston had not foreseen. They had beaten him, broken him up. He had seen what his body was like. His mind was in the same state. There could not be much pride left. He had been kicked, flogged, insulted, screamed with pain, rolled on the floor in his own blood and vomit. He had whimpered for mercy, betrayed everybody and everything. Could he think of a single degradation that had not happened? Winston had stopped weeping, though tears still oozed from his eyes. He looked up and said he had not betrayed Julia. O'Brien looked down thoughtfully and agreed that was perfectly true. He had not betrayed Julia. The peculiar reverence for O'Brien, which nothing seemed able to destroy, flooded Winston's heart again. How intelligent, he thought. Never did O'Brien fail to understand. Anyone else would have answered promptly that he had betrayed Julia, for what had they not screwed out of him under torture? He had told them everything he knew about her. Her habits, character, past life, every trivial detail of their meetings, all that he had said to her, and she to him, their black market meals, their adulteries, their vague plottings. Yet in the sense he intended, he had not betrayed her. He had not stopped loving her. His feeling remained the same. O'Brien had seen what he meant without explanation. Winston asked how soon they would shoot him. O'Brien said it might be a long time. Winston was a difficult case, but don't give up hope. Everyone was cured sooner or later. In the end, they would shoot him. He was much better, growing fatter and stronger every day, if it was proper to speak of days. The white light and humming sound were the same, but the cell was more comfortable. A pillow, a mattress on the plank bed, a stool to sit on. They had given him a bath and allowed him to wash fairly frequently in a tin basin, even with warm water, new underclothes, and a clean suit of overalls. They had dressed his varicose ulcer with soothing ointment, pulled out his remaining teeth, and given him new dentures. Weeks or months must have passed. It would have been possible now to keep count of time he was being fed at regular intervals, 3 meals in 24 hours, though he wondered dimly whether they were by night or day. The food was surprisingly good, with meat every 3rd meal. Once, even a packet of cigarettes. He had no matches, but the never-speaking guard who brought his food would give him a light. The first time he tried to smoke it made him sick, but he persevered, spinning the packet out for a long time. They had given him a white slate with a stump of pencil tied to the corner. At first he made no use of it. Even awake, he was completely torpid, often lying from one meal to the next almost without stirring, sometimes asleep, sometimes waking into vague reveries. He had long grown used to sleeping with a strong light on his face. It seemed to make no difference except that his dreams were more coherent. He dreamed a great deal, always happy dreams, the golden country, sitting among enormous, glorious sunlit ruins with his mother, with Julia, with O'Brien, merely talking of peaceful things. His waking thoughts were mostly about his dreams. He seemed to have lost the power of intellectual effort, now that the stimulus of pain was removed. He was not bored, no desire for conversation or distraction, merely to be alone, not beaten or questioned, to have enough to eat and be clean all over, completely satisfying. By degrees, he spent less time in sleep but still felt no impulse to get off the bed. All he cared for was to lie quiet and feel strength gathering in his body. He would finger himself here and there, trying to confirm that his muscles were growing rounder and his skin tauter. Finally, it was beyond doubt he was growing fatter. His thighs were now definitely thicker than his knees. Reluctantly at first, he began exercising regularly. Soon, he could walk 3 kilometers by pacing the cell, and his bowed shoulders were growing straighter. He attempted more elaborate exercises and was astonished and humiliated to find what he could not do, could not move out of a walk, could not hold his stool at arm's length, could not stand on one leg without falling. Squatting on his heels, with agonizing pains, he could just lift himself to standing. Lying on his belly, he could not raise himself a centimeter. But after a few more mealtimes, even that was accomplished. A time came when he could do it 6 times running. He began to grow proud of his body, and to believe intermittently that his face was also returning to normal. Only when he chanced to put his hand on his bald scalp did he remember the seamed, ruined face from the mirror. His mind grew more active. He sat on the plank bed back against the wall, slate on his knees, and set to work deliberately at re-educating himself. He had capitulated, that was agreed. In reality, he now saw he had been ready to capitulate long before he made the decision. From the moment he entered the ministry of love, even during those minutes when he and Julia stood helpless, while the iron voice from the telescreen told them what to do, he had grasped the frivolity, the shallowness of setting himself against the party's power. He knew now that for 7 years the thought police had watched him like a beetle under a magnifying glass. No physical act, no spoken word, no train of thought had escaped them. Even the speck of whitish dust on his diary cover they had carefully replaced. They had played soundtracks to him, shown him photographs, some of Julia and himself. He could not fight the party any longer. Besides, the party was in the right. How could the immortal collective brain be mistaken? By what external standard could you check its judgments? Sanity was statistical. It was merely a question of learning to think as they thought. The pencil felt thick and awkward. He began to write what came into his head. First in large, clumsy capitals, "Freedom is slavery." Then almost without pause, 2 and 2 make 5. But then a check came. His mind, shying away from something, seemed unable to concentrate. He knew what came next, but for the moment could not recall it. When he did recall it, it was only by consciously reasoning out what it must be. He wrote, "God is power." He accepted everything. The past was alterable. The past never had been altered. Oceania was at war with Eastasia. Oceania had always been at war with Eastasia. Jones, Aronson, and Rutherford were guilty. He had never seen the photograph that disproved their guilt. It had never existed. He had invented it. He remembered remembering contrary things, but those were false memories, products of self-deception. How easy it all was. Only surrender, and everything else followed, like swimming against a current that swept you backward however hard you struggled, then suddenly turning to go with it instead. Nothing had changed except your own attitude. He hardly knew why he had ever rebelled. Everything was easy, except anything could be true. The laws of nature were nonsense, gravity included. O'Brien had claimed he could float off the floor like a soap bubble if he wished. Winston worked it out. If O'Brien thought he floated, and Winston simultaneously thought he saw it, then the thing happened. Then, like submerged wreckage breaking the surface, a thought burst into his mind. It doesn't really happen. We imagine it. It's hallucination. He pushed it under instantly. The fallacy was obvious. It presupposed a real world outside oneself, where real things happened. But what knowledge existed, except through one's own mind? All happenings were in the mind. Whatever happened in all minds truly happened. He disposed of the fallacy easily, and was in no danger of succumbing to it. Yet he realized it ought never to have occurred to him. The mind should develop a blind spot whenever a dangerous thought presented itself. Automatic, instinctive. In newspeak, they called it Crime Stop. He set to work exercising himself in Crime Stop. He presented himself with propositions. The party says the earth is flat. The party says ice is heavier than water, and trained himself not to see or understand the arguments that contradicted them. It was not easy. It required great powers of reasoning and improvisation. The arithmetical problems raised by 2 and 2 make 5 were beyond his grasp. It also required a kind of mental athleticism. At one moment, making the most delicate use of logic, at the next being unconscious of the crudest errors. Stupidity was as necessary as intelligence and as difficult to attain. All the while, with one part of his mind he wondered how soon they would shoot him. Everything depended on himself, O'Brien had said, but he knew no conscious act could bring it nearer. It might be 10 minutes or 10 years. They might keep him in solitary confinement for years, send him to a labor camp, or even release him temporarily. Before he was shot, the whole drama of his arrest and interrogation might be enacted again. The one certain thing, death never came at an expected moment. The unspoken tradition, somehow you knew it without ever hearing it said, was that they shot you from behind, always in the back of the head without warning, as you walked down a corridor. One day wasn't right just as probably. It was the middle of the night once he fell into a strange, blissful reverie. He was walking down the corridor, waiting for the bullet. He knew it was coming in another moment. Everything was settled, smoothed out, reconciled. No more doubts, arguments, pain, fear. His body was healthy and strong. He walked easily with joy of movement and a feeling of sunlight. He was no longer in the narrow white corridors of the Ministry of Love, but in the enormous sunlit passage, a kilometer wide from his drug-induced delirium. He was in the golden country, following the foot track across the old rabbit-cropped pasture. He felt the short, springy turf under his feet and the gentle sunshine on his face. At the edge of the field, elm trees faintly stirred beyond that, the stream where dace lay in green pools under willows. Suddenly he started up in horror. Sweat broke out on his backbone. He had heard himself cry aloud Julia's name repeatedly, calling her his love. For a moment, he had had an overwhelming hallucination of her presence. She seemed not merely with him, but inside him, as though she had gotten into the texture of his skin. In that moment, he had loved her far more than ever, when they were together and free. He also knew that somewhere she was still alive and needed his help. He lay back and tried to compose himself. What had he done? How many years had he added to his servitude by that moment of weakness? In another moment, he would hear the tramp of boots outside. They could not let such an outburst go unpunished. They would know now, if they hadn't before, that he was breaking his agreement. He obeyed the party but still hated it. In the old days he had hidden a heretical mind beneath conformity. Now he had retreated a step further in his mind. He had surrendered, but he had hoped to keep his inner heart inviolate. He knew he was in the wrong but preferred to be there. They would understand that O'Brien would understand. It was all confessed in that single foolish cry. He would have to start all over again. It might take years. He ran a hand over his face, trying to familiarize himself with a new shape. Deep furrows in the cheeks, sharp cheekbones, flattened nose. Since last seeing himself in the glass, he had been given a complete new set of teeth. It was not easy to preserve inscrutability when you didn't know what your face looked like. Mere control of the features wasn't enough. For the first time he perceived if you want to keep a secret, you must also hide it from yourself. You must know all the while it's there, but until needed, never let it emerge into consciousness in any shape that could be named. From now on, he must not only think right, he must feel right, dream right, and all the while he must keep his hatred locked inside him like a ball of matter that was part of himself, yet unconnected, a kind of cyst. One day they would decide to shoot him. You couldn't tell when, but a few seconds beforehand it should be possible to guess. Always from behind, walking down a corridor. 10 seconds would be enough. In that time the world inside him could turn over. Then suddenly, without a word, without a check in his step, without changing a line in his face, the camouflage would drop, and the batteries of his hatred would fire. Hatred would fill him like an enormous roaring flame, and almost in the same instant the bullet would come, too late, or too early. It would blow his brain to pieces before they could reclaim it. The heretical thought would be unpunished, unrepented, out of their reach forever. They would have blown a hole in their own perfection. To die hating them, that was freedom. He shut his eyes. It was more difficult than accepting an intellectual discipline. It was a question of degrading himself, mutilating himself. He had to plunge into the filthiest filth. What was the most horrible, sickening thing of all? He thought of Big Brother, the enormous face, constantly seeing it on posters. He always thought of it as a meter wide with its heavy black mustache, and the eyes that followed you, floated into his mind of its own accord. What were his true feelings toward Big Brother? A heavy tramp of boots in the passage, the steel door clanged open. O'Brien walked in, followed by the waxen-faced officer and black uniformed guards. O'Brien told him to get up and come here. Winston stood opposite. O'Brien took his shoulders in strong hands and looked closely. "You have had thoughts of deceiving me," he said. "That was stupid. Stand straighter. Look me in the face." He paused, then continued in a kinder tone. Winston was improving. Intellectually, very little wrong. Only emotionally had he failed to make progress. "Tell me and remember, no lies." O'Brien could always detect a lie. What were Winston's true feelings toward Big Brother? "I hate him." "You hate him? Good. Then the time had come for the last step. He must love Big Brother. It was not enough to obey him, he must love him." O'Brien released Winston with a little push toward the guards. "Room 101, he said. At each stage of his imprisonment, Winston had known or seemed to know whereabouts he was in the windowless building. Possibly slight differences in air pressure. The cells where guards beat him were below ground level. The room where O'Brien interrogated him was high up near the roof. This place was many meters underground, as deep as possible. It was bigger than most cells, but he hardly noticed his surroundings. Only that two small tables stood straight in front of him, each covered with green baize. One was a meter or two away, the other farther, near the door. He was strapped upright in a chair so tightly he could move nothing, not even his head. A pad gripped his head from behind, forcing him to look straight ahead. For a moment he was alone. Then the door opened, and O'Brien came in. O'Brien reminded Winston that he had once asked what was in room 101. O'Brien had told him he already knew the answer. Everyone knew. The thing in room 101 was the worst thing in the world. The door opened again. A guard carried in something made of wire, a box or basket of some kind, and set it on the farther table. Because of where O'Brien stood, Winston could not see what it was. "The worst thing in the world," O'Brien said, varied from individual to individual. Burial alive, death by fire, drowning, impalement, 50 other deaths. Some cases a quite trivial thing, not even fatal. He moved aside slightly, giving Winston a better view. An oblong wire cage with a handle on top for carrying. Fixed to the front was something that looked like a fencing mask, concave side outward. Though 3 or 4 meters away, Winston could see the cage was divided lengthwise into 2 compartments, each containing a creature. Rats. In Winston's case, O'Brien said, the worst thing in the world happened to be rats. A premonitory tremor, fear of something not yet certain, had passed through Winston at his first glimpse of the cage. But now the meaning of the mask-like attachment sank into him. His bowels seemed to turn to water. He cried out in a high, cracked voice that O'Brien couldn't do that. It was impossible. O'Brien asked if Winston remembered the moment of panic in his dreams. A wall of blackness in front of him, a roaring sound in his ears. Something terrible on the other side of the wall. Winston knew he knew what it was, but dared not drag it into the open. It was the rats on the other side. Winston made an effort to control his voice, protesting that this was not necessary. What did O'Brien want him to do? O'Brien made no direct answer. His manner turned schoolmasterish as he looked thoughtfully into the distance, as if addressing an audience behind Winston's back. Pain alone was not always enough. Some people would stand against pain, even to death. But for everyone, there was something unendurable, something that could not be contemplated. Courage and cowardice were not involved. If you fell from a height, it was not cowardly to clutch a rope. If you came up from deep water, it was not cowardly to fill your lungs with air. It was merely an instinct that could not be disobeyed. The same with the rats. For Winston, they were unendurable, a form of pressure he could not withstand, even if he wished to. He would do what was required. But what was it? How could he do it if he didn't know what it was? O'Brien picked up the cage and brought it to the nearer table, setting it carefully on the baize. Winston heard the blood singing in his ears. He felt utterly alone in the middle of a great empty plain, a flat desert drenched with sunlight, where all sounds reached him from immense distances. Yet the cage was not 2 meters away. Enormous rats, at the age when a rat's muzzle grows blunt and fierce and its fur turns brown instead of gray. O'Brien addressed his invisible audience. The rat, though a rodent, was carnivorous. Winston would have heard of what happened in the poor quarters. In some streets, a woman dare not leave her baby alone even for 5 minutes. The rats would attack it, strip it to the bones within a short time. They also attack sick or dying people, showing astonishing intelligence in knowing when a human being was helpless. Squeals burst from the cage, reaching Winston from far away. The rats were fighting, trying to get at each other through the partition. He also heard a deep groan of despair seeming to come from outside himself. O'Brien pressed something in the cage. A sharp click. Winston made a frantic effort to tear himself loose from the chair. Hopeless. Every part of him, even his head, held immovably. O'Brien moved the cage nearer, less than a meter from Winston's face. He had pressed the first lever. Winston understood the cage's construction. The mask would fit over his head, leaving no exit. When he pressed the other lever, the door would slide up. Those starving brutes would shoot out like bullets. Had Winston ever seen a rat leap through the air? They would leap onto his face and bore straight into it. Sometimes they attacked the eyes first. Sometimes they burrowed through the cheeks and devoured the tongue. The cage closed in. Winston heard shrill cries occurring in the air above his head. He fought furiously against panic. To think even with a split second left was the only hope. Then the foul, musty odor struck his nostrils. A violent convulsion of nausea, and he almost lost consciousness. Everything went black. For an instant he was insane, a screaming animal. Yet he came out of the blackness clutching an idea. Only one way to save himself interpose: another human being, another body between himself and the rats. The circle of the mask was large enough now to shut out everything else. The wire door was a couple of handspans from his face. The rats knew what was coming. One leaped up and down, the other, an old scaly grandfather of the sewers, stood up, pink hands against the bars, fiercely snuffing the air. Winston saw the whiskers and yellow teeth. Again, black panic took hold of him. Blind, helpless, mindless. O'Brien noted, as didactically as ever, that it had been a common punishment in Imperial China. The mask closed on his face. Wire brushed his cheek, and then no, not relief, only hope, a tiny fragment. Too late, perhaps. But he suddenly understood in the whole world there was just one person to whom he could transfer his punishment. One body he could thrust between himself and the rats. He shouted frantically, over and over, "Do it to Julia." Not him. Julia. He didn't care what they did to her. Tear her face off, strip her to the bones. Not him. Julia. Not him. He was falling backwards into enormous depths, away from the rats, still strapped in the chair, but he had fallen through the floor, through walls, through earth, through oceans, through the atmosphere, into outer space, into the gulfs between the stars, always away, away from the rats. Light years distant, but O'Brien still stood at his side. The cold touch of wire against his cheek. Then through the enveloping darkness he heard another metallic click and knew the cage door had clicked shut, not open. The chestnut tree was almost empty. A ray of sunlight fell yellow on dusty tabletops. The lonely hour of 15, tinny music trickled from the telescreens. Winston sat in his usual corner, gazing into an empty glass. Now and again he glanced up at a vast face from the opposite wall. Big Brother is watching you. Unbidden, a waiter filled his glass with Victory gin, shaking in a few drops from another bottle, saccharine flavored with cloves, the cafe's specialty. Winston listened to the telescreen. Only music for now, but a special bulletin from the Ministry of Peace might come at any moment. The news from the African front was extremely disquieting. He had been worrying about it all day. A Eurasian army, Oceania, was at war with Eurasia. Oceania had always been at war with Eurasia, was moving south at terrifying speed. The midday bulletin had mentioned no definite area, but the Congo's mouth was probably already a battlefield. Brazzaville and Leopoldville were in danger. It meant not merely losing Central Africa for the first time in the war, Oceania's own territory was menaced. A violent emotion, not fear exactly, but a sort of undifferentiated excitement flared in him, then faded. He stopped thinking about the war. These days, he could never fix his mind on any subject for more than a few moments. He drained his glass in a gulp, shuddering and retching slightly. The stuff was horrible. The cloves and saccharin, disgusting enough, could not disguise the flat, oily smell. Worst of all, the smell of gin which dwelt with him night and day was inextricably mixed in his mind with the smell of those. He never named them, even in thought. As far as possible, he never visualized them. They were something half-aware, hovering close to his face, a smell clinging to his nostrils. As the gin rose in him, he belched through purple lips. He had grown fatter since his release, and regained his old color indeed, more than regained it. His features had thickened. The skin on nose and cheekbones was coarsely red. Even his bald scalp was too deep a pink. A waiter, again unbidden, brought the chessboard and the current issue of the Times. Page turned down at the chess problem. Then, seeing Winston's glass empty, he filled it. No need to give orders. They knew his habits. The chessboard always waited for him. His corner table was always reserved. Even when the place was full, he had it to himself. Nobody cared to be seen sitting too close. He never even bothered to count his drinks. At irregular intervals, they presented him with a dirty slip. They called the bill, but he had the impression they always undercharged him. It would have made no difference otherwise. He always had plenty of money nowadays. He even had a job as sinecure, more highly paid than his old one. The music stopped. A voice took over. Winston raised his head. No bulletin from the front, merely a brief announcement from the Ministry of Plenty. In the preceding quarter, the 10th three-year plan's quota for bootlaces had been overfulfilled by 98%. He examined the chess problem and set out the pieces. A tricky ending involving a couple of knights white to play and mate in 2 moves. Winston looked up at the portrait of Big Brother. White always mates, he thought with a cloudy mysticism. Always, without exception, it was so arranged. In no chess problem since the world began had black ever won. Did it not symbolize the eternal, unvarying triumph of good over evil? The huge face gazed back, full of calm power. White always mates. The voice from the telescreen paused, and added in a much graver tone a warning to stand by for an important announcement at 15:30. News of the highest importance. Take care not to miss it. The tinkling music struck up again. Winston's heart stirred. That was the bulletin from the front. Instinct told him bad news was coming. All day, with little spurts of excitement, the thought of a smashing defeat in Africa had been in and out of his mind. He seemed actually to see the Eurasian army swarming across the never-broken frontier, pouring into the tip of Africa like a column of ants. Why had it not been possible to outflank them somehow? The outline of the West African coast stood vividly in his mind. He picked up the white knight and moved it across the board. The proper spot. Even while he saw the black horde racing southward, he saw another force mysteriously assembled, suddenly planted in their rear, cutting their communications by land and sea. He felt that by willing it, he was bringing that other force into existence. But they needed to act quickly. If the enemy got control of the whole of Africa airfields and submarine bases at the Cape, it would cut Oceania in 2. It could mean anything. Defeat, breakdown, the redivision of the world, the destruction of the party. He drew a deep breath, an extraordinary medley of feelings, not exactly a medley, rather successive layers, impossible to say which was undermost, struggled inside him. The spasm passed. He put the white knight back, but for the moment could not settle to serious study of the chess problem. His thoughts wandered. Almost unconsciously he traced with his finger in the dust on the table. Arjar don't you? They can't get inside you, she had said. But they could get inside you. What happens to you here is forever, O'Brien had said. That was true. There were things, your own acts from which you could not recover. Something was killed in your breast, burnt out, cauterized out. He had seen her, even spoken to her. No danger in it, he knew, as though instinctively, that they now took almost no interest in his doings. He could have arranged to meet her again if either of them had wanted to. Actually, it was by chance. In the park on a vile, biting day in March when the earth was like iron, all the grass seemed dead. Not a bud anywhere except a few crocuses that had pushed themselves up to be dismembered by the wind. He was hurrying along with frozen hands and watering eyes when he saw her not 10 meters away. She had changed in some ill-defined way. They almost passed each other without a sign. Then he turned and followed her, not eagerly. He knew there was no danger. No one would take any interest. She did not speak. She walked obliquely away across the grass, as if trying to get rid of him, then seemed to resign herself to having him at her side. Presently, they were among a clump of ragged leafless shrubs useless for concealment or wind protection. They halted, vilely cold. The wind whistled through twigs and fretted the occasional dirty-looking crocuses. He put his arm around her waist. No telescreen, but hidden microphones must be there. Besides, they could be seen. It did not matter. Nothing mattered. They could have lain down and done that if they wanted. Winston's flesh froze with horror at the thought. She made no response to his arm. She did not even try to disengage. He now understood what had changed in her. Her face was sallower, with a long scar across forehead, and temple partly hidden by hair. But that wasn't the change. Her waist had grown thicker and, surprisingly, stiffened. He remembered dragging a corpse from ruins after a rocket bomb, the incredible weight, the rigidity and awkwardness that made it feel more like stone than flesh. Her body felt like that. He realized the texture of her skin would be quite different now. He did not attempt to kiss her. They did not speak. As they walked back across the grass, she looked directly at him for the first time, a momentary glance full of contempt and dislike. He wondered if it came purely from the past, or was inspired also by his bloated face and the wind-squeezed water in his eyes. They sat on 2 iron chairs, side by side but not too close. She moved her clumsy shoe a few centimeters and deliberately crushed a twig. Her feet seemed broader. She stated baldly that she had betrayed him. He said he had betrayed her. She gave him another quick look of dislike. She explained, "Sometimes they threatened you with something you couldn't stand up to, couldn't even think about. And then you said, 'Don't do it to me. Do it to somebody else. Do it to so-and-so.' Afterwards you might pretend it was only a trick, that you didn't really mean it. But that wasn't true. When it happened, you did mean it. You thought there was no other way to save yourself, and you were quite ready to save yourself that way. You wanted it to happen to the other person. You didn't care what they suffered. All you cared about was yourself." He echoed her words. "All you care about is yourself." She continued after that. "You didn't feel the same toward the other person any longer." He agreed. Nothing more to say. The wind plastered their thin overalls against their bodies. Sitting in silence became embarrassing, and it was too cold to stay still. She mentioned catching her tube and stood to go. He said they must meet again. She agreed. He followed irresolutely, half a pace behind. She did not try to shake him off but walked at a speed that prevented him keeping abreast. He decided to accompany her to the tube station, but suddenly trailing along in the cold felt pointless and unbearable, overwhelmed not so much by a desire to get away from Julia as to return to the Chestnut Tree Cafe, which had never seemed so attractive. He let himself become separated from her by a small knot of people. He made a half-hearted attempt to catch up, then slowed, turned, and went the opposite direction. After 50 meters he looked back. The street was not crowded, but he could no longer distinguish her. Her thickened, stiffened body might no longer be recognizable from behind. She had said that at the time it happens, you mean it. He had meant it. He had not merely said it, he had wished it. He had wished that she, not he, should be delivered over to the... Something changed in the music from the telescreen. A cracked, jeering yellow note entered. Then, perhaps not happening, perhaps only a memory taking on sound, a voice sang about selling each other under the spreading chestnut tree. Tears welled in his eyes. A waiter noticed his empty glass and returned with the gin bottle. He sniffed the glass. The stuff grew more horrible with every mouthful, yet it had become the element he swam in his life, death and resurrection. Gin sank him into stupor each night and revived him each morning. When he woke, seldom before 1100, with gummed eyelids, fiery mouth, and a back that seemed broken, it would have been impossible to rise if not for the bottle and teacup placed beside the bed overnight. Through midday hours he sat with glazed face, bottle handy, listening to the telescreen. From 15 to closing time, he was a fixture at the chestnut tree. No one cared what he did any longer. No whistle woke him. No telescreen admonished him. Occasionally, perhaps twice a week, he went to a dusty, forgotten-looking office in the Ministry of Truth and did a little work, or what was called work. He had been appointed to a subcommittee of a subcommittee dealing with minor difficulties in compiling the 11th edition of the Newspeak Dictionary. They were producing something called an interim report, but he had never definitely found out what they were reporting on, something about whether commas should be placed inside or outside brackets. There were 4 others on the committee, all similar to himself. Some days they assembled and promptly dispersed, frankly admitting nothing needed doing. Other days, they settled down almost eagerly, making a show of entering minutes and drafting unfinished memoranda, arguing over definitions, enormous digressions, quarrels, even threats to appeal to higher authority. Then suddenly, the life would go out of them, and they would sit looking at one another with extinct eyes, like ghosts fading at cockcrow. The telescreen fell silent. Winston raised his head again. The bulletin. No merely changing the music. He had the map of Africa behind his eyelids. The movement of armies was a diagram, a black arrow tearing vertically southward, a white arrow tearing horizontally eastward across the tail of the first. For reassurance, he looked up at the imperturbable face in the portrait. Was it conceivable the second arrow did not even exist? His interest flagged again. He drank more gin, picked up the White Knight, and made a tentative move. Check. But evidently not the right move, because, uncalled, a memory floated in. A candlelit room with a vast white counterpane bed, himself at 9 or 10, sitting on the floor, shaking a dice box, laughing excitedly. His mother opposite, also laughing. About a month before she disappeared. A moment of reconciliation when hunger was forgotten and his earlier affection temporarily revived. He remembered the day well, a pelting, drenching day when water streamed down the window pane and indoor light was too dull to read. The boredom of the 2 children in the dark, cramped bedroom became unbearable. He whined and grizzled, made futile demands for food, fretted about the room, pulling everything out of place, kicking the wainscoting until neighbors banged on the wall, while his younger sister wailed intermittently. Finally, his mother said she would buy him a lovely toy if he behaved. She went out in the rain to a little general shop and returned with a cardboard box containing snakes and ladders. He still remembered the smell of damp cardboard. A miserable outfit, the board cracked, tiny wooden dice so ill-cut they would hardly lie on their sides. He looked at it sulkily, without interest. Then his mother lit a candle and they sat on the floor to play. Soon he was wildly excited, shouting with laughter as tiddlywinks climbed hopefully up ladders and came slithering down snakes, almost back to the start. They played 8 games, winning 4 each. His tiny sister, too young to understand, sat propped against a bolster, laughing because they were laughing. For a whole afternoon they were all happy together, as in his earlier childhood. He pushed the picture out of his mind. A false memory. He was troubled by false memories occasionally. They didn't matter so long as one knew them for what they were. Some things had happened, others had not. He turned back to the chessboard and picked up the White Knight again. Almost instantly it dropped with a clatter. He had started as if a pin had run into him. A shrill trumpet call pierced the air. The bulletin! Victory had always meant victory when a trumpet call preceded the news. An electric thrill ran through the cafe. Even the waiters had started and pricked up their ears. The trumpet call let loose an enormous volume of noise, An excited voice gabbled from the telescreen, almost drowned by a roar of cheering from outside. The news had run round the streets like magic. He could hear just enough to realize it had all happened as he had foreseen: a vast sea-borne armada, secretly assembled, a sudden blow in the enemy's rear, the white arrow tearing across the tail of the black. Fragments of triumphant phrases pushed through the din: vast strategic maneuver, perfect coordination, utter rout, 500,000 prisoners, complete demoralization, control of all Africa, bringing the war within measurable distance of its end. Victory. Greatest victory in human history. Victory. 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 Under the table, Winston's feet made convulsive movements. He had not stirred from his seat, but in his mind he was running swiftly, running with the crowds outside, cheering himself deaf. He looked up again at the portrait of Big Brother, the colossus that bestrode the world, the rock against which the hordes of Asia dashed themselves in vain. He thought how 10 minutes ago, yes, only 10 minutes' equivocation had still been in his heart as he wondered whether the news would be victory or defeat. Ah, it was more than a Eurasian army that had perished. Much had changed in him since that first day in the Ministry of Love, but the final, indispensable healing change had never happened until this moment. The voice from the telescreen still poured forth tales of prisoners, booty, slaughter, but the shouting outside had died down a little. The waiters turned back to work. One approached with a gin bottle. Winston, sitting in a blissful dream, paid no attention as his glass was filled. He was no longer running or cheering. He was back in the Ministry of Love, with everything forgiven, his soul white as snow. He was in the public dock, confessing everything, implicating everybody. He was walking down the white-tiled corridor, with the feeling of walking in sunlight, an armed guard at his back. The long-hoped-for bullet was entering his brain. He gazed up at the enormous face. 40 years it had taken him to learn what kind of smile was hidden beneath the dark mustache. Oh, cruel, needless misunderstanding. Oh, stubborn, self-willed exile from the loving breast. 2 gin-scented tears trickled down the sides of his nose. But it was all right. Everything was all right. The struggle was finished. He had won the victory over himself. He loved Big Brother. The end. Thank you for spending this time with the story and allowing it to unfold with patience and curiosity. George Orwell wrote 1984 and 1948, during the early Cold War, a time of censorship, surveillance, and political paranoia. The idea emerged from his own experiences fighting in the Spanish Civil War, watching Stalinist propaganda rewrite history, and living through the London Blitz, where government secrecy became survival. He wrote the novel while battling tuberculosis, often in freezing cold, on the remote Scottish island of Jura. Publishers initially rejected the manuscript for being too bleak, but Orwell refused to soften its warning. The result was a masterpiece of dystopian themes, total surveillance, manufactured truth, and the brutal death of individuality. Its narrative style, cold, claustrophobic, and deeply interior, makes Winston's rebellion feel painfully real. Orwell later explored similar ideas of power and control in Animal Farm. The story reached the big screen in 1984 appropriately, on the year it forecast. Directed by Michael Radford, the film starred John Hurt as Winston and Richard Burton in his final role as O'Brien. How faithful is it to the book? Surprisingly so. Dialogue is lifted directly from the novel, but major changes exist. The famous appendix on newspeak is removed entirely, and Julia's character becomes less politically aware, softening Orwell's harder edges. Production challenges were immense. The crew filmed in a disused London printing press, which doubled as the Ministry of Truth, but the building had no heating. Actors wore their coats between takes. Richard Burton, suffering from back pain and alcoholism, memorized his lines as O'Brien with terrifying precision, often improvising his cold stare. Director Michael Radford, known for The Merchant of Venice and the documentary Another Time, Another Place, chose a gritty, low-tech aesthetic, no digital effects, to make the world feel crushingly physical. Behind the scenes, John Hurt lost so much weight for the torture scenes that the crew had to film his character's deterioration in reverse order, starting with the final, broken Winston, and moving backward. Fun fact: Orwell originally titled the book The Last Man in Europe. Another, the CIA secretly funded a 1950s animated adaptation, then buried it because it was too depressing. And one more, the phrase, Big Brother, entered the English language entirely because of this novel. While the film captures the dread, the original novel still holds layers that only the written word can fully reveal: the appendices, the inner debates, the slow unraveling of a soul. If you enjoy this retelling, subscribing helps support the creation of more stories like this. And if something in this story moved you or troubled you, please share your thoughts in the comments. All interpretations are welcome. If you know someone who should hear this warning, pass the story along. Stories like *1984* don't end when the last page turns. They echo every time a history is denied, every time a camera watches without consent, every time we choose silence over truth. Thank you for listening. Stay curious and question everything.